4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to a brand new week here on Sewing Street. I'm Stuart, Hillard, your host for the day, and I can't wait to get started. So let's dive straight in with our early bird. Very excited about this one. It's the June Taylor Magic Wand. Now, if you've seen shows before where we've used it, you'll know exactly what it is. But if not, let me dive in. The Magic Seam Wand from June Taylor is a wooden pressing tool, and it is super useful. There are lots of times when we can't or don't want to use an iron. So it might be that we're working with fabrics like vinyls or pleathers or, you know, something that wouldn't react well to the heat of an iron, or even soft fabrics. Oftentimes it's simply that the iron is the other side of the room, or we're in a workshop and we want to just be able to do a bit of sort of finger pressing, but we find finger pressing difficult. Your Magic Wand comes into its own then. It's wooden, and so it's going to last you a lifetime, as long as you don't lose it. And you've got that pressing surface here that you're going to run along a seam, and you're going to get the crispest, firmest seam line there. Lovely flat blocks. When you do patchwork and you're bringing multiple seams together, maybe a pinwheel where you have 8 seams all coming together, get in there with your seam wand. Another top tip is to heat this surface up on your iron so it gets nice and warm, but still not the heat of an iron, and then you can run that along a seam as well. Again, with those fabrics that you wouldn't touch with an iron. We're going to drop the price. It's normally $13.99, but today it's our early bird, so you're paying $10.99. And this is June Taylor, and we associate June Taylor with high quality, innovative products. We haven't had it on a special price since May last year, so this is a fantastic opportunity to get your June Taylor Magic Seam Wand. I know our Suzie Duncan wouldn't quilt without one. I've got one in my sewing kit. They are super useful. Another way you can use these, this edge here, if you run this along the edge of a ruler, so imagine this was the edge of a ruler. If you run that along the edge of a ruler, you can actually mark lines for quilting as well. So that's another way you can use it, almost like a hero marker. If you're a paper crafter, again, very useful. Now, if you went on to the Long River, you know what I'm talking about. You could pay £15.50, and that's actually 9% off their usual price of $16.99. Now, back to our usual price of $13.99. So we're already £3 less. We're £6 less than Amazon. So that's basically a third, more than a third, off their price. $10.99 today. Remember as well that it is wooden, so it's not plastic. You can't melt it. Hayley? Another price. You can't make it explode. Being cheeky. Another price comparison. Don't tell me anything. $16.99. That seems to be the price. $16.99. Not here. Even on any other day, $13.99 here. But today until midnight, all stocks run out. $10.99 for your June Taylor Magic Seam Wand. Really lovely and ergonomic in your hand as well. Feels lovely. It's a beautiful thing. I love a bit of treen, don't you? A little bit of wood.
Nice.
Yeah.
Feels good in the hand.
Feels good in your hand. You can warm it up with your iron if you want a little bit of extra heat there. You can press, but this action along a seam really does give you wonderfully crisp, flat seams. Keep going through for that. Morning to Hillary, by the way. She sent me a lovely message on Facebook. Rose says, I love a gadget, and this one is so useful to use for creasing and pressing seams. Made of good quality wood and really Comfortable to hold, thank you. Francis from Kent says, brilliant tool, easy to use. You can heat with your iron so the seams lie better. A must-have for people who do not like to finger press. That's the point, really. I often run my nails along seams and crease them, but it's a certain sort of knack to it, whereas everyone can do this. Irene in Hertfordshire says, great little item that will stay on my sewing table, ready to use. That's the thing. It's great when you get a little gadget that you use every single day. Super to have. All right, talking of June Taylor, I've got to let you know, in Suzie Duncan's second hour, the 9 o'clock hour, in fact, we are going to have the TV launch, the brand new launch of this new tool from Taylor Seville. It's called the Magic Binding Maker with binding spool. Literally, fabric goes in, 2.5-inch wide strips of fabric go in, and perfectly pressed binding comes out. It is not electrical, it doesn't heat up, okay, it's completely portable, but you do not need to iron the binding. You just run it through, pull it through, and it presses it flat. It uses pressure. It's like magic. But it's also got a spool in there for winding your binding on. You can find this on our website coming up on today's shows if you want to pre-order it to make sure you get yours. We have got limited quantities and it is completely brand new today. It is the TV launch today. So we're all really excited about this. I'm definitely getting one because, to be fair, one of the jobs I don't like doing is pressing binding. Simply because it's so long, I end up getting in a tangle with a hot iron and the cable. So to be able to just sit at the desk and do this, I'm really looking forward to the demo. So that is coming up at 9 o'clock. Right, let's look at the menu and see what's coming up. So this first hour, I'm joined by our fabulous Hayley West for the William Morris Moment Quilt Kit, which is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous, and has a little bit of a sort of colour play through the quilt. It's really pretty, and total beginner level. Gorgeous quilt, that. Great price as well. We're going to be dropping the price. Now at 9 o'clock, it's all about the honey mummy. Wall hanging with Suzie Duncan. Isn't this cute? It's going to teach us how to make the honeycomb, teach us how to make the hexagon trim tool, and can I just say, it's not that one, it's the other one. It's that one, thank you. My screens have all gone black. It's the hexagonal trim tool, and it's on 3-way split pay. So if you want to get ahead, we didn't have it yesterday when we had the rulers on 3-way split pay, but we've got 3-way split pay on today on the hexagon trim tool. So that's at 9 o'clock. Now at 10 o'clock, Hayley is back with some Eggceptional Easter May. Quack, 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 quack. Eggs. See what she's done there? Very cute, though. Lots of fun Easter makes. 11 o'clock, more Creative Grids rulers with Suzie Duncan. She's going to be showing us how to make the Kaleidoscope quilt, which is absolutely beautiful. That's at 11 o'clock. And then at 12, we're going down Yarn Lane, and we've got an hour of yarn and kits and some special prices. We're going to be taking some money off. We are also going to have about 10-15 minutes at the start of that hour on this absolutely beautiful sewing machine. This is the brand new VQ4 sewing machine from Brother. Now, I did a bit of a deep dive on this yesterday, and I wanted to bring it back just for about 10 or 15 minutes at 12 o'clock, because I know some of you might have been having a little mull overnight and a bit of a think, and you might have woken up this morning and thought you'd missed your chance. Our normal price is £3,499. It's going to be £2,999 today. really importantly, this machine has incredible features that we really don't see on any other machine that we have on Sewing Street, including an 11 3/4 inch throat space, a 24-inch long work surface with the extension table. We've got a laser light. We've got a pen that does magical things. We've got over 470 stitches, including stitch widths of up to 48 millimetres. Yeah, that's not a mistake. It's not 4.8. Most sewing machines go up to 5 mil or 7 mil. Occasionally you get 9 mil alphabet, but this will stitch up to 48 millimetres wide. So it's quite exceptional. Anyway, I'm going to let you have a little think about that this morning, but just know it's on that special price, £2,999. You've got 5 split pays if you want them. So for under £600, get the machine home and have a play. See what it does for you. But we'll look at that in more detail at 12 o'clock. All right, now how to get in touch. It's easy. You can email us studio@sewingstreet.com. You can contact us through Facebook, Sewing Street TV. You can also watch us through Facebook and send us a direct message. Or you can go to the website, www.sewingstreet.com. And then once you get there, click on Watch Live. You can send us up to 50 words. No, 150 characters. Hello. We very rarely get past hello from Hannah, I'm afraid. It's probably for the best. And then you can see today's show deals. You can see what's coming up. You can pre-order if you want. Look at this gorgeous quilt. This is Morris Moments with Hayley West. That should be a show all of its own.
It sounds like it'd be good fun.
I think so. Beautiful, beautiful fabrics in there. Such a lovely quilt. You've got all your essential tools. There's that Creative Grids Hexagonal Trim Tool. You've also got the Magic Binding Maker. I am super excited to use this today. Already flying out. We've got some under £10 fabric deals there. They've just snuck in there. They're just there for fun. And also, we have got some fabulous things from Hayley. We've got a Japanese-style quilt from Hayley. That is beautiful, very serene looking, back in stock. We've also got her Eggceptional projects. So 4 different projects in one pattern. That's fabulous, fabulous value. A little basket, a gifting basket. You've got that coaster and also that beautiful table runner or wall hanging. Oh, that's cute. Really cute. Essential makes, and of course lots and lots of other goodies. Don't forget to shop ahead on all of the yarn that we've got coming up, including some of my Walking in Nature and Colours of the World Australia yarns. That bundle of all 6 colours plus the special bag and the pattern booklet, I've got 2 left. If you want that bundle, you'll have to be quick. Some lovely things there as well from Adventures in Crafting. We've got the Jane Crowfoot crochet blanket. We've got my Cable Magoria kit as well, with all the yarn to make that beautiful cable blanket. Right, anyway, let's dive in. Hello, Hayley.
Can I just say, you are certainly dressed for the moment. I mean, look at you.
You're welcome.
I stick out like a sore thumb, but that looks amazing with this
I
quilt.
try and blend in so I can hide. It's useful. It's
Good
useful.
morning, everybody.
Good morning, man.
Good morning.
What a gorgeous quilt.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I was so excited because I've never actually worked on a box quilt kit before. So,
It's so pretty.
Isn't it
Will
gorgeous?
you just grab the bottom corner?
course I will, darling.
They've got some really beautiful shading through those terracottas and sort of pinky tones through
Beautiful.
into the greens. It's a real kind of woodland wonder, isn't it?
And what a size as well.
Yeah, beautiful. I think about 71 by about 80.
Beautiful.
I think I worked it out at. Really gorgeous. What sort of level, Hayley?
Pitching this one as a beginner.
Beginner, yeah.
You've got your flying geese in there, you've got your square blocks, so keeping it very, very simple, but how effective because of the fabrics. The
Yes.
fabrics really do the work with this one.
They really do, they really do. Yeah, it is literally squares and flying geese. There's no border to add, there's no sashings, it's not on point, it's easy peasy, but it looks beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Well, let's have a little look, shall we? Let's dive into the kit.
Well, yeah, yours is, well, yours
Pristine.
is, I imagine, I haven't looked inside the box. Mine isn't so. So maybe I'll have a little look at yours to start with. Shall I move mine out of the way?
Yes, please.
There
Thank
you
you.
go.
Yeah, mine's pristine. While we're doing that, I'll just say a quick hello to Deborah, who says, morning, Pam, morning, lovely. Morning, Stuart. Gorgeous, Stuart. Oh, I love a gadget. Can he wait? That's from Sandra. Jan says, good morning, Stuart and Hayley. Joe says, morning.
Morning, morning, everybody.
morning.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it, when you get messages in the morning?
Perfect. Great way to start the day. So, of course, you always get your pattern included. So you've got your full pattern. There's your full quilt. I could imagine many times when I would use that pattern.
Well, the thing is, I think you will go on to use this because it's such an easy and quick quilt to come together. And as I said, pitched as beginners, confident beginners, it says. So maybe you've done a little bit of quilting, maybe make it a cushion cover or something like that. But
look at all those
gorgeous.
fabrics. How fabulous. So many different beautiful fabrics. You've got your simple instructions for making your flying geese, your piecing instructions for your block, and your layout. And that's all you need, because wouldn't this look lovely in solids?
it's looking absolutely amazing. It hit the nail on the head there, your solids. Or maybe you've not got huge quantities of fabric, because some of them you don't need a lot. So
No.
it could be the feature squares. You've only got a small piece of fabric. Well, you could get away with it with this.
The good news is in your kit you get big pieces of fabric.
You do. You get way more than you need as well, which is lovely. And I'll show you that with some of the squares that you have to cut out, just how generous they are within the kit. And I'm not going to lie, when I was asked to demonstrate this one, I was a little bit nervous because, well, it's a big investment of anybody's money. Even if you've been given the kit to demonstrate, it's like, do you know what? This is like, oh, am I going to get it right? Am I going to cut it right? But the instructions are so well laid out.
Yeah.
I just had the confidence to follow them through, and I'll
Right.
explain the journey in just a little while.
Absolutely gorgeous fabrics, aren't they? Lots of these are all kind of, every single fabric is a feature fabric.
yeah.
They're all showing off those different prints. You've got the classic strawberry thief there. This is from
Beautiful, aren't they?
Emery Walker's house.
Gorgeous.
So rich. I think what's lovely is it kind of really shows off the prints. It's not overwhelming. It's showing them off in a very stylish way. Oh, yummy. I've barely scratched the surface of this kit so far. There is so much in this kit. That's one of my favourites. It's
Gorgeous,
so
isn't it?
vibrant.
And it's lovely as well because lots of them are non-directional as well, so that's something that you don't have to think about. But I'll chat about that when we get onto the demo as well. But they're all absolutely gorgeous fabrics. Beautiful to work with.
Fabulous. They are really, really beautiful. Right, I'm ready. Hannah's ready. Let's show you the price. Should be £249. Look at these
Getting
big
a
chunks.
lot of fabric.
Binding. Now you get a huge amount. And when we were discussing this in the office, we're like £219.99. That seems like a very fair price.
Yeah.
There is a lot of fabric. You're getting a big quantity of fabric. You can see there are no solids, there are no blenders. It's all William Morris, all the good stuff. £219.99, but that is not where we're stopping.
Ooh, okay.
And every single one of you that's already checked out your baskets, you're paying this price. Now, you might have thought we were going to go to £199.99, but it's £189.99. That is fabulous,
That is
Hayley.
incredible. I mean, the quantity of fabric that you're getting in this alone, let alone the fact that you are getting the pattern in there as well. Big, big pieces, selvage to selvage, so full width of these.
Well, Hayley, this
Ooh,
is
look at
one
this.
of the fabrics, and I just want to show you, this is your flying geese fabric, okay, and this, and I'm right offset now, I'm as far back as I can go. That is one of the fabrics for your flying geese. Now, the thing is, if I was looking at that quilt, now this is also your binding fabric.
Yes, yeah.
This is very generous. This is very generous.
beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. And I love the contrast of your darks with your lights, with your flying geese. Again, equally so, the fabric that you're going to have for your sky in your flying geese, you're getting plenty of that as well. There is a basic technique that they show you within the actual pattern, but of course, if you've got your own techniques, I know we all have our own favourites, then you can go on and do those. Just be mindful of if your technique uses more fabric than we're looking at here. And I know we'll probably have a little chat about that as we get to that stage. But oh my goodness, just for the fabric alone, what an amazing deal that is.
It is incredible. All of these fabrics, they are so beautiful. And remember, this is free spirit fabric. So lots of different manufacturers do William Morris fabrics. This is free spirit quality. This is exceptionally beautiful quality.
Gorgeous.
The fabric itself
and it makes a difference.
And the print quality.
Yeah. Really does make the difference when you come to sew. It means that when you're actually stitching, especially if you are a beginner, this could be your first ever quilt kit that you've bought. A bit like me, the first time I've ever demonstrated one of these. It's one of those kind of, oh gosh, I've got to get myself ready for this. I've got to cut the fabric. I don't want to make any mistakes. Well, it's beautiful to work with. Just go for it. Treat yourself to this. You're not going to look back.
Well, Hayley, we've been holding a little something back because we thought it's Monday. Should we do something really naughty?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not privy to this. What's happening?
This is really naughty, but we'll do it for you.
No.
Shut your eyes.
Oh, gosh.
Should be $219.99.
Wow.
We're going to do, this is our price. Absolutely incredible opportunity. That is where we're stopping, $169.99.
Wow. Wow, that's all I can say, because it's a brilliant quilt to make. I have to say, it's beautiful.
You're saving £60. You're saving £60. Absolutely amazing. You're getting so many beautiful fabrics there. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. If you've already checked out, you're all paying that lowest price, $169.99. Let's get the week off to a flying start, shall we? Flying geese, flying start, and an absolutely flying price. Brilliant. Thanks for that, Hannah.
That's going to help you towards your wadding and also towards your backing fabric, isn't it? So,
Exactly right. Exactly right. Now, we'll just hold this quilt back up again because it's a real showcase of different fabrics there. You've got those fabulous kind of pinky terracotta tones on Hayley's side. You've got those gorgeous rose shades.
Oh, gosh. Sorry. I thought I'd turn my phone off, sorry.
Live telly, you see, it's live. You've got all those beautiful prints.
Interseasonal as well, I think, with this, because you've got loads of different kind of colours and traits for different parts of the year.
Yeah, that's a really nice idea. And actually, if you wanted to, if you didn't want to make such a big quilt, you could quite easily split this in half and do two smaller throws.
Good point.
Or you could do a lap quilt and you could do a smaller, maybe a wall hanging. Just take the same principle, but reduce the size a little bit.
Beautiful.
It is
gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous. Oh my goodness! What a treat, says Kate in Merseyside. I love Morris fabrics, and the kits are great as they have a little bit of everything they do. And actually, I'm just going to show you what that little bit is, because it's actually a 30-centimetre cut. So that is not a little bit, it's over 1/4 metre of each of those fabrics. Now, keep in mind that you have got 1, 2, 3, 4 by 5. So you've got 20 of these.
Can I show you, or I'll give you these. This is what was left over from cutting out the squares that I needed. This one is the colour that's, or the fabric that's denoted the letter I.
Yes,
that was,
strawberry thieves.
That's what was left over.
Let's have
So
a look.
after I've cut the required number of squares, because it tells you how many squares that you need, you've got loads left
Very
over.
usable.
So you could be doing a smaller version potentially to make a cushion to work alongside it, but you've got loads left over, loads. Even the little tiny, don't throw anything away.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, potentially usable.
Well, they could be like little tabs if you're making little makeup bags
That's
and things
true.
like that. So
That's
I don't
true.
throw anything away.
But this is all very, very usable stuff. There's a scrap quilt there.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a scrap
yeah.
quilt. If you've got that much left of every fabric, mix that with something like calico or seeded natural cotton or cream.
Beautiful.
Make yourself a beautiful William Morris scrap quilt.
Yeah.
So really, almost 2 quilts for $169.99. Amazing. Let's have another look through the fabrics. Thanks,
Get rid of
Hayley.
that, no problem.
And see what we've got. As I always do, I'm going to grab kind of the darks first, and let's have a look. We've got some really gorgeous fabrics here. Loads and loads of you popping these fabrics, well, this kit, into your baskets. You've got an absolute smorgasbord of beautiful William Morris fabric. I mean, it's actually an incredible stash builder. Is it an £80 saving? Did I work that out wrong? 219? Oh, 240. I'm so sorry. Gosh, yeah, you're not kidding.
Better.
Yeah, it's an £80 saving. Neither did I, Hayley.
Wow.
Neither did I. Neither did I. Gosh, that is a huge, huge saving. You're in so much trouble. You are in so much trouble. You probably are. Look. Those are all of your gorgeous feature fabrics for all of your blocks. And then you've got your sky fabric for your flying geese and your flying geese fabric in your binding. Absolutely gorgeous. Plus, of course, your full pattern as well. So you don't have to buy a book, you don't have to buy a ruler or anything like that. Just your regular ruler. It's an easy technique. Hayley's going to take us right through it. That is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, Hayley, I'm going to make some space on the desk
Okay.
for you.
Very kind of
Would
you,
you
thank
show
you.
us what to do?
Yeah,
please?
not a problem at all. Now, the first thing is get over that hurdle of actually start cutting your fabrics, because it is a little bit of a nervy thing to do, because it's an investment of anybody's money, but my goodness, what a fabulous price for you to be making what may be your first ever quilt kit, which it certainly was the experience for me. So when you open the box up, obviously, as we saw, Stuart showed us all those gorgeous fabrics. Mine might look nice and neat on the top. It's a little bit of a bonsai underneath. But the first thing you do is grab yourself a cup of tea or coffee or a soft drink if you want, and just sit down and have a little look at the pattern and the guide. It's only over 4 pages, and 2 of those are actually are largely covered with kind of illustrations to show you the layout. But when you actually get into the nitty-gritty, it's just such a logical way of putting a quilt together, which I love. Because quilt kits, when you invest in money, it can be a little bit nervy when you actually come to cutting your fabrics. So you've got all of your fabrics laid out here with your little letters. Can I suggest, if you have something like a label printer, to first of all work your way through, because they're not necessarily in the order, packed in the order that you've got alphabetically here. So familiarise yourself with the different fabrics, put your little labels on there so you're very organised to start with, and that is the key thing. And then start looking at the instructions. Now, everything is explained that you've got a 1/4 inch seam throughout, so you don't have to worry about that. There's a little bit of abbreviation. WOF stands for width of fabric, and that is something that they will talk about when it comes to cutting. So it will explain to you here that you're going to cut your length, the full width of the fabric, so selvage edge to selvage edge. Don't forget, hold on to those William Morris mentions in your selvages, because they're always good to have. And it will explain to you which of your fabrics you're going to cut in the different sizes. So you might want to put those into little piles, so you've got your A, B, D, and so on, because you know that you're going to cut the width for the width of fabric, and then you're going to subcut, which basically means your vertical lines along that length that you've cut into your squares. And it will give you all of that layout there. You're basically only creating 3 patches. You're going to have your half square triangles that we're going to be cutting that will make up your sky with regards to your flying geese, and then you've got your main geese featuring with this as well, and then your others are just squares. So it's simple as simple can
Amazing.
be,
Yeah,
but
that is
very,
really
very
easy.
effective when you put it all together. So that's the key thing. Don't be afraid of this one. Maybe it's your first ever quilt, because I think it's a brilliant one to get into to gain your confidence.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree.
wonderful.
And you know what I particularly love about this quilt is, this, Hayley's right, this could be your first quilt you've ever made. No one will ever believe that that was your first quilt. Because it looks so impressive.
It does. When I first looked at it, I thought, oh my goodness. And then when I kind of dissected it and have a little look at it, then you kind of gain the confidence that you know you can do it. You know you can do it. Okay. So you'll take your fabric. So this one is B. So I would actually look at it, be in this kind of section as to whether I need to cut this. Well, most of them you need to cut into your big squares because these are your feature squares. You've got different quantities because a couple of the blocks that you're going to make are repeated. So you can see G with your G fabric is repeated. B only appears once, so you won't have as much fabric of that one because you only need to create 5 of your squares. And then some of the others you will kind of duplicate them. And that is explained when it comes to telling you how many of those squares that you need to cut. So the piece of fabric itself for B, that's the length that you get. And you saw, as I showed you with those extra bits, you've got loads left over when it actually comes to cutting them. So you would cut this down. I've got just some solid fabric from my stash to kind of illustrate that. So that would be cut to the width that it tells you, and it's going from selvage to selvage. So you would literally cut those into your strips like so. And then you would come along and do what they call a subcut. And that's where you're cutting your vertical lines, which are going to be exactly the same as the width to make your squares. Now, cannily, if you struggle with kind of looking at the actual dimensions on a quilt ruler, my patch maker, you can actually use this for the 2 different sizes of patches.
Amazing.
So you can use the 3.5 half square triangle, sorry, the 3-inch half square triangle to do your sky pieces, and then you can use the 6-inch half square triangle to actually create your large pieces as well. Yeah. Brilliant way you just cut it to the right size so it will all fit. Not the half square triangle, it's a quarter square, the quarter square. So you can see if you're wanting to, that will cut it, and then you could just literally just come across and cut your squares utilising that if you don't want to use a traditional rule. So that's how that kind of works with that. So you will end up with your squares. I've already cut this one in half. And the technique that they actually teach you within the instructions are to simply take those squares, whether it's your smaller squares for the sky or your larger squares for your geese, and you're going to cut them on the diagonal. Now, this is where it's one of those, I'll be honest, this isn't the way that I tend to do my flying geese, but it's one of the most simple forms, a basic form. So if you are new, you might want to follow this, and obviously all of the fabrics are accommodating this technique. There's another technique that I use, but it uses more fabric, and there's a technique that you sometimes use, it uses the equivalent.
Yeah. So you've got your half square triangles here on one diagonal and on both. I mean, the way a lot of people do it is using these pieces, but just keeping the square whole and putting 2 smaller squares on opposite corners and sewing either side of a line. It amounts to the same thing, and it uses the same amount of fabric. The stitch and flip method, if you're used to using that, uses about 1/3 more fabric. So I think probably you wouldn't have enough fabric for that.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, do make sure. I mean, there's enough fabric using this technique, so for certain, if you're following this, that you're going to be okay.
I mean, my personal feelings about this are that I tend to do this method more now. So I do actually cut triangles for half square triangles and for flying geese because it eliminates the need to draw a line.
Yes, yeah.
And if you're making hundreds, which you are for this quilt, you can draw hundreds of lines or you can draw none at all.
Yes, yeah.
But at the end of the day, you get flying geese and they're all the right size. So it's up to you, isn't it?
Absolutely. And you will find your favourite. I mean, if you are a novice quilter, this might be the first time that you've done your flying geese, I'd probably suggest that you have a little go, maybe using some of your fabrics from your stash, just so as you familiarise yourself with the technique, and then you take away that little bit of pressure from yourself as to getting it right with your fabrics that you're using within your quilt.
Now, I do need to let you know, Over half the stock's in baskets. Lots of you have checked out already. Well done if you have. You've just saved yourself £80.
Wow.
£80 on the price. And certainly we have done an amazing deal for you for a Monday morning, dropping the price right down to £169.99. Now, split pay is available on this quilt, 3 of them. If you've not used split pay before, you pay £56.66 today. That's 1/3 of the price, but you get the kit home in 3 to 5 working days.
Oh,
and then next month you make the second payment. The month after, it just comes out automatically. And it's so easy. You could do this any time of the year. The colours are suitable for all year round.
Yeah, and it's literally something that you could almost, well, you could have this made up by the time you get to that last payment.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
Very easily, very easily.
Now, how do we sew our flying geese, Hayley?
So if you're following the instructions and you're cutting on your diagonal, you will end up with 3 pieces for each of those flying geese units. The way that I would work with these is I would take them and you put them right sides together, and I take them so as that bottom edge marries up like so. And that will give you a little bit sticking out over at the top, which to start off with you might think, oh, that's not right, but that's the way that I have worked with this technique. You may think, oh, well, I'll have equal quantities hanging over the edge, but I found that I struggled then to actually get my my points showing with this one. So that's the best technique I found for actually working with this.
Yep.
So lining up the bottom edge like so, we're going to take 1/4 inch and stitch along the edge there, and then we will open it up and we will press it. Also, keep an eye on your 1/4 inch, because sometimes you might find that it's not kind of like a scant 1/4 inch. So sometimes when you open your fabrics up, you might find that that can affect where your points are as well. So on my other machine that I've got at home, I tend to nudge it over just a couple of little moments, just so as it's kind of creating those little points when you come to them. The key thing is that 1/4 inch, or whether it's a 1/4 inch and a little tiny bit, as long as you're consistent over the whole quilt, you'll be okay. That is the key thing. Little tiny bits aren't going to make a huge difference to the overall size of this one, but it might be something that irritates you if you haven't got those points. So that's my little bit of advice. But then again, I'm not a rule follower. So, yeah, you can find it your own way if you choose to. So all we're going to do is take it to the machine.
Rules are meant to be broken, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
So I've dropped my stitch length now. I've dropped it down to 2. It's up to you how you want to do it. But obviously, do bear in mind that if you do have to unpick for any reason and you've got a smaller stitch, as is the case, it's going to make it a little bit tricky to unpick. So be confident with your sewing. 2.5, you might want to use that with 2.5 if you're wanting to as well. Right, so let's push that in there and we'll get stitching with this one. So all you're going to do, and you could actually chain piece these if you wanted to, we're just going to take that as a 1/4 inch and run out down the edge like so, so feeding that through. And you would have as many units as is mentioned within the pattern. Obviously, you can pin this if you want to, you can clip it if you want to. I'm a little bit of a lazy quilt. I'm just going to move myself around a bit because I'm a bit of a funny angle with this one. Oh, there we go. Caught it at the back, yes. So stitch along with that. I'm actually going to open the stitch up a little bit, I think, because that's quite a tight stitch that we've got on there. And when you get to the end, you can cut your threads if you need to, and then literally take it out. And we're going to give that a little bit of a press. I've gone a little bit off there, but literally that will create that triangle of sky, and then we're going to add this one to the other side. So press as you go, get in the habit. The little early bird would be fabulous for this that you mentioned.
Yes, the magic seam
Yeah.
one. Very useful.
Absolutely.
Very useful.
So I'm just going to give this a little bit of a press, just to make sure that it's sitting nice and flat. And then we will go on and do the other piece. So
Joe's got in touch from Storage for Crafts.
Oh, Joe,
Our
lovely
She
Joe.
says, morning, Stuart. Morning, Hayley.
Good
we
morning.
got separate mentions as
Did
well.
we? Oh,
we
gosh.
We got separated.
Fabulous.
Probably for the best. Morning, Joe. How are you, my love? Fiona's got in touch too to say, morning both. There is no better gadget than a little Stuart.
Hey, I like that.
We did try and sell the little Stuart gadget.
What would the little Stuart gadget do?
Well, basically, it's a mini version of me that you could have in your sewing room.
Oh, that's not a bad
to do
thing.
all your bits and bobs.
That's not a
all your little
bad
jobs.
thing. Oh, like that idea.
No, not like a naughty elf on the shelf at all. This is what I get in my ear. It's awful. No, it's very helpful to press and to cut and to tidy and things like that. triple
It
stitch,
is doing a triple stitch. I've
Hayley.
just realised
I
that. I'm
think
looking
that's-
at that. Where am I? That's
Yeah.
the one that I actually want. Let me raise my needle up. Just realised that that's...
I've got the magic wand here anyway. Let me show you this. It's absolutely fab. You've got the magic seam wand. I mean, I can't guarantee it'll produce real magic, but I think the real magic is being able to iron anything without having to get out of your seat. You can use it on fabrics that you wouldn't want to try
go with
ironing
it.
or difficult.
Should we do it with this one?
Let's do it with this one.
One thing I didn't mention is I would get your best press as well. Spray your fabrics before you get started, just because it helps with the actual
haven't
pressing
caught
of
the
them.
seam.
Oh, I've not caught it. Oh no, I have not gone off on a wonk. Look at me. That's where I went a bit wobbly with the triple stitch. I don't know how I managed to select that one, but there you go. Let's get back on track.
Morning, Hayley and Stuart. Stuart, you are very naughty having the VQ4 on every time I turn my TV on. Lol. Now I have to buy it. Oh, Lorraine. Well, all I would say is, it's just because I got a new Brother sewing machine last year.
All right,
and
okay.
the whistles and bells on it have been absolutely game-changing for me. But we can't have that machine here at Sewing Street.
Okay.
But we've got the VQ4, which has got all the whistles and bells I have been shouting about, and it's coming up at 12. And it's on an amazing price. So I know I am naughty. I am naughty. I will take that on the chin.
Now, I have gone a little bit off on that one because we went a bit wonky. Thankfully, I have actually got some prepared earlier.
Okay, so here's my seam one, and I'm just running this along the seam. And what you get there is this fabulously flat seam. Really, really, really tidy. No heat, but you can also warm this up on your sole plate, on your iron, if you want to apply a bit of heat. So, for example, if you're using a fabric, say, that's vinyl coated or laminated, and you still want to get a good press, or, you know, if you're using something like wool, where you've pressed a seam and then you want something nice and flat, like a mini clapper, to hold that point in place while it cools, you will get a much, much better, flatter seam than just ironing it and leaving it. It's a great tool.
Wonderful.
Great tool.
There we go. So I've got 2 flying geese here. So you will make the number that it mentions within your pattern. So everything is laid out here. It will tell you how many you need. And the good news is, because you've only got those 2 fabrics, you're not going to have to kind of think, right, am I using the right one? Am I using the wrong one? And then all you will do is you will put those together. So you'll have, and this is, just take a moment to make sure you've got them going in the right direction, because if you're not paying attention, you could potentially find that you've got it back to front and then you're not ending up with a flying geese.
That's a different pattern.
Yeah, totally different, different. It works, but not on this occasion. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring those together. I am actually going to use my pins, which I should have done in the first place.
Check you out. The pins are out. Oh, the Taylor Seville.
Oh,
I love
fabulous.
them.
Absolutely. So these I'm going to use. And the reason being is you're just wanting to make sure that when you have got those geese, they are going to sit nice and sit in the centre there. So just put little pins in place. These are beautiful pins. Love working with these.
I cracked them out at the weekend at my workshop, actually.
Oh, did you?
I love them. I've only recently got some.
Yeah, same here.
And I've rather fallen in love with them. They are lovely pins.
And they're brilliant because, of course, if you do accidentally use the iron, then you're okay. You don't have to worry about that. What were you making at your workshop?
It was a bag.
Oh, lovely.
It was a bag, and we had a really lovely day. They were called Bishop Wilton Craft Group.
Okay.
Bishop Wilton is exceptionally beautiful.
Nice.
It is so lovely, and you feel like you've actually gone through a portal into a different time and place, because it feels so...
Is it like time stop there or something?
It's like otherworldly, honestly, it really is. It's in this precious little magical dip in the land.
Oh.
It was glorious, and the weather was beautiful, and the ladies were wonderful, and also we had a gorgeous lunch.
Oh, what did you
Everyone
have?
brought things.
Oh, I
there was
love the
homemade
idea.
fish, there were warm sausage rolls, there was lovely
Oh.
salads, sandwiches, it was gorgeous.
Sounds like a fabulous way to spend the day.
The only awful thing, Hayley, I've got to tell you this, was there was the most fabulous array of cakes. Fruit cake, which is like my
Oh, I love a
kryptonite.
fruit cake.
Scones with jam and cream, Victoria sponge, iced biscuits, you name it. Well, of course, I've given all those things up for Lent.
Have
so I
you?
had to just look
Oh,
at them.
no.
But I made a point of telling everyone, and I'm making a point of telling everyone, because if you see me with a biscuit in my hand, slap it out of my hand, please.
Right, so once you've made your flying geese, I cut my fabrics a little bit.
Oh,
so I'm
those
not
look
going there.
gorgeous.
So there we go. So you've
Look
got
at
those.
that.
Yeah. So these are going to be the pieces that surround your kind of centre block. So you're going to be putting them together in units like so. So I'm going to just bring in the net. Where's the square gone that I was using with that particular one? I think I popped it out. Did I put it underneath? So that's going to be the row. Oh, hold on. That's the bigger block there. Is it underneath? I may have put it back in my box thinking it was a spare piece.
Oh.
Let me just grab that. It won't be a second.
Do you do this at home?
A bit all over the place. All over the place, the bits and pieces. So hold on, it must be in here.
Here's that gorgeous
Here we
quilt.
go. There we go.
Loads in baskets. If this is in your basket, please don't think that that means it's yours. Not till you check out. It could disappear. Remember, you should be paying $249.99. And when we had a chat about this quilt, we thought, you know, a really good price would be $219.99. And that is a really good price. The $249 is the right price. But Hannah is in one of those moods.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
What's
yeah.
she doing?
She just sort of, it's Monday, let's make everybody happy. So she's taken £80 off the price. You know, we try and bring you the best price on everything. We always do try and bring you the best price on everything. So this is no exception. It is a gorgeous quilt.
Isn't it beautiful? So what you will do is when it comes to putting your blocks together, you will put them together in rows of 3. So you'll have your flying geese unit that you created with your double geese in there, and you'll have your squares, and obviously everything is explained in the instructions. And then what you will need to do is you will make alternatives. So some of them will be square, geese, square. Some of them will be geese, square, geese. Yeah, that's right. To think which way around it was. So all you will do is, dependent on the actual row that you are making, make sure first of all that you've got your fabric in the right direction, because the squares, I think the majority of the squares have got a direction to them. So if that is something that is precious to you and you want everything to be flowing in the right direction, just make sure that you have those rotated correctly before you start adding your geese. And also make sure that the geese are lined up correctly, because on some of them it will be a case of that it's the triangle of the geese that go to your square. Sometimes it will be on the side. So you just have to kind of, sometimes it'll be in that formation, sometimes it'll be in that formation.
Do you lay your block out next to you before you sew the whole thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
I like doing that too.
Yeah.
And as
You've
much
got
as
the
I like
space.
sort of factory production, I will sew a row and I will put it back to make sure everything's the right, because there's nothing more annoying than finding that one of the units is turned the wrong way.
Absolutely. So what you would then do is in a similar sort of vein, once you've established which of the rotations you need to do your joins in, you would take them, you would line them up, and of course if you've got any little bits that are sticking out from those ears, then you would literally trim those away. Get your pins or your clips, again, whichever it is your preference, line those together, and then you're going to stitch those again with a 1/4 inch seam. So I'm just going to stitch those two together along there, if that's okay.
Great. Yeah, perfect, thank you. And I'm with you there. Crack out the pins, pin top and bottom. I know, it's only a short seam, but
Still need to.
I don't want it to move. I'm not unpicking.
That's it, exactly, yeah. If you don't want to unpick. And of course, unpicking can add a little bit of trauma to your fabrics if you're not careful. You can end up stretching them. And because you already
Quite
cut it on the vine.
Add a bit of trauma to your fabric.
Well,
It's true.
But the thing is, you cut on the bias anyway, so you need to kind of be careful with those triangles because you don't want to kind of stretch them any more than you need to. I'm not going to press that, but you would press that obviously to create your row. And then when you've actually got your rows together, you will follow the formation that it tells you. Oh, you're off again, bless you. Oh, you are like a little mini Stuart, thank you.
You see, and I shall read Fiona's message again. There's no better gadget than a little Stuart. And then on my birthday, Lynn Goldsworthy, one of our guests, had a bobblehead made of me and had it branded as the handy little Stuart and brought it in. Good morning,
love
Stuart
it.
and Hayley. Oh, I'd like a little Stuart, please. That would make every day full of sunshine. Ah, Sue, thank you. I do my best.
That cute.
I do my best.
Like that. So imagine that you've got another set of flying geese on that side, and then you would have the version of that twisted round to sit at the bottom there. And then basically you will have 3 different rows, and your 3 rows to stitch together in the same way as we've spoken before with your 1/4-inch seam.
Yummy.
Until you make your light. So, I mean, look at that for a cushion.
Absolutely yummy. It's gorgeous, completely gorgeous. It's really, really lovely and very, very effective block. Now, question for you from Christine, who's in Greater Manchester. Would this fit a double bed, please? Christine.
Yes, it would.
Oh, yeah.
It would. And also, I was just looking at this, thinking that, well, dependent on how you want to work with it. I mean, I think this would probably drape a little bit on a double bed, to be fair. Or it might, I don't know. I've got a king-size bed, so I'm not too sure.
Well,
but they
king-size quilt, I always put the other way.
Oh, of
so they don't go
course.
up and over the pillows, but they
clever,
cover
yeah.
where you want them
Yeah,
to cover.
yeah,
but a
absolutely.
double bed, a queen,
Yeah.
or a king, this
Yeah.
would be great. Single
That's it.
bed too.
Yeah, they would sit nicely. Yeah, it definitely would drape on a single. But also, that block that I've just made there, I was thinking to myself, well, okay, we could put it together as a quilt, but imagine how many cushion covers you could make if you actually wanted to do them
Yeah.
as cushion covers and do it in a different style. But
Another thing you could do, just as a thought, is this is 4 blocks by 5 blocks, so 20. You could do 4, so it's the same width, 4 by 4.
Yeah.
Have a square quilt. I love a
Nice.
square
Yes,
quilt.
yeah.
Then you would have 4 blocks, 1 row, which would be a gorgeous bed runner.
absolutely,
So
yeah.
if you've got, say, 2 beds in a room, you could do 16 block quilt on one, runner across the end of the other, and you'd have enough scraps to make yourself a couple of patchwork pillows.
Absolutely.
So 2 twin beds
Yeah.
could actually be dressed.
Yeah, very
with
much so.
this.
Very much.
I
very
love
much so.
pulling a kit apart.
Well, it kind of you
Doing my
I,
own
I
thing.
think as you're as a sewer, you do that, don't you? You want to kind of put your own twist on it.
Yeah.
So basically, you carry on, and you will take your 4, should I say, of your blocks. I've got 2 together here. So again, following the layout. Don't forget the layout. Where is the layout? Over here. Excuse me. The layout is on the back, so it will tell you each one of those rows. So I would go from creating my patches to create my blocks. Then I would put my blocks into pairs. So I'd have a set of 2, and then I'd have a set of 2, and then I would sew those 2 together to make a row. And then you basically follow that right the way through. So you'd end up with 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows, 4 rows, and that 5th row at the end. And then you're literally sewing them together. So it's very easy for you to actually do it on a sewing machine. So this one just needs an extra block adding to it. But there, simple as that.
It's lovely, isn't it? And again, you know, such a beautiful quilt. And I think actually, because it's got that colour grading, it brings a more contemporary feel
Yes.
to quite traditional fabrics.
Absolutely. And I think it's one of those ones that works with, I mean, obviously we're looking at kind of vintage style fabrics with these. But as you said, if you're using your solid colours, I think you could have something that's very contemporary, very modern. Well, that's it. I mean, look at that.
Once you've made this, use this as a guide. Buy the solids from us. We've got all of these colours
Yeah.
in solids, and make a solid version that would be so contemporary,
Absolutely, yeah.
so modern and
Yeah,
smart.
yeah,
I
absolutely,
nearly
yeah.
said mart there. I made a new
that a
word. So mart. That's modern and smart.
You bet down
I
with the
love
kids.
it.
Down
I
with the
love
kids.
it. And such an easy quilt, actually, for a beginner to make or an experienced quilter.
Well, this is it. This is it, because it's very modular. I mean, quilting is modular, isn't it? You start off with your patches, then you get to your blocks, then you get to your rows, and then you get to your final quilt. So,
Yeah.
as a confident beginner, dare I even say a novice sewer? If you
Totally.
did a practice run, maybe with your own fabrics, just so as you're confident with your geese, you're confident with your block formation and putting it all together, and then go on to your kit. I wouldn't hesitate teaching this to a complete novice.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
You know what? On Saturday, we had a couple of novice sewers in the class, Christine and Laura, who were both absolutely smashing. Christine really had done no sewing before the
Yeah.
class at all. And with just a little extra guidance, and the Deputy Joan was there, so she took her under her wing, very competent wing. She was absolutely flying. And Laura, again, was there with her gran, who was kind of tutoring her along the way. Both of them were absolute superstars and produced really gorgeous bags.
Perfect, yeah.
So I think the thing
Yeah.
is, if you're a total beginner, you've never made a quilt, even a novice sewer,
Yeah.
if you take your time, YouTube is great. Watching reruns of Sewing Street will teach you the
Absolutely, yeah.
basic skills. There's no rush.
Absolutely.
Take your time.
And because you've got the repetitive nature, you're going to be making a lot of flying geese, so by the time you get to it, you're going to be an expert in your flying geese. And putting your blocks together, you've got 20 blocks that you're going to be putting together. So again, after you've done 1 or 2 of them, you're going to have that kind of process going. The only thing I would say is don't become lapsed, don't get comfortable. Because the thing is, sometimes when you get comfortable, your mind starts drifting to other things, and that's when you can make your mistakes. So make sure if you get to the point where you're starting to kind of drift a little bit with your mind and not with your sewing.
Slapdash.
I didn't like to say
I love
it, but
that
yeah,
word,
a little bit slapdash. Then maybe that's time to take a break, to step away, because you can literally do these modular. You might say, I'm just going to do 2 blocks this evening, or I might do a whole row this evening. But equally so, it is one of those, I'll just do another one. I'll just do another one. I'll just do another one. And you'll suddenly find that you're sewing into the wee hours. So, yeah, just be careful.
It is. It's highly addictive. It is highly addictive. I was like that the very first quilt I ever made. And I was literally there with cardboard cereal box templates and a biro
Wow.
and the kitchen scissors.
Amazing.
But next thing I knew, it was like 2 in the morning.
just lose
and I
it.
couldn't stop. Because it was like, and I was only sewing squares together, but it was so, I just found the process
When you
so
get to that next
exciting.
moment, don't
I was
you?
22. I probably should have been in a nightclub at 2 a.m., but I was in my kitchen making a
wouldn't
patchwork
change you for the
quilt.
world. But I have to
Fiona
say,
says-
go for it, go for
I
it.
agree, but be quick, won't you? Because we are fast approaching limited stock, lots in baskets. Viv says, when I started sewing 8 years ago, I'd never used a machine. I now make king-size quilts, but I also started off with tote bags, and I think that's brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely,
Do
yeah.
something easy, repeatable, and you really, really
You
consolidate
do, you
your
flourish
skills.
and grow. Don't forget to add in your backings as well, because of course with the kit you're going to make your quilt top, you're going to make your binding with this one as well. Very excited for the binding
The
tool.
binding
we've got coming
tool
up
looks
as well, yeah.
amazing.
But
Fiona's
then,
mess- oh,
yeah,
sorry, go on.
but then do make sure that you kind of got the right wadding and everything. I know everything's on the show today.
Yeah, we'll
so,
talk about that in a sec. Fiona's message to say, I would like the full-size Stuart, please, to motivate me. I promise I won't supply cakes, but I can supply savoury crumpets. Gorgeous, I do love a savoury crumpet.
nice, yeah.
Are either of us going to Malvern? When is Malvern?
I don't know, it's usually around May time, is it?
Probably.
I think, yeah. I know we've got Sewing for Pleasure coming up. Is it next weekend? I'm there on Thursday. After that, I think Malvern's the one after that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Fingers
It's a nice
crossed.
little show.
If we're spared.
yeah.
If we're spared. Now, I do need to quickly talk about wadding and backing. 80-20 wadding is my go-to. What about
Yeah,
you?
it's lovely. It's nice weight. And I have to say, this quality is beautiful because you
Yeah.
don't get... You know what? I've worked with lesser quality that you get fluff everywhere.
Yeah.
And this is beautiful.
Absolutely. And also, it is really stable. So it feels, if you've not worked with wadding before, 80-20, it feels almost like a layer of felt. So it's that kind of
Yeah,
stable,
yeah.
that kind of flat. I remember back in the day, 30 years ago, you got waddings that almost like pulled apart, and there were thin bits
Yes,
and thick
yeah,
bits.
yeah.
They were a bit of a nightmare. This is completely stable. It's needle punched, it has scrim, so it's really stable and easy to work with. You can also quilt up to about 8 inches apart. So on this quilt, for example, if you wanted to quilt it really simply, you could quilt diagonal lines through all of your squares, okay, going through the diagonal, and also cutting through the diagonal of your flying geese
Nice and
in
easy,
both
yeah.
directions. And that would be plenty.
Absolutely, yeah.
Walking foot the lot.
And also, as well, one thing when I first started quilting, I thought to myself, that doesn't look thick enough to keep you warm.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very brilliant, good at kind of creating that. You don't need the loft. You don't need to have a thickness there
No.
for it to be very effective. In fact, you'd rather have it this way.
Well, and also, I heard somebody say the other day about, you never see a Norwegian in like a big thick jumper. Lots of thin layers.
Yeah, that's a good
Norwegian
point,
or
yeah.
Swede, something like that. You
Yeah.
know, that actually, yes, if you're dressing for the winter, it's lots of thin layers rather than one thick one.
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful wadding. How much would we need for the quilt?
Oh, now let's have a little look. What do they say on here? Because the actual quilt itself, you're looking at, where am I, 180 by 225. Of course, you can piece your wadding if you need to. I'm not
How
sure
wide
how wide
is this,
this one
Hannah?
is.
Okay, so 2 metres. 2 metres for this.
So that's
We'll just use the width.
so with this one, it suggests that you go for 203 centimetres. So it's very, very flat. I think you could probably get away with this because it's only three centimetres, isn't it? Some of it's
Yeah,
maybe,
no, there'd be plenty because you do it the other way around.
Yeah, 2.5 metres worth. So that's 2.5 metres of what we've got.
Yeah, 2 metres of this width. It depends on the width. This is a really wide one.
That's it. Yeah. So
Okay.
definitely do go for that.
Yeah.
Lovely quality and
Should we also talk backing bundles? Very, very quickly. We've got a couple of nice ones here. These are 5 metres of cotton solid. So you'd have to piece it. We've got vanilla. Very useful anyway. 5 metres of vanilla for £35.90. You must, £4 saving. Well, worth putting in your stash anyway.
I was going to say it's a good one.
All of your leftover fabrics plus this is a double quilt. I'm not even
absolutely,
joking.
yeah.
All of your leftovers from this quilt plus that is a double quilt.
And there's plenty there for the backing of this one. Yeah.
Terracotta.
Oh, nice.
That's lovely.
Well, you've kind of got all of these colours featuring within the different fabrics, so you could
Yes.
choose any, couldn't you?
£35.90. Gorgeous. And then if you want a real injection of fresh spring green shoots. Apple.
Nice. I don't know which I like the best, because each one will give it a slightly different feel, won't it, on the back?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Beautiful. Right. And one quick recap of the quilt kit. We are looking at the Morris Moments. So many beautiful, beautiful fabrics in this kit.
Gorgeous.
If you're an avid William Morris fan and you want to make a massive saving, this is the one to go for. You've got all of these different beautiful fabrics to create your blocks. You've also got your flying geese and binding, your sky. Look at all that lovely fabric.
Isn't it beautiful?
Plus, of course, the full pattern. We should be at £249.99. We all thought £219.99 was a very, very, gorgeous price because there's so many different fabrics. There's such a lot of fabric. But we thought we could go one better. In fact, we went 2 better than that. And we've gone for £80 saving, £169.99.
I mean, they come together beautifully, don't they?
Loads of you with this in baskets. Doesn't leave many. We've got load teens left. We haven't got that many. That price will be good till midnight tonight. But after that, £249.99 at midnight. So don't do that. Don't wait till a minute past midnight. Grab it now. Hayley, thank you so much.
No problem, my lovely. It's been a pleasure.
Now, in an hour's time, you're going to be doing some exceptional crafting. It's going to be excellent. I can't wait.
And it's chocolate.
You've got a lovely Easter project for us.
Well, we've got a booklet that's got 4 different projects in, which I hope you're going to enjoy, and we'll do that in an hour's time, yeah?
Can't wait. I'll see you after the break with Suzie Duncan and the first of 2 amazing shows. Don't go anywhere.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. What a lovely day to join us. I've got 2 of my favourite quilty friends on today. Hayley, who we've just seen, of course, and in this hour, the fabulous Suzie Duncan.
Hello.
Oh,
Good morning.
Suzie, it's so lovely to
Thank
have a
you.
morning
I
with you.
know.
It's been ages.
It has been too long.
But I love spending time with
Yeah,
you.
ditto.
And we've got a great day today.
We have. Busy
So
one.
many lovely projects.
Ridiculously busy. But
Ridiculously busy. We love that. Now we've got the brand new launch of a fabulous new tool from Taylor Seville, and it's the Magic Binding Maker. Suzie has blown my mind today with this. It's brilliant. I can't wait for Suzie to share it with you. It's so cool. Anything that makes any of those jobs easier, quicker, faster, more efficient is good by me. This is going to be demoed a little bit later in this hour. But if you want to get ahead and get yours in your basket and checked out, I would, because they are flying out. You know what it does. It's great. Right now, this hour, it's all about the honey, Mummy. Am I right?
it is.
We've got this gorgeous, gorgeous wall hanging. And I'm going to dive in with this one. Okay, so you've got the It's All About the Honey wall hanging / table runner pattern. Really cute honeycomb, patchwork, hexagons. Love the beehive in the centre. Gorgeous, isn't it? And then look at these lovely fabrics. You've got 2.5 meters here. A little bit of a liberty. Well, it is Suzie Duncan. You are a fan, aren't you, Suzie?
Just a little
Just a little bit.
It's not
absolutely
actually Liberty.
Beautiful range.
That
Oh,
isn't
can't really see
Liberty.
those. The grey one is. That's Liberty, isn't it?
No.
Isn't it?
No.
Oh. Oh, okay.
It's Lewis and Irene.
Oh. Liberty-esque.
Yeah.
My bad.
Because I thought that as well when I opened it, and I thought, I don't remember that in my swatch card.
Ah, you see, very lovely. So this is our first bundle, $39.99. You've got your 2.5 meters of fabric, really gorgeous that. And you've also got your full instructions there. Okay, that's bundle one. Second bundle is a mixture of solids and blenders. Excuse me. So you've got some fabulous shades of soft lemon and sunshine. Look at that gorgeous, gorgeous mottle there. That's the colour of deep honey, isn't it? And then you've also got your blender there as well. 2.5 meters of fabric plus your pattern. Exceptionally good value there at $27.99. And then the third option has some beautiful Lewis and Irene fabrics in it. You've got Dreams. I think this is the one that the sample on the wall's made out of.
It is.
It is. You've got your Dreams there in black. You've got this gorgeous, that's lovely, really nice. Then you've got your Bumbleberries, and you've got your soft blender, really buttery and soft, and you've also got your instructions there as well. So those are your 3 bundles. Now, you can also get the physical instructions on their own. If you think, I've got fabric, I've got scraps, I've got fat quarters, I could do a mix and match approach, $9.99 for the instructions. It's all about the honey. $9.99 physical instructions. If you prefer, you can go for digital download. So this is an instant purchase, instant download, and the code is different. So it's BGS439. That's for the digital download. Instead of adding to basket, it says purchase, and you purchase it straight away. And if it's the only thing you buy today, there's no P&P, so $9.99 is all you'll pay. Okay, there wouldn't be any P&P for that. Now, you also need the hexagon trim tool ruler.
Yes, it
Okay.
makes life so much easier.
Makes life so much easier. This is from Creative Grids. Now, I am a huge fan of Creative Grids. I love this ruler.
Yeah.
It's absolutely brilliant. No one likes cutting out hexagons.
No.
This is such a great one. So you can cut out hexagons, but you can also cut half hexagons, which means you can machine piece a hexi quilt with no Y seams. But you can also do a hexagon log cabin, which is absolutely fab. Now, we didn't have this yesterday when I had my hour of Creative Grids on 3-way split pay. So it's only fair that you should get 3 split pays on this. So on your hexagon trim tool, £8.66. So if you're buying the pattern on its own for another £8.66, get the hexagon trim tool home. If you're buying a quilt kit, get your hexagon trim tool added in for an extra £8.66. You'll make 2 more payments after that, but this will be absolutely game-changing for making not just this wall hanging, but maybe a gorgeous quilt. Use up your scraps. It's something completely different. Something completely different. Hexagons, I don't do a lot of work with templates. So for me, if there's a speciality ruler that makes the job a cinch, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for it because it just makes the whole job so much easier. Lots and lots of you coming in for the hexagon trim tool. We've got loads to get through this hour. Steph says, morning, Stuart and Suzie. Suzie, you look lovely today. What did I say? Lovely dress. Oh, and shirt. Thank you. Now,
Right,
let's dive in.
Let's dive in with the hexagons. As Stuart said, you can create your own hexagon if you can be bothered to get a protractor out and graph paper and create your own hexagon, but it's hard work. I've tried it and this just makes life so much easier and versatile. I use it not just for this pattern, obviously, but it's quick, simple. I don't have to think about it.
Exactly.
The methodology is really obvious on the tool.
And Suzie, for $8.66
Yeah,
on your
absolutely.
first
It's a no-brainer
pay,
in my...
well,
you spend more than that on template plastic.
Yeah,
so,
I agree.
Because you will need to
And you'll
cut
use it again
the
and
different
again.
sizes.
Yeah.
So it's worth the investment, in my opinion, because you will use it time and again, and you never know when a little hexagon might make an appearance in a quilt.
That's a hint, by the way.
So what I'm going to quickly show you is how I assembled the beehive, if that's all right. And then we're going to dive in with the hexagon, and then we're going to talk about Y seams, which is that dreaded word. So I've pre-cut everything ahead of schedule and labelled my pieces, and it's easier if you just lay everything out in front of you, because then you don't get confused. Now, I have already snowballed a couple of corners, and by snowball I mean cut the corners off with another piece of fabric to make it look as if it's, quilting rounded.
Pat sent a lovely message from Kaleidoscope. Thank you, Pat. She says, Suzie, that is so inventive and so lovely. A beautifully designed spring hanging. How do you keep coming up with all these innovative designs?
Not entirely sure. A lot of my inspiration comes on dog walks.
It's great thinking time.
It is great thinking time. Our dog is exceptionally good at
Fit.
maths. And fit, yeah. Yeah, he loves the days I'm at Sewing Street because he thinks, yes, we haven't got to walk miles.
I get a rest.
Yeah, not a fan. So I've gone ahead and done those. So I'm going to show you how we do that. But at the bottom of the beehive, because I've got a little door, because the bees have got to get in somehow, I'm going to just snowball the outer corners. So I like to use my Sewline glue stick or any basting glue stick, and I'm just going to put a little dot of glue in the corner. This is a very old glue stick by the looks of it. Hang on, bear with me, caller. Oh, it's very old. There you go. And I've got 2 little squares that will go in the corners there. They're very dinky. Very easy to lose, these ones. So when you've cut them, my advice is put a clip on them because you'll lose them. Now, I know they're small and I'm just doing one diagonal, but I am going to draw my diagonal, and only because I get to use my dinky 1.5 inch square ruler.
Any excuse.
And also, I can chain piece all of these ones together. So if I've drawn the line, I'm not even thinking, and I'm not, I'm not even going to get it in the wrong direction, because that would be an unpicking job, which we all love.
Yeah, I would just say, if you go for the VQ4, that has laser light, laser light, so no more marking ever again.
No, can you imagine how many hours of my life I would save?
This is why when I'm looking and thinking, you know, that and nearly 12 inches of throat space, I just like, take my money, take my money.
Yeah.
It's brilliant, it's brilliant.
So that's that job done. And this is the only bit of snowballing on the pattern,
Okay.
just for these bits. And then all of those get pressed out.
So you don't need any speciality rulers for these?
No, absolutely not. So you could just do lots of beehives if you wanted to.
Oh, Anne's message. Morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you. Thank you, love. We're off to Australia at the weekend, so we're going to miss you for a month. You can watch us in Australia, Anne.
Yeah.
Anne, there's no excuse.
I hope you're taking your wellies if you're going to certain parts, because it's a little bit wet, isn't it? Bless them.
Yeah,
Really.
whereabouts in Australia are you going? Oh, lovely.
I mean,
love.
it's such a huge country, isn't it?
It is.
I know when I was little, I used to think of Australia as not much bigger than England.
Really?
And then you look at a map and you think, no, actually, we're just one tiny little county, aren't we?
They've got 3 different time zones.
Oh, it's
Certainly
crazy,
2. Yeah.
crazy big. Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't be driving top to bottom, that's for sure, in a day. would
Driven
you?
quite a lot of it, though. The Great Ocean Road was the most amazing road trip I think Charlie and I have ever done. 3 days road trip.
Wow.
We saw white kangaroos.
Gosh,
That was
that's
pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah, white kangaroos.
So I think my
Oh, we did a lot of
measurements were off
swimming. And, yeah, just lovely.
here. It is, yeah. It's a beautiful country. I haven't been to it since I was very tiny.
Ah, okay.
Apparently, I used to swim with the sharks on Bondi Beach.
Lovely.
I did suggest that if my parents wanted to get rid of me, they could have thought of a better way, but yeah,
Say,
a bit drastic.
a little reckless.
Yeah, it was a little bit, wasn't it? Yeah, I was.
So you sew, you trim, and you're trimming the end off as well? Okay.
No, I haven't trimmed the ends, the waist bit underneath, because it's so tiny, you can leave it on there.
Yep.
And it actually gives a texture to the block.
Yeah,
If
cool.
but you can, if you want to, you can trim it off. No, I was just trimming a bit of fabric off that piece because for some reason I can't do maths this morning and I cut the wrong size. But hey ho, things like that happen. So then the whole thing then is 1/4 inch blocks and it comes together like that. So I'm conscious of time and we've got to get a lot done. So you then assemble it bit by bit, but you have to do row by row.
Yes.
And then it all comes together in row format after that because
it's all
it's all the
stitch and
same.
flip?
It is literally stitch and flip. It's really easy to do.
Ah,
so that's the beehive.
that's
But
brilliant.
let's show you the trim tool because that is
Yeah, let's do hexagons.
Awesome.
Yeah. Loads of you checking out on the hexagon trim tool. Oh gosh, a lot of you have checked out. Now remember, the hexagon trim tool isn't just for Susie's amazing wall hanging, although she's very effectively used the different blocks and really sort of, it's a tour de force. You can just do hexagons or half hexagons
Yep.
to make a hexagon quilt, all on its own, just that. You can also do a big hexagon with 1 row of log cabin, 2 rows, or even log cabin around a central small hexagon
Yep.
with little triangles. It's really clever, really clever. It wasn't on yesterday's special show for Creative Grids Rulers on 3 split pays, so we saved it for today, and we're still giving you those 3 split pays if you would like them. So you can just pay £8.66 today with your order to get this home on those 3 split pays. It's really worth having. And there's a QR code for full instructions as well. Oh, Anne's going to Perth. Oh, you won't need it's lovely
no,
weather.
you'll be
Make sure you
fine.
go to the Margaret River, to the wine-growing regions. It's exceptionally beautiful down there. Now, if you want the physical instructions for It's All About the Honey, those are our side graphic right here. And here is our hexagon trim tool.
awesome. So the reason why this is so easy to cut your hexagons is all you have to do is cut a strip of the right size of the hexagon you want to start with. And you can start with the 2.5, 4.5, 6.5 or 8.5. So you've got versatility in there straight away. So I've cut my strip and you line up the black edges of the drawn hexagon on the ruler with the edges of your strip. And you're going to trim off those corners. Then you're going to turn that strip on itself and you can of course do multi-layer, so you don't have to do them one at a time. You're going to turn the ruler with it. Obviously, you could have rotated your mat, but given the workspace we have here, although it looks a big desk, by the time we've got everything out, rotating a 18-inch cutting mat is tricky. So you're then, instead of hanging the ruler that way up, you're going to have it this way. So those black lines now follow those lines you've already cut. So all you've got left to do is trim, and you've got a perfect hexagon.
Fabulous, just like
no
that.
protractor needed.
No.
Which is even better.
Very, very easy. Very easy.
The next stage then is to build up that log cabin. And with hexagons, it's better to do it where you do alternate sides. So you're going to cut a series of strips and you're going to stitch them 1/4 inch seam. So practice your 1/4 inch.
Okay.
I always check my 1/4 inch before I start any
And are the
project.
dimensions given for the rectangles?
They are. I've given you
Brilliant.
every single measurement.
Brilliant. So
No
rather than
time.
having to cut weirdly shaped
Yeah, or strips.
templates,
Yeah.
it's just strips.
It's
Great.
literally, yeah, and you're going to sew them in batches of 3, so alternate sides, and so it's a quick process, really quick process. My pattern suggests building a certain number of each type of hexagon, so you're practicing a different a different number of rows and build
So like
that
make
pattern.
3 at a time?
Yeah. So
And
you
do the same bit?
yeah.
3, yeah, I
Yeah.
get that.
And you can mix and match your fabric. So even though I've given you suggestions, which utilises the fabric bundles to their maximum, but if you don't want to do that, then don't. Do
So you've
your
done
own thing.
3 sides
So
all
I've done
together.
the opposite. Is not even opposite, it's alternate sides. You could use your magic seam wand. If you do,
Days early bird.
what I would suggest is you do heat it on your iron, which I know you're saying, well, if you've got your iron on, you might as well use it. But sometimes it's just as quick, just to give it a good press. But I've also best pressed all my fabrics before I've started. And it does make a difference to your press finish result if you best press your fabric, or flatter, or June Taylor Starch Savvy, whichever of those. So once you've pressed those out, you can't miss that stage. If you don't press out, it's not going to work.
Okay.
So you're then going to bring in your next piece, and you're sort of centering them, but don't get too hung up because you're going to trim each round.
Okay.
So it's fine.
Steph's posed an interesting question. Is there a way of keeping active when you're sewing? You know, you spend
Yes.
so much time sitting down. Should you make sure you walk a bit every hour or something like that? Now,
Do
we
you want
actually
to know
had
what
a
I
book.
do?
Yeah, for sure. I was just going to mention we have a book. Now, is it called the It's not called the Ergonomics of Quilting. What is it? It's Rose Parr. Anyway, she's a real lovely mate of mine from Canada, and she actually came on and did a show, which is full. She's a fitness professional as well as an amazing quilter, and she wrote a book about how to keep healthy, limber, you know, look after your body while you're quilting, but also how to keep active. I'll show you on the web shop. Here we go. So happy and so healthy and happy. Now, do you see the cartoon man in the top corner in the tank top? That's me. That's me. That's not George Clooney. It's me. It's me. Look at that. £12.99. So I highly recommend that. But one of her top tips is to put your ironing station as far away from your sewing machine as you can get it, so that you have to get up out of your seat and go over and do your ironing and then walk back. I mean, I often say have it next to you so you don't have to get up, but I understand why.
Mine's upstairs.
Upstairs? Oh, you see, that's why you're so limber and
So
fit and...
Yeah.
I
I need to get my
I need to do
10,000
that.
steps in every day.
Yeah, I need to do that.
Yeah. No. The other thing that I do when I'm quilting, I mean, I stand up. I don't sit down at all. But when I'm quilting, I do that after every 10 minutes.
Sure,
So
yeah.
a couple of times, well, about 10 times, just to relax shoulders as well. But if I'm cold, which I frequently am, I just do 20 star jumps. So
Fair
I'm
enough.
constantly on the move.
So there you go. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Get up, move, keep moving. Set a timer on your phone or on an egg timer every 10 minutes. Jump up, have a little stretch, roll your neck and roll your shoulders and things like that. It also, you know, a bit of fresh air. You suggested going for a walk. A bit of fresh air just help to clear the mind, especially if you've hit a problem or a wall. Take a break.
Yeah, always move away. Yeah, and if you're finding you're unpicking more than you would normally, it's usually a sign that either you need to eat, because that's the other thing I forget to do, or you need to just step away from the sewing. So yeah, time out. It's always good. So trimming. So there are a series of dashed lines on your trim tool, and you're going to line up the relevant one for the block you've sewn. Now, if you'll know when you've got it right, because you should have some overhang. So I'm lining up round 1, because this is the first round of a 4.5, and I've got some overhang here. So I'm going to trim that off, and that's why I said you don't have to be too hung up about getting everything central, because you are trimming away. Turn your block, or turn your mat, whichever, recenter that round 1, which I've lost, there it is, hexagon, and you should find that the ones you've cut are starting to line up on the edge. I haven't turned it enough. Let's turn it one more. Oh, turned it too many now. Oh, do you know what? It's Monday morning.
It is Monday morning.
Rain fog. Let's just trim as we go. And then we can work our way around the block. And you can see already we are getting nice, neat finish. We're not having to measure things. It's all done for us. I'm just lining up cut lines on a black line, uncut lines on a sewn seams on a dotted line. So it's quite an easy tool to remember how to use.
Also as well, Susie, you know, it's a few pieces and suddenly you've got really quite an impressive looking and quite a large bit of patchwork there.
Absolutely.
It grows quickly.
Yeah. Now you then move on to the next one and you repeat the process. But make sure that you start on the side that you started the previous one on.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
it is a true log cabin. You're doing it in rotation.
Yes.
And you just, again, work your way around. So
now, half of my remaining stock of the hexagon trim tool is in baskets. Loads of you have already checked out, and I'm proud of you. Well done. You've got 3 split pays as well if you want them. You don't need to pay all $25.99 now, although it's a really good price for actually a very versatile tool. Because remember, you don't have to do the log cabin stuff. You can just cut out big hexagons or big half hexagons. If I just show you on the tool itself, you've got this seam allowance through the centre, which means you can cut out half hexagons, which are really easy to machine piece with no Y seams.
Yeah.
You can also cut all of the smaller sizes, the 2.5, 4, 6 and 8.5 inch hexagons, and you can just piece a hexagon quilt really easily. But you can do all these different options of log cabin as well. So it's a really versatile tool. Now we have put 3 split pays on this, so you can take 3 split pays if you want. £8.66 gets it home, and then next month and the month after, another payment of £8.66. But really, really fantastic thing to have in your toolkit. And, you know, for me, if I used this once and it saved me 10 hours of measuring and template making and fuss and bother, and I'd consider that it was $25.99 well spent if I used it once for one quilt. But I won't. I'll use it loads of times. I'll use it for bags, cushions, runners, you name it. I mean, what about a lovely Christmas version without the beehive? And then you could do that as in greens and reds and golds and ivories for Christmas. It could be beautiful. Or a whole quilt.
And that, because the blocks come up so big, they make really good placemats.
Oh, nice, yeah.
So if you do your up to a 6.5 inch, and then cut your backing at 8.5 inch, you can do a self-backed
Oh, I like that.
hexagon-shaped
Yeah.
placemat, which I think is a real game changer if you're having friends round, for example.
Yeah, I like that as well. Lovely. Oh, nice message from Joy, who's in Cambridgeshire. Lovely part of the
Hello,
world.
Joy.
Good morning, Stuart and Susie. Lovely quilt. Ah, Joy from Peterborough, which I know very well.
Yeah, I know Joy very well. I
do
used to
you?
work with her.
Oh,
Yeah.
sweet.
Yeah.
Ah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Now, Susie, one thing I notice on your wall hanging
Yeah.
is that we've got, obviously, edge pieces, because a hexagon kind of goes
Yeah,
on
I'm
forever.
just going to show you how
Oh, are
to
you?
do
Because there's some
those.
skinny triangles.
There are.
And some half hexes.
That is another reason I love this ruler, because when I knew what I wanted, I had in my head what I wanted to design, and then I thought, oh no, it's going to end up with funny corners, and I hate doing that on binding. And
Right.
So how do I get around that problem? And then I looked at the tool and thought, oh, it's not a problem.
It's all there,
all
isn't it?
there.
You
So-
see, the other thing people sometimes do is to just piece more hexagons and then trim them off. Oh, I hate the waste of sewing and fabric.
Don't. It's
So you cut those side pieces with the tool.
So, yes, so the tool has got, as Stuart's already shown you, you've got your half hexie marked. Make sure you have it the right way up so you gain your seam allowance, which is the wider version. So you're cutting beyond, so you should have a little sort of indent. If you're, but to do the very top corners, instead of cutting a whole half hexagon and only using a slither, they've given you a skinny one. So you're literally just going to line that up on the edge of your fabric, and you're going to cut round. Now do cut the sides square, because it
yes.
makes it so much easier to piece. So
yeah, so it's
literally-
not a triangle, is
No.
it? It's actually a pentagon.
It's almost like a pennant shape,
Yeah.
which in fact I have another plan for as well.
Because that's your seam allowance along the
exactly.
bottom.
Now the other fantastic thing with this is, because it is Y-seam, well, this pattern is Y-seamed, the ruler has a load of holes. The mice have not been eating it, it is deliberate. And what you're going to do is, on the reverse of your blocks, is mark your quarter. Now this seems a step in a pattern where you think, really, do I want to be doing that?
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do, because it makes life super, super easy. Even if you think you are the best person in the world at stopping at 1/4 inch and starting at 1/4 inch, this is worth doing. So I've marked, just with the fabric pen on the reverse, 1/4 inch in from every corner. Now, if you don't have this tool and you've gone down the make your own template route, just get your straight ruler out and mark the 1/4 inch sides. You can draw a line if you want to, or add a 1/4 ruler would do it as well. But why have that when it's all there for you? You're also going to do that on your skinnies and
Well,
your
those dots
halves.
also mean that if you like to hand piece and
Yeah.
you want to do a hand pieced hexagon quilt, but you don't fancy doing English paper piecing, use those dots and then use the running stitch method.
Absolutely.
American hand
Yeah.
piecing, yeah, where you're not using
Yeah.
paper at all. A little bit jealous, Jill. She says, I'm going to Australia at the end of the month. Sydney, Brisbane, Cairns and Melbourne.
Do you need
Love
something
it,
to carry your
doll.
luggage?
Love it, doll.
Oh, happy
Yeah.
to carry luggage.
Gorgeous, lovely places.
Yeah.
Melbourne's also got some lovely vineyards around it. There's one gorgeous, I know
Did
it's...
you just do a vineyard tour?
The thing is, a bottle of wine lasts me 2 weeks because I have about that much in the bottom of a glass and I'm done. But I love vineyard tours because I just love the process.
Yeah.
The people are passionate.
And usually the surroundings are phenomenal.
Amazing,
Yeah.
amazing. And there is a gorgeous vineyard and restaurant that you can go to just on the outskirts of Melbourne, which we went to with cousins.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful, so lovely. And it was featured in Kath and Kim, which I'm obsessed with.
Well, there you go. Sorted. So I have pinned these. You don't have to, but the reason I pin is because it then reminds me of my quarters. and it holds everything together. To be honest, because you've trimmed everything the same size, it's really easy to then piece. So I'm going to sew between those dots. So it's a dot to dot as well.
That is so easy.
It is. It makes life, honestly, it's super quick to assemble this wall hanging.
Yeah.
And stress-free.
In some ways, these methods are more beginner-friendly than what we think of as beginner sewing, like strip piecing.
Yeah. This is a definite beginner-friendly pattern. You don't have to be an established quilter. But it means that, look at that, they come together so perfectly.
Brilliant.
Now, if you wanted to add in your skinny triangle, so I know we'd normally put a half in here, but I'll just do it with a skinny. When you come to piece them, it's going to go in that way round. So you're going to turn it upside down, and you are going to match the ends. Now, because we've already sewn one end, because we've left that 1/4 inch, is free.
Yeah.
So you can move your fabric around, and suddenly a Y seam is not scary Mary.
No, you're actually not sewing a Y seam at all.
No,
You're sewing a straight seam.
But you've left that 1/4 inch, so
Yeah.
you're not having to worry about anything else. But again, you're going to start on the dot and finish on the dot, and that will inset that side. And you do one side at a time. Don't try and piece it all in one.
I'm just going to get everything ready to recap the kits in a second.
Yeah.
I
And then
do
we'll
want to
do the-
see the binding tool in
we're going to
action
do
in a
that.
moment
That's
too.
Yeah, that's on my next. So the next side, I'm just going to flip the whole thing, and again, marry up your edge on this side, like that. And you're going to straighten it out to marry that side, and you'll stitch those two together.
5 rulers up for grabs. 2 now. Everything else is in baskets all checked out. Grab your trim tool. Grab your trim tool. It's 3-way split pay, $8.66 today. That, Susie, was a fantastic demo of a Y seam, and look how easy it was.
So good.
There it is.
Just need
It's done.
to press that.
And
And
then
when
you
I
just press
press,
it.
I press towards the skinny.
Brilliant.
Or towards the half.
Brilliant.
Right, let's get on to the fun binding.
Now I'm just going to show the 3 kits. So first one, we'll do same order as before. So first kit, you're getting these different fabrics, 2.5 meters in total. So 1/2 meter of each. Really love these. Got that gorgeous bee fabric. Plus your instructions for $39.99. That's set 1. Set 2 uses solids and blenders. So 2 solids and 2 blenders. I might have to just applique a little bee on this somewhere.
Well, I was going to add that into the pattern because I actually spent 6 hours of my life designing a bee.
Oh.
And I was going to put it in.
Yeah.
But then I couldn't decide where to put it on there.
Next time.
But I will next time. But the reason I left these bits really big is so that you can embroider
Yeah.
onto things.
Love
I'm
that.
using the bee for something else,
Love
though,
that.
you see. That's why I didn't use it.
There's your last bundle. Lewis and Irene, Bumbleberries, gorgeous, really soft and gentle. And that's actually the one that Susie used for the finished sample. Instructions on their own. Physical copy. Physical copy. Here's the details. There we go. $9.99. And then digital download instructions. So exactly the same instructions, but a digital download, different order number. It's an instant payment, instant download, $9.99 again, BGS 439. Great. Now, don't forget the ruler. Really, really useful. We're down to our last few of these now. You are going to need to be quick and check out your baskets. How many in baskets? 27 in baskets. We're oversubscribed. We are oversubscribed. That doesn't mean you can't grab a ruler now and check out, because you can. Well done. More checkouts. That's brilliant. Well done, everybody. Well done if you got that. Now, brand new tool. This is the Magic Binding Maker from Taylor Seville. Oh, excuse me.
Bless you.
Can I just have some water, please? It's the Magic Binding Maker from Taylor Seville. And, Susie, I'm going to give this back to you. Quarter of the stock's gone already on pre-order.
I was staring at my desk thinking, I'm sure there's something missing.
Yeah, it's 2.5 inches, not question mark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is 2.5 inches.
So this makes 2.5 inch, well, it uses 2.5 inch wide strips of fabric.
Yeah.
So that's the strip width I always do for a binding.
Yeah, ditto.
Yeah, great.
I mean, it's my standard binding strip. And most of the people I know use 2.5 inches. So this is such a useful gadget because you can do this without an iron, sat watching the telly.
Fab, I'm there.
Perfect binding. So I'll just quickly show you how it works, but then there's one tip I want to give you as well.
Yep.
So
Do you mind if you just move the fabric out of the way, please? That's perfect,
yeah.
Thank you.
I chose a pink mat, which was really silly, wasn't it? It was pink fabric.
Do you want a different mat? Let me grab you a different mat. Will a smaller one do?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's just
There
a
we go.
process. There you go. Cool. So as I said, you don't need your
Binding
iron.
tool. Yep.
God, total brain freeze. The housekeeping bits. So inside you've got 2 rollers that create a really good pressure to the point where you don't need your iron.
Mm-hmm.
You've got these siliconized hinges with strong grips on them. So again, that's going to be durable and robust. So you open up your little gadget, your binding tool. You take your strip and you're going to fold it in half just to start it off. Mm-hmm. I would suggest that the area, if you're right-handed, it is ambidextrous, by the way. If you're right-handed, make sure the area to your left is clutter-free. If you're left-handed, make sure the area to your right is clutter-free, because you'll want to stretch out your binding so it doesn't get in a twizzle, because twizzle binding isn't great, is it?
We don't want that.
So you're going to feed that in, and there are 2 solid guides, so it can't lay anywhere else. Once you've got it just beyond that tool edge, you're going to shut down the hinge, so you've got a little bit poking out. You're going to press down and you're going to click in those locks.
And I had a go with this earlier, and they click in very firmly.
Yeah, I mean, nothing moves after that unless you pull it. Nothing is going, so I can carry it around. It's that tight. So then, not that you'd do that, but, you know, just to demonstrate
I'm actually
how
picturing
tight.
myself doing it, Susie. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, I'm not going to say a word. So you're going to pull your binding, and I'm moving it relatively quickly, and it instantly folds it in half. I'm not having to pre-fold it this side. I'm just making sure it's not kinked.
Not
to this
tangled.
side. And you keep going.
Can I come for a closer look?
Yeah, it's so cool. And look how tight that fold is.
That I'm just going to open it so you can see. That is a proper
It is.
sharp. Look at the sharp crease.
Yeah. I mean, that is trouser crease sharp.
Get out of town. And if you were in the army as well, get out of town.
Phenomenal, isn't it?
That is absolutely
I haven't cheated.
amazing.
I haven't starched my fabric. It's straight off the boat.
No.
But what happens if you've got a king-size quilt? You know, that beautiful William Morris quilt? Joins. So the best join that causes least disruption is a mitered join.
A diagonal seam. Yeah, we always do that for
Absolutely.
bindings though, right?
So that's where your binding buddy is a brilliant bit of kit. And I know we've got this on the show as well.
Yeah.
So not only can you cut your 2.5 inch strips mega easily, cross fabric because it's that big.
Yep.
But it's got a mitered end. So yes, I can draw a mitre if I want to, but why would I do that when I've got this bit of kit that does it for me? So I'm going to line up 2 ends and do 2 at once. Whoops.
Oh, ace, okay, yeah. So will you show us with a join?
Yeah.
Great.
I'm going to show you how to
this
get
is
to the
absolutely
join.
blowing my mind. I think it's ace.
So normally I'd cut my strips and then I'd use the binding buddy tool to cut my 45-degree ends. And this is also great. If you wanted mitered corners on anything, like a placemat, you can do that easily with this tool as well. So this is a great ruler. It's quite a long ruler to carry around, but it is a good ruler. So I'm just going to cut across, and this is all I'm doing is saving myself the effort of drawing a line and pinning.
Also really good if you want to make your own jelly roll strips.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Yeah.
Because it cuts 2.5-inch strips.
Yeah. So what I'm now going to do, you don't have to bother with that business because you don't need any of that. What you do is you put them together the wrong way round. So like that. So those square ends will line up. You sew across your 1/4 inch like you would normally.
Okay.
But everything is squared off. So I've got no lines to follow. I've got no pins.
No dog ears.
No dog ears. It's super, super quick.
There are some really clever, innovative products out there,
Get
aren't
my
there?
little seam wand out again.
Oh, Taylor Seville, you've done it again.
Yeah.
Honestly, that binding maker
Is phenomenal, isn't
is
it?
magic.
Yeah.
It is. I thought
is
it would
in
be a
their magic
soft fold.
pins.
I thought it would be a soft
No.
fold, though. I wasn't expecting the crispness
No.
without the heat of an iron.
But look how good that mitre is using that tool.
Yeah.
I love it. So then I can carry on. Obviously, you'd have done that beforehand, but I can carry on whizzing through.
And you're not having to pull it through slowly, are you?
No.
It's not like it's applying heat and it needs time.
Absolutely. I mean, I've used quite a few different binding type tools in my time, and some of them I'm forever. I've got this side, I've got to do it myself almost before it goes through. And it's like, well, what's the point in that? I might as well just get the iron out.
Yeah, quite.
But, right, I'm coming up to the fold.
Okay.
The join, sorry.
Yeah.
So, again, no problem.
The join's going through now.
Absolutely.
Yes, there it's gone.
There you go, it's gone. Still a crisp seam.
Oh, don't miss out on this, will you? I don't know how long it'll take
Phenomenal.
us to get more in stock. We bought absolutely loads because it is the exclusive TV launch. I have not seen this anywhere else, and it's absolutely blown my mind. It's so cool.
It's so fun.
But don't miss out.
But do you know what's even better?
Go on.
In the kit, you also get a little binding bobbin. So once you've done this, so you can get ahead of the game and keep your bobbin, instead of what I normally do is I make my binding at the beginning when I've cutting everything out and doing my first lot of
Oh, you are
pressing.
disciplined.
I am very, yeah.
Right,
And then I have this bit of binding hanging somewhere in my room.
Yeah, which you can lose.
Or the dog gets hold of, so which is a bit of another issue.
Yeah.
But this little gadget means I can wind it on here. It keeps its crease. It's not going to get rucked and destroyed, and I know exactly where it is. And when I go to workshops, if I take the quilt with me, which I have been known to do, then it's all neatly
all
folded
done.
for me. I've not got to repress it when I get there, although it is
Can you
quite good
imagine
fun.
if you took that binding buddy to a workshop?
Everybody would want it.
You'd have a crowd around you.
Yeah. It's like,
It's
all right,
so
can you just,
clever.
while you're sat there, could I just feed mine in as
Would
well?
you mind, Jean, while you're there?
Exactly.
Yes, I would.
But-
That's magic. Listen,
And no
there's
burnt
so
fingers.
many in baskets now. How many in baskets, please? Oh, now listen, I've got to tell you, I'm down to double figures.
Look at that.
Now, I started off with hundreds
Oh, Dad.
of these magic binding maker because our buyers bought in what they thought was enough for a few months, yeah? Wrong. I'm down to double figures and my numbers are falling like rain. They are. They're falling like rain. So I'm going to keep you updated on the numbers, but don't miss out on this. It's super, super clever.
I mean, you can just go on and on. I just love it. It's
Brilliant
so
stuff.
But it's also a great one to get children doing as well, because there's nothing in there that they can harm themselves with.
Sounds like child labour to me.
No. But they love gadgets, don't they?
Yeah, for sure.
They love a gadget. And if you show them this, they're going to think, wow, this is good fun. Look, I've got an open piece of fabric this side and it's closed that.
Really,
Great
really
fun.
clever.
But if you're doing binding for bunting or edges of quilts, anything, it makes it really, really quick. And you can sit and do a load of them.
It's absolutely brilliant. Now, I've got to let you know, we are at that point where we are just about oversubscribed for the magic binding tool. It's absolutely brilliant. It's not often that something comes along in the quilting world now, because I'm so old, that I look at and go, wow.
That's rude, because I'm old.
That's impressive. No, but that's impressive.
Yeah.
I mean more that I've been quilting for such a long time. It's rare that something comes along that goes, actually, do you know what? That's amazing.
Yeah.
And that is amazing. Who knew that the iron could be made obsolete?
Exactly. I mean,
because no heat required.
And how many times when you're doing binding, pressing, do you catch your fingers, the edge of your fingers?
Oh, I
Because
hate making binding,
You know,
Susie.
you do it right up. Don't need an iron now, no chance of me burning my fingers, and I've got the absolute perfect binding,
Yep.
really crisp finish. So it doesn't matter if you bind from the front or the back, it's going to be a phenomenal job.
Beautiful, absolutely brilliantly done. Such a clever tool. How many in baskets have I got? Okay, now there's about 35 of you that are going to miss out. You need to check out your baskets, please. While we're here, I'm just going to talk about the binding buddy. I've only got 12 of these left. This is the 2.5-inch wide ruler. You can rotary cut with it. It has a hole for hanging so that when it's not in use, you keep it on your wall. It's got the perfect mitre, so it's not a point actually. It's squared off so that you've got no dog ears. So you trim around this and then you've got no dog ears. So for things like doing that mitered join for binding strips, for doing that final join so that you've got a nice, perfect, continuous binding that goes around your quilt. But also if you're cutting 2.5-inch strips, jelly roll strips, really useful and quick tool. I've got 6 of these rulers left. That will sell out because there's over 40 of you with it in your basket. Now, the Magic Binding Maker makes 2.5-inch binding strips. So that is the standard strip width for quilt binding, for double fold binding. Now, there is a plan, I think, for a 2.25-inch wide, isn't there?
Yeah, it's not yet arrived.
No.
But there is a 2.25 is the other size.
Some quilters use 2.25, don't they?
They do, yeah.
For double fold
Yeah.
binding. So that will be coming out in the future. But to be fair, I would say 100% of the time I use 2.5-inch wide strips.
Yeah.
You occasionally use 2.25.
I do occasionally, and if I'm tight on fabric on some things, then the place I will skimp is that 1/4-inch on my binding.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it's very rare. I mean, I can count on one hand the number of times I've done 2.25.
Agreed. So for those of you asking, are there other sizes available? There will be a 2.25 in the future, but right now, and this is a single fold. So although it makes double fold binding, it's a single fold that it creates to create your binding strip. I am literally down to teens now. We had hundreds. There's 54 in baskets. Check out Susie. Thank you so much for
Very
an amazing
welcome.
hour.
Whistle top tour.
We planned all of this and it seemed like too much to get through in an hour, but
But
you've
we did
done
it, yes.
You superstar. Right, well done. Okay, we'll see Susie in an hour with the gorgeous Kaleidoscope quilt. But after the break, I'm joined by Hayley West, who is back for another fabulous hour. It's exceptionally good. It's extra special because we're looking at Easter projects. There are eggs involved. I won't be touching a one of them. But join us after the break.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Now, in a few weeks' time, lots of us will be celebrating Easter. eggs and baskets and loveliness
Yes.
often get-togethers, and I love a bit of seasonal decorating and seasonal
absolutely.
gifting.
Gets you ready
Hayley
for
West
it.
is back with exceptional Easter project patterns. Now, this is a great value pattern because you're actually getting 4 different projects in one. Talk us through the projects.
Okay.
This is the physical pattern, by the way, £12.
Yeah, we've got 4 projects, and hopefully these are going to get your home ready for the season. So we've got an Easter egg runner. Oh, sorry, actually on the screen we've got the basket. So there's the Easter egg runner. Kind of gone horizontal, so maybe that's the way it's going to run on your table. Chat about in the pattern if you're wanting to make it longer. I've made mine to the width of the fabric.
I think really nice to have as a vertical
Yes,
sort of
actually, yeah.
Easter welcome. We've
Yeah.
all got, you could hang that on a door or to the side in an
Absolutely,
alcove.
yeah. And in this one, you're going to learn a few techniques. So you've got a bit of applique going on with this. You've got a bit of echo quilting. Obviously, you can learn how to do a binding as well. So it's a nice little educational project as well. Using up some of your scraps for the applique and the bands that you've got on there as well. Nice, fun little project, I think.
It's a really fun project. So that's one. You mentioned a basket.
I love
Look
this.
At this.
Makes me want to go on an Easter egg hunt.
Oh, for sure. I mean, someone's been hunting. Look at that.
True story, Stuart. It started off with lots of eggs like that, and then I took the photograph, which you've got, and then I left it on the side at home. Every time I kept coming back, there was one less egg, till there were about 4 in the bottom, so I had to go shopping
got
again
mice?
yesterday. I think we have lots of mice, yeah.
You, or just one big mouse who likes
I
chocolate.
think they take it in turns, to be fair.
Yeah, yeah.
Next
and then
one.
this is adorable. Look.
So my idea was that this might be nice for a table setting. So, you know, at Christmas we have crackers and things like that. I just thought that might be something nice. But again, it could be something that's a gift.
Yeah.
Useful to present at any gift, to be fair.
Brilliant. You get the pattern for that. And then also
coaster.
you get the pattern for your coaster.
But you know what? I think this could double up if you wanted to. You could make it into almost egg bunting. And I'll chat about that because we leave an opening at the bottom to turn it. But if you left an opening at the top and you managed to get that binding tool, you could literally make your binding and put this as like egg bunting.
Yeah, you could.
You? Yeah.
I think it'd be lovely.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. And you could also applique Happy Easter on it.
Do also, yeah.
We'll do the digital pattern now. So details on screen have been for the physical pattern, but those are gone now. Well, they're not gone, but I mean, they're not gone, but the graphics are gone. Now this is the digital download. So this is instant download. So you could be cracking on with this. So you did that. Hey, this afternoon, £12. No P&P if this is the only thing you buy today. And it's an instant download. And you get all your full-size templates, don't you?
Absolutely, they're all in there. So
Absolutely brilliant.
yeah, if you do want to, well, if you don't want to actually kind of chop into your pattern, whether it's the paper version or whether it's the digital one, obviously digital, you just print it off again, don't you? But you are able to kind of photocopy that or scan it in for your own personal use.
Can I just ask quickly, what's your angel policy?
Make and sell.
Make and sell
Yeah,
for
obviously-
profit, charity?
Absolutely, whichever.
Yep.
Obviously, the projects when you've made them up, nothing, not the pattern, obviously.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah,
that's,
the pattern
that's a
is-
standard.
Yeah, that's just
But
the
yeah,
obvious.
and also there's loads of other additional little bits and pieces in there. So I've used the lucernirene for the fabric to do the actual eggs on this one, but there are additional little templates that you could be using. Things like the little silhouettes of there's bunnies in there, might be the little bows you wanting to add, or you might have your own version of applique. You might want to put little names on there. It's entirely up to you. And there's a lovely bundle of the fabrics, which are just at the...
Yep.
Oh, is it that one?
We're going to
okay.
start with this one.
Oh, I see, fair enough. So yeah, I didn't get these. That's why when you said lucernirene, I thought, oh, it's those fabrics. Completely ignore what I said.
So we've got some lovely bundles. Now you get your pattern included and your fabric, okay? So here's the first. So this is all lucernirene fabric. So you've got a whole 1.5 meters. That's gorgeous.
That'd be a lovely one for the runner, wouldn't it?
Really
For the
gorgeous.
background, yeah.
That's a tiny tonals. And then this one, now this is from it's the Cassandra Connolly, isn't it? Joys of Spring. These are absolutely stunning. 0.5 meters of each of those, plus of course you get your pattern. Those are lovely.
Lovely, yeah. A little
Really
bit envious
lovely.
of those.
Yeah, they're gorgeous, aren't they? And I like that they're real kind of like soft vintage colours as well. Very pretty. £57.99. That's for all your fabric. You get 3.5 metres of fabric. You're also getting your pattern for 4 projects, remember? £57.99. So that's our first bundle.
Wonderful.
Now, our second bundle has got gorgeous, bright Dreams fabrics in it from Lewis and Irene.
This is the one I thought you were going to talk about when I was talking about the eggs on the basket.
So you've got your half metres, you've got this fabulous sharp sort of grassy green, you've got a pop of fuchsia, this is very like bright Easter eggs, you've got your yellow, golden yellow, half metres of each, you've got your jade, and then you've got some Rose and Hubble cream, 1.5 metres. Great price, $44.99. Again, you are getting your pattern. Is that more than enough to make everything?
Way more, because when you consider the base fabric that I've used for my runner, I did it from selvage to selvage. So it depends on the size of your table, but if you've actually got 1.5 metres of that, I only used about 13 inches. So
Yep.
you've got a lot of table runners. You'll be using that for other projects. And with your applique, whichever of the projects you're going for, you can play around with the kind of layout. So utilising every last part of that. So
Yeah.
you've got a huge amount of creativity with that bundle if you're just using it for the Easter projects.
Really good value. And also as well, don't be afraid to get your bundle, but also to pop in some of your scraps, some of your bits and bobs as well. So we've got a Riley Blake bundle.
Oh, this is pretty.
Very nice indeed. So you've got 1.5 metres of white solid. So this is going to be a real kind of crisp and fresh. And then look at these beautiful designs.
Oh, the
little Easter
eggs.
eggs with florals. Again, a different colourway. Absolutely beautiful stripe there. And then look at this gorgeous Easter eggs. It's called Easter Egg Hunt from Riley Blake.
Lovely.
That's lush.
Isn't that pretty?
Sophisticated.
Yeah, like it.
Very pretty. Yeah, love that. Oh, I just love Easter and I love decorating for Easter.
Yeah.
And your 4 projects are perfect.
Oh, thank you. Very
But also
nice.
as well, if you've got an Easter fair coming up, fundraiser, think about these little baskets, these baskets here, even the coasters for making and selling projects.
Well, this is it, and I'd like to think that a lot of these projects are all year projects. So we've
Yeah.
only because we've got Easter eggs featuring on the applique and actually inside the basket that they're specifically for Easter. I mean, all
Yeah.
year round.
Yeah. No, I think it's great. Fab. And then my last bundle is solids, which again is so versatile. Now, you've got 1.5 metres. Is that latte? Here are your solids.
I love these. They're like candy colours, these.
Yep, latte, and then aqua, bright pink, buttercup and lime. Those are your solids. And do you know what we're going to do? It should be £32.99. Oh, you get your instructions as well, of course. But we're going to take the price under £30.
Wow,
Just
including
as a
the pattern
special-
as well.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
okay.
£29.99. Great. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You know, that goes really nicely. I'm just going to put the Lewis and Irene, because if you get both bundles
yeah.
and you can mix and match.
I only got
look.
these 2 bundles, to be fair, and that's all that I worked with, and I've made loads.
In this bundle, you know, you're getting all of your solids for £17.99.
Oh, my
That's
goodness, that's
amazing.
good.
Amazing.
That
What a
is
great
really
price. What a great price. Really fun. Get the kids involved as well. I'm sure there's lots of parts of this that children could help
Absolutely.
with. Tracing and,
also
cutting
use
out.
your imagination with regard to the table runner. We've been talking about the table runner, but you could use it almost to go in the quilt, where we've got the bamboo down the sides of the centrepiece. You could literally put eggs. I'm not suggesting you put the eggs with the bamboo, but you know, if you're making an Easter quilt, then you could use that in loads and loads of different ways.
Yeah, it's lovely. Really fun project. Really fun. can you show us something,
Of course
please?
I can.
Love that.
Of course I can. I would love to. And I have to say, can I pinch one of the patterns back again? I don't.
Yeah, of course you can.
Just so as I can show. Because in here, I'm not going to show you all the nitty gritty because that's what it's all about, getting the download and everything. But you're going to learn everything, including things how to do your binding. So it's all included within there. But I only want this so as I can kind of mention to you that you're going to get all your applique at the back there. And this is where you can kind of decide what you're going to use for your applique and your project. So I'm going to actually turn that back on itself, which is a bit naughty, but it's so as I don't give you too much information, basically. So let's fold that back. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to look at the table runner. And as I mentioned, what I did with my table runner is I just went selvage to selvage for the width of the kind of fabric, bolt width, and I've made it the depth that I want it to be. There's a lot of kind of freedom to create with this one. So you can decide on the length, you can decide on the width. I don't know how big your table is. So
Absolutely.
I've kind of gone with my coffee table. So there you go. So those are the dimensions that I've kind of worked with.
And
so,
you've backed that with some...
well, I've got
wadding?
This is some wadding that I've had it for years actually, and it's not one that we've actually got on the show because it's just from my stash. It's kind of what I call like a craft wadding, so using the better stuff. If you wanted to do something that's going to be heat resistant, then definitely do go for one of the ones that we've got on the show.
We've got polyester wadding. We've also got Insulbright
That'd be a
as
good
well.
one. That would
And
be a
we've
good
got
one.
In Our Form. Now, In Our Form can be used for table runners, and you get a bit of sponginess, a bit of protection. But also, Insulbright is great if you want to make a table runner that will help reflect heat away from your table. I'd always do a double layer if it was me.
Absolutely, because you can get that kind of clouding, can't you, if you're not careful. If you've
Yeah.
got a nice wooden table, then it can affect it. So within your actual pattern, you're going to get loads of different templates, one of which being the egg template, which is the one here. I've written freezer paper on that one just to remind me, and this is good if you're going to be making lots of these because it means that you're not having a detrimental effect with your paper. So you can literally just cut this out. Because it's symmetrical, it doesn't matter which side of the freezer paper that you're using, but it just means you can iron that onto your fabric and use that to trim around rather than using this and drawing around it with a pen.
Can freezer paper literally be used for everything? I mean, it's just a brilliant,
Genius,
brilliant
isn't
product.
it?
It's great.
Yeah.
£7.49 is exceptionally good value. I think on Hobbycraft now, it's £11 a roll.
Wow.
£7.49 on Sewing Street. Yeah.
Wow.
So fabulous. And you get 50 square metres in a roll. So it really is brilliant stuff. There we go, look. Hobbycraft, exactly the same product.
Oops.
Great reviews. Great reviews. Of
Yeah,
course, it's a
good
wonderful
stuff.
product.
Yeah.
But I'd rather not pay £11,
That's a
thanks.
brilliant price that we've got.
Yeah, it's great.
I love that. Now, what you can do as well, I've not tried it with that particular, because it's on a roll, but if you trim it down to A4 sheets and you've gone for the download, you can actually print the templates onto your, don't do it on a laser printer, because obviously you've got the kind of the waxiness of the freezer paper, and that could have an effect on your printer. But if you've got an inkjet printer, one side you can print on it, the other you can't, and I can never remember which way around it is, but just do a little test piece, and then that actually means you could just literally trim around those applique pieces, so you won't need to do what I'm doing next, but it's perfect to cut out your egg shapes as well. So when it comes to doing your applique, what I do is I use a little bit of, the steam to steam,
Wonder
is
Web?
it? Or
Steam
Wonder Web,
steam?
yeah, whichever of those. As long as or a fuser web, whatever you've got within your stash.
Wonder Web right
Oh,
here.
there you go, absolutely perfect. And that's going to be useful to actually trace off your shape. So I'm just going to trace off one of these little bows just while we have a little kind of look at that maybe. So just literally take a pen. Don't take a heat erasable pen because you're going to iron this onto the back of your fabrics
Good
in a
point,
wee while,
Nats.
and all of a sudden your design will disappear.
Yeah.
So just literally roughly trace around that. It doesn't have
Are
to
you
be.
drawing on the paper or the fusible side?
On the paper.
Yeah,
So the
paper
fusible
side.
is on the side. Pretty much everything with the exception of the bunny rabbit symmetrical. So there's very, very forgiving with the designs that we've got on this. And just roughly trace. It's just basically to give you a little bit of a guideline when it comes to cutting out your pieces. And you're going to get a lot of these cut out of that piece that you've got there. There we go, like so.
£2.99 for that. Well worth popping in your basket.
Okay, so I've got that now. So I'm going to fuse that to the back of my fabric that I would use to create my little bow. So let's just grab a scrap of fabric and let's actually do that while we're chatting about it. Got my iron, I've got my pressing mat. Thank you, my lovely. I would usually use the applique mat that we have in stock, but I forgot to bring mine. Well, not in stock, we sell here, but I forgot to bring mine with me and I forgot to mention it, so it's not on the show. So I would then take a pair of scissors and cut that, but I haven't got my paper scissors with me, so
Grab your scissors.
that's okay. I can just,
sure?
yeah, I'll just put it. There used to be a pair up, hanging up, but I think somebody's run off with them. So I don't know where they've gone.
Restock, don't we?
We do.
Tools.
So what you're going to do is you're going to take that and iron it to the reverse of your fabric. Now, if it's a case of that you've got something like lettering in a technique or the bunny rabbit, you may have to kind of mirror the design that you're actually creating if you want it to go in a specific direction. Because this is symmetrical, it doesn't matter that it's going onto the back. Freezer paper, again, you can iron it onto the back or the front, depends on which way you want to work with it. But all I'm doing is just pressing that in place. I've got a little bit wispy bits there, so I'm keeping away from the mat there. And then all you would literally do, don't put that on there because we know what happens, you then cut your design out, and then we do suggest that you just trim just outside, just a couple of little mil just outside of that design as you're working your way around. And because we've pressed it, that is why you do not use a heat erasable pen when you're doing that. So you just trim around your piece. I'm not going to stand here cutting bits out because that's not exactly very exciting, is it? So here is one I prepared earlier. So I use a little bit of fabric from my scrap. Could be one of those gorgeous flowers.
Bit of cave.
Well, this is it. But it could have been one of those beautiful fabrics that I wasn't sent. I'm not bitter.
No, but if you use something like, for example, the solids bundle, and then use your scraps to cut things like a little trim for your Easter egg or a little bow for your egg from, you know, from some kind of like little scrap or some special fabric, and then it will really show off. I'll just recap that bundle while we're here.
Yeah.
You get 1.5 meters. Oh, Jimmy, well done.
Oh, look
you
at
get
that.
1.5 meters, as if by magic, 1.5 meters of latte, and then 0.5 meter there of bright pink. You've got buttercup, you've got lime, and you've got aqua. Very nice oodles of fabric for under £30. And you are getting your £12 instructions in with that bundle as well, which means you're getting an exceptional price on the fabric.
So I've got my little bow cut out. I have still got my paper on the back of it. So at the moment, it's just as it is. But then it's one of those things that oh, sorry, I didn't mention today. You trace around your pattern. This is the prototype pattern that I've got. So my eggs are a little bit larger, but yours are a little bit smaller on your template. You just decide what design you're wanting to come up with. So I've got some little strips of fabric here. I've got some of the bundle web on the back there. So you can literally audition them up. I love it when you kind of get the bolds mixed up with other, so you can literally take different sections. I mean, this one was the same fabric, but when you actually use different parts of it, you get different results and lay them down. That would work nice, isn't it? Because you've got that little bit of purple in there, so you could pop that on there. Or it could be that you've got a little bit of a pink strip. I've just noticed a pink strip over there. What about a bit of pink? Should we go with that?
Yes.
I kind of like that. So what you would do then is you would take the backing off and we would put that in place. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to trim it down a little bit because I haven't got my applique mat with me. So I'm just going to turn that over and I'm just going to put a couple of little lines. Make sure it's kind of sitting horizontally across where you want it to go. Because if you're using a fuser mat, then you don't have to mess about doing what I'm doing here. But I had a very crazy day yesterday and I forgot to pack it into the car. So I'm just going to trace that and I'm just going to cut those pieces like so. Okay. And that on that side as well. And then I'm going to bring my pressing mat back in. So let's move those. We'll use those for another project, maybe other eggs. And then I will take the egg. Now, the big egg that we've got, I'm going to leave the paper on the back of that one because if I take that off, I'm going to fuse it to the mat. And I do
You'd end up with a lovely decorated iron
Absolutely.
board.
Might struggle to applique it because I don't think the sewing machine would go through, but you never know. And then you take your pieces. I'm just going to take the little strip there. You just remove the backing, so that will come across, off nice and easy. You just position it where you want it to go horizontally, and then you come in with your hot iron. When it comes to applique, we press press, we don't iron. So that means that you're going to pop your iron down, you're going to hold it in for a few moments, because the heat will pass through the fabric, pass through that bonder web, and then fuse it to your fabric there. So it's not going anywhere, it's in place. Do suggest that you do add stitches, so you applique along the edge as well. But to be honest, it depends what you're doing. If you're doing a project that's just going to be hanging up, then you don't have to. It could be literally a case of that you just literally just leave it as it is. So only if it's being ironed or laundered, washed, should I say, then I would worry about stitching it in place, because that's when look at you, your quirky angles.
I mean, do you know, it's all about the angle. It's all about the angle.
I love it. I love it. Now, what I would then do is I would go on and do applique to actually put those in place.
What kind of stitch do you like for applique?
Well, I use satin stitch, but I do love a button stitch. Not buttonhole, applique, not applique. Oh, blanket.
A blanket stitch,
The
yeah.
little blanket stitch, that is one of my favourites.
Yeah.
But
I
then
really love that combination.
Then all you would do is you would add a little satin stitch or whatever your chosen stitch is. I'm not going to do it with all of these ones because obviously we've got a lot to work through here. But you would end up with something along the lines like that, where you put it in place. At this stage, your paper is still attached to the back of your piece.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that. So you do your applique off the block?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Cool. I like that. I like
it depends.
that.
I mean, you don't have to, but
No,
what
I like
I
that a
sometimes
lot.
find where you've got the multiple layers,
Yep.
then sometimes, especially when you've got tight turns and corners, it can be a bit tricky.
Stabilising the whole thing as well, isn't
Yeah.
it? That's such a clever idea. Write that down. Write that down.
Also, ignore my eaten into eggs. Again, as I said, this was a prototype, so I decided it was easier in the pattern to actually have the complete eggs, and I'll show you that in just a few moments. So, we've got all our eggs prepared. How many eggs do you need? Well, that depends on the length of your table runner that you are making.
How greedy are you?
Exactly.
How hungry are you?
So what I've actually done is I've gone for the full width of fabric with regards to my table runner, and I've cut it to my desired width. These are all variable. If you want to make them different lengths, different widths, then you can do that exactly as you so choose. As I say, I'm using my kind of bonded wadding. This is something I've had for years, and it's just like kind of like a craft type. I wouldn't use my best wadding for a craft project like this, unless I was going to be doing something like a table runner where I want that heat protection. Then I certainly would, certainly would, and I know you can do that if you're wanting to go for what we've got here. Then what I would do is I'd lay my wadding. I'll make up my sandwich. So I've got my backing. So if you imagine you've got a backing there, you have got your wadding or whatever your chosen filling is, for the want of a better phrase.
Yep.
And then make up your layers like so. I would also fold my fabric to find the halfway point vertically. And if you want to, you can fold it as well. So you've kind of got it, you've got some kind of markings to follow when you come to do your construction. And then I would lay out my eggs. Now, I do suggest that you kind of get an idea of the pattern that you're wanting with these, and what I've actually done is actually put the numbers on the back of these as to where they're going to sit. And in the pattern, it does talk about the fact that kind of position your middle
mine's
one.
been rejected. Did you
No,
see
it
that?
hasn't. No, it's coming back in. It's going to go in pride of place, actually, because it's going to be the one that you see before all the others.
Gotcha
So
now.
that's why it's there. There you go. So it's number 8 there, but certainly not number 8 in the pecking order. So I'm going to find my middle with these, which is, where am I? It's going to be number 4, so 3, 4. So that's going to sit somewhere around the middle. As I say, imagine that is filled in. Then you can kind of do it at a quirky angle. Just bear in mind, visually, or you could do it with a pen if you wanted to, because you will actually stitch on top of this. Place that imaginary vertical line there to keep everything in place. And again, you can take the paper off at this stage, number 5, so that's going to come down here. And what I do is, as I lay them down, I will pop them so as you go down, you put in the eggs on top.
Yes.
If that makes sense. So that one was, what was that one? That was number 4. So number 3.
There's lovely ideas for spring from Hayley. Very nice. Is that a new
bless you.
jacket you're wearing?
It's not. This is actually a pimped up shirt. So it's literally, I've got braids and all sorts and put it on top. So yeah, there you go.
Very nice. Very
but
nice.
we have actually, next month it should be, we have got a classic denim jacket.
Well, you were telling me about this.
So a new pattern coming, because lots of you fed back that you love the jacket, but you wanted more of a traditional denim jacket as well. So that is coming. So yeah.
Excited
Very
for that.
easy.
Do you know when you're launching it?
It's the end of April, but I can't remember the exact date off the top of my head.
I'm
But
keeping my fingers crossed it's with me.
that'd be lovely.
How many chickens do I have, and do they have names? Lots. Too many to count. And no, they don't have names. No, they don't. I don't name animals on the farm, apart from my goats. My goats do have names because they're like dogs. They're so friendly. They're like dogs with horns. So they come and have cuddles, and I know them all really well. But the chickens don't, and the sheep don't, because the sheep don't want to be anywhere near us. Even when we've got a bucket of feed.
I don't think it's you. I think it's people in general. So don't take
sheep.
it to heart.
No, and also we've got mountain sheep, so they're pretty wily.
Oh gosh, yes, yeah, I imagine. So I've laid out. I've gone kind of on the
that looks
on the
absolutely
wonk now.
gorgeous.
So apologies, Jimmy, for the camera angle. So just lay it down. Yeah, Jimmy's camera's straight. I'm not. So yeah, on the wonk. So now everything has still got the backing, with the exception of that particular one. So now I've kind of eyeballed. We can take off those backings and lay them down. So. I'll let you join in if you fancy
no worries.
it.
She'll
So
be peeling.
They don't have to be exactly where you lay them down, but it is just a case of that you just put them where you want. Imagine some of these have got a little bit of applique. Might use some of your decorative stitches. It might be that you've done a little bit of embroidery on some of these. You can get really creative with
you
these,
really
to be
could.
fair, and have loads of fun with it. So yeah, yeah. Are you all right, Dan, over there? He's fine. Look at you getting okay. I kind of do one way and one the other, but there's no rules. We spoke earlier. You do it the way that you want to do it. But obviously, if you're doing a run of it, it might be nice to have them all together. Now, the only other thing I would say is before we start applying heat is to make sure you've got a reasonable distance from the end of your table runner there on both ends, so keep it balanced. So this will vary dependent on the size of your table runner, how many eggs you're going to need. You can decide exactly how you want them to play. But top tips, and it will be mentioned within the pattern, that you make sure that from the bottom, they're kind of sitting on top of the next one.
Yeah.
Because you don't want them kind of...
Got to be a bit of overlap, hasn't there?
Exactly. There's got a bit of an overlap, which is why you haven't got that curve there, because I found it was a little bit tricky to actually get the right angle joining them that way. So imagine your eggs are going to be whole, and that's how they are going to work. So then I'm going to fuse them in place. So I'm going to bring in my iron pad. I'm going to leave the wadding underneath because it's easier to leave it there. And then literally we are taking them one by one. Now you could separate them up if you want to, but what I'm tending to do, what was that? Something falling off the iron, I'm not sure. Just press them in place and just press them as you go along. So don't be tempted to iron. I've got that crease line in the middle there, so I probably should have pressed that out before I started. But do as I say, not do as I do. And then just going to move those just to kind of put them into position.
Yep.
And then you're going to give them more of a solid press before you start stitching them in place. Yeah, just...
Patricia's asked, morning Stuart and Hayley, what's the fusible paper you're using, please? By the way, I bought the pattern. Well done, Patricia.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we are using Bondaweb. So the paper is like a backing, and then on the other side is like a fine web of glue, if you like, and you can trace shapes on, iron that to fabric, then cut out neatly, remove the paper backing, and then iron it. The glue stays behind on the fabric, and you iron it onto your fabric. It could be a jeans pocket, it could be a table runner, it could be a quilt
Brilliant
block.
stuff.
Yeah,
I use
brilliant
so much of it, so much of it.
You get full instructions, actually, Patricia, with the pack. So for $2.99, grab a few scrap fabrics, and away you go. It's great fun.
And you use every last bit of it. So pop it back into the pack, and then you've got it there. And you know what it is, because if you suddenly find it on your sewing table, maybe 2 days, 3 days after, you look at it, and if you're anything like me, it's like, what was that for? What is it? What is it? Keep it in the pack.
Now, we have got some bundles available for Hayley's projects. You get your pattern with each of them. The Solid Brights, great price point, $29.99. You get your 1.5 meters of latte, and then 0.5 meters of bright pink buttercup, your turquoise and the green? Lime, thank you. A big piece of latte, 1.5 meters. Hayley, would you mind just grabbing one side,
my lovely.
please?
So if you bear in mind, I've worked with this and I've used this as my backing. Oh, oops, sorry. That wasn't quick enough.
There we go.
I've done mine from selvage to selvage, so I've kind of gone from top to the bottom, and I've only used probably about that much, maybe half a metre, something like that. Well, not even half a metre, you're getting a metre and a half.
I reckon you could get 4.
You could get 4 very, very easy. Now, if you're wanting to make them longer, then obviously you cut your fabric that way, so you could go up to a metre and a half with the length that way. So it's horses for courses. It's whatever size you need to make it, then you make it that size. So that's
Brilliant, thank you.
So all my little eggs are in place. So what I would then do is put some little safety pins, some quilting pins in there. I haven't got any with me, so I'm just going to pop a little straight pin in there. But do be careful if you are doing a applique and you've got straight pins, because you can be focusing so much on your applique stitches that you don't notice, and you put your hands on there and you catch them. But I would put little quilt safety pins all the way through the eggs to keep all the different layers together, and that is mentioned within the set.
You could use that.
You could actually, yes.
You could
that's
use
good.
that.
Yeah, that is a good point, yeah.
You know, you think about it, everywhere you put a pin, you could actually put a little cross of glue.
So can you use that on the wadding as well?
Yeah, you can.
Go
So
for
look,
it.
what do you do?
Well, you could do it on the back of the fabric there, because you won't see it coming through.
I'll show you how you would do it. So
Go
you want
for
to
it.
peel it back to sort of halfway.
Okay.
And then it dries clear.
Oh, I see. Because, yeah, at the moment you are making me a bit nervous with that blue.
But it washes out too.
Ah, fabulous.
So then you would just stick it down.
Oh, that's better than the spray, isn't it?
Well, it's a bit more controllable.
Exactly,
A lot of
yes.
people like that.
Yeah.
It's a bit more controllable. Obviously, you do need to give this a chance to dry.
Okay.
Or you can go over again with your iron just to get everything stuck down.
Oh, that's good. Oh, I like that.
But it's really quite good, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that is good.
Yeah.
That is good.
Now, some people like pins. I like glue. I like spray. You know, I find them really useful. But if you've got pets around the house...
And the spray can travel as well, because I've kind of sprayed quilts in the past and found that the surrounding area ends up a little bit sticky as well. So, yeah.
You do have to be really careful with overspray. And that does lead a lot of people to use their fusible sprays incorrectly, too close to the fabric.
Yeah.
And rather kind of...
Like
we
you
get little
blast
wet
it then,
patches,
don't you? Yeah.
rather than a nice light even spray.
I like that. Okay, so next thing is to choose your applique stitch, and we had a little bit of a conversation about this. So many different stitches you could use. You could even choose a different stitch for alternate eggs, play around with it. I'm going to use a little satin stitch. So what I always suggest with any applique stitch, just make sure that you're happy with the results before you start, because that's a lot of stitches to unpick if you're not happy with it when you get to your project. So I do a little test run. Sometimes you might need to play around with the settings that are on your sewing machine. So some satin stitches have got quite open, so you will see your fabric through, which you might not mind. I don't particularly like it. I like them to be quite close together. So I choose a satin stitch where it's much closer together, and then you've got the solid of the stitches there. And in the actual instructions, I do explain to you that there's a bit of a method with actually doing your applique to make it nice and easy. So you will follow the outline of the egg. Now, the first egg, number 1, that will be the first one. And I suggest, depends on whether you're left or right-handed, or whichever side you want to choose, you will go from the join up and over the top and down to the join and then stop. Now, some people would say, oh, why don't you go all the way around, or why don't you do the intersection? Well, you can do if you want. It's your project. You do it exactly how you want to do it. But the reason I do it like that is because I will stop there and I would do the same with the next egg, because then I've got a continual flow of stitches going all the way back.
Stitching covers the previous start and stop. Clever.
Yeah.
Tracy had just messaged in, lovely message from Tracy from Gaul in East Riding. She says, morning, Stuart and Tracy. Good morning, Stuart and Hayley. Loving the top tips. Lovely to see you the other day, Stuart. Love, Tracy. Oh, it was lovely to see you as well.
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
really
that.
nice, yeah.
So then you take it to your machine. Take it to your machine, and then I'm not going to stitch all of this because there's a lot of eggs to stitch. But all you would do is start off at the point, as I say, whichever of those 2 points you choose. If you've got an applique foot, always a good idea because it opens up that space so you can see exactly where you are sewing. Some machines have a fancy kind of taper edge and all sorts of different things when when it comes to your stitches. So get to know your applique. I love applique, I must say. It's so creative.
Me
isn't it?
too.
And then all you do is literally follow those stitches. Now, obviously, it's difficult for you to see because you've got it here, but you'll see it evolve as it comes
We've got
out.
a lovely overhead, actually.
Look at
Jim has
this,
gone straight in there. He's got a lovely angle.
He's earning brownie points today, isn't he?
He's zooming in.
So I've closed down my satin stitch. So all I'm doing is I'm keeping my foot on the centre line. There's a little centre line for the foot there, and I'm just following it round. Now, if you kind of deviate a little bit, it doesn't matter. The important thing is you're catching the raw egg of your the raw edge of your egg, and you're capturing those stitches and that kind of edge because you don't want it to fray. As I say, if you're making just a craft project and it's one of those situations that you're not going to be washing it, then you don't have to worry. But just gently let it feed through. Don't push it through. If you've got little wispy bits like I'm coming to there, and you've got a little pair of, we might sell these on the website actually. You've kind of got these little kind of snip scissors you can get in there, or you can get in the ones that have kind of got the curve on them as well. Just get rid of those because it's neat and tidy as you go, and then just work your way around.
I just need to address, Vicky's messaged me on Facebook to say I cannot order the digital download. The add to basket button does not work. Now, if you can see, Vicky, well, I was just going to say, if it says add to basket, then you're not on the digital download. It should say purchase now, or if you're on the app, it won't work. You can't download to the app. You need to be on a laptop or a computer or something like that. So possibly, I think it's one of those, isn't it?
So just keep going. You can see there I've got my... See?
Well, that's lovely.
And what I've done is I've
like
chosen...
purple against the
Well,
turquoise.
we've got purple in the fabrics. It might be that you add in a purple binding. It can be whatever you've got to hand. Have a lot of fun. Springtime is a happy time, isn't it? So it's one of those situations that get your happy colours out and have loads of fun with them. So
I'm going to be literally drowning in cake and chocolate on this Sunday.
Oh, bless you.
I won't want any of it, will I? I probably won't want any of it.
Do you know what? After the period, because is it 40 days?
40 days.
Yeah, it's 40 days.
Nights.
But, well, exactly.
Charlie
yes.
said to me, are we allowed to have chocolate in the evenings after 6 o'clock?
I think
I said, no, love, it's not. We're not.
He's getting his religion
He
mixed up, isn't he?
It's like, no, I'm sorry. It's not going to happen.
But no, I mean, it is one of those times. Again, after Christmas, we've all got together as families. It gives us another opportunity, doesn't it, to get together and enjoy that little bit of time.
Family get together at the farm. It'll be lovely. Last year, we had our first lamb born on Easter Sunday.
Really?
Oh, no, it wasn't. That was 2 years ago. Last year, it was St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, fabulous.
Patrick the lamb came early.
I love that.
But yeah, the year before, we were almost ready to have lunch and we popped down to check on the sheep and our first lamb had been born. So we left lunch and we all trudged up to say hello. I bet
that's a real treat, especially for the people who are visiting, because I don't imagine they get to see that.
It was really fun.
Now, there you go. So I finished that particular one there.
Nice.
Now, I'm not going to go on and do the others because it's a bit boring and we've got other things that we can chat about. But when you start off at that point and then go all the way around, it's going to encapsulate those little starts and stops there. So that one, it hasn't gone right the way up to the egg. So when I will actually work that one, I'll just make sure that I catch that and then work your way down until you get down to the best egg of the project. And then you just literally, you can start at any point with this one. What I tend to do though is I start at the bottom point because your eye will automatically go to the top, I think. So if there's any joins, you probably won't see any joins to be fair, but you just follow that round. And bear in mind, you would have already appliqued these pieces before you get to this stage, unless you prefer to do it and go through all the wadding and everything. But I don't. I prefer to do that when it's flat and then just have that simple applique around the edge. And what you will end up with, I've actually used the same thread on the top and bottom.
Look at that, really cool.
So yeah, it is a case that you could put a different thread in the bottom if you're wanting to, but I tend to use the same top and bottom anyway. And there you go, until you are finished. And then in the pattern, it will mention to you about how you do your echo quilting. Have you got the table runner just to the side of you?
Yeah.
Because there's loads of different ways. If you want to quilt the layers together beyond that, you can do. You don't have to. But I just love this kind of ripple effect that you get with the echo quilting. And it's another nice little technique to learn.
It certainly is. Loads and loads of different techniques. 4 different projects, remember, in the pattern. You get your runner, you get your basket, you get your little gifting basket, which is super cute, and also the coaster. There you go, all 4 projects. Those 3 and the table runner for £12. Thanks, Jimmy. Digital download. I did not realise if you were on the app you couldn't use the digital download.
I didn't know that either.
You can ring the call centre, of course, and order the digital download, and they can send it to you, but it doesn't work on the app. Good to know. Good to know.
Know that.
All right, here we
day.
go. Handmade by Hayley, Eggceptional Easter projects. That is the digital download instructions, by the way, those details. £12, thank you. Physical pattern if you prefer. Right, physical, here we go. Different code, of course, and this one does involve postage. But if you've bought something else today, then you've paid your postage.
There's been some fabulous things.
Now, the
on,
bundles. We've got some lovely bundles. Let's start with the Lewis and Irene.
Is it all right if I get ready for my next demo?
Absolutely.
Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you.
Oh, brilliant, thank you. So, pastel florals. This is Cassandra Connolly and some tiny tonals. Really pretty, lovely, very sophisticated. Keeping my arm so still there. £57.99, including instructions, physical instructions. You get 3.5 metres of fabric. Then we've got Lewis and Irene Dreams. This is the kind of bright, gorgeous ½ meters, and then you also get 1.5 metres of latte solid, plus instructions. £44.99.
Lovely
Then we've
nail
got the
varnish.
Riley Blake.
Lovely nail varnish, Stuart.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. There we go, 3 hands now. That's the Riley Blake Egg Hunt with 1.5 metres of white solid and the pattern. And then the bundle that we've been absolutely loving, which is the solids. 4 different bright solids, aqua, lime, light yellow, buttercup rather, and bright pink. And you also get 1.5 metres of latte. Oh, talking of which, yum. And your instructions for £29.99, under £30, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Should be £32.99, I think, that one. Making a little saving. Lovely. Right, the quilt on the wall hanging behind me. Now, we haven't talked about this yet, but it is absolutely gorgeous. Not Easter themed this time. This is absolutely gorgeous, Hayley.
But do you know what? With this actual template that you've got, as in the layout, not the Japanese-inspired elements, you could actually use that formulation to create any quilt that you like. So we were looking at the table runner, but you could imagine the side panels, maybe making those and applique the eggs down there if you wanted to. Do a little bit of applique in the cornerstones or the quilt, the blocks in the corners. So the idea behind this is to teach you lots of different techniques. So you're going to learn a bit of foundation piecing up at the top with the different kimonos.
Oh, that's lovely.
So you've got those in there. You've got applique. I love applique, down the side here and across the top, and then also that gorgeous kind of, it's almost like a blossom. I don't know what flower it is, but it's kind of like a cross between a cherry blossom and almost like a, oh gosh, lily or something like that. Oh, cyclamen, yes, it could be, yeah. I'm not very good with my flowers. I know
magnolia, I think it's magnolia.
Oh, it could be, yeah.
Like magnolia.
It could well be, yeah, yeah. But it's
Very
a good size
pretty.
quilt, yeah.
Gorgeous.
And then quilted in straight lines, because I've done this on a domestic sewing machine. I don't have a long arm quilter. So any of the quilts that I do, I kind of find ways to make it accessible for anybody at home.
Fabulous. Now we've got some different bundles.
So the one that you've got, that's the one that I've got here. With the navy centre, I think you've got there.
Oh, navy centre.
This
okay.
one?
Yeah. No. So which one do you want to do, Hannah? I've got that one. Yeah. And the lilac. Lilac.
So you've got the you've got the lilacs and the cloud pinks in there. Yes.
And then the black. Yes.
That's
the black
right.
solid. Yeah. Got that one. Right. Here we go. So £59.99, exceptionally good value. Look, you're getting these amazing metallic, overprinted Japanese fabrics, and these are actually from Japan. These are proper Japanese fabrics. You're also getting some solids there as well. You've got your gorgeous purple there. You've got your deep moss green. You've got a lovely soft blender. That's being used for the florals in the centre and the kimono. You've got a lighter lilac there, and then your background fabric for your borders with the black, really sort of dramatic and gorgeous. This is the exact kit that you used, isn't
That's
it,
it.
Hayley?
The only thing that I added in was a little bit of brown for the actual stem of the flower. We didn't add in another half metre because that would have pushed up the whole price.
Yeah, just add it from your
and you will
stash.
have some within your stash. But I have to say, when you look at the darker purple that you've got there, you're using the tiniest of amounts. You're going to have loads of fabric left over.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous, really lovely, and I love these Japanese fabrics. I've got a second dark background, which I will grab next.
Now, this is one that I haven't seen, I don't think. Okay.
Different Japanese fabrics this time. I'm just going to open this up so you can appreciate how beautiful. Look at that. Absolutely amazing. So you've got that fabric, you've got this fabric as well, with the fans. I mean, cranes and fans, it doesn't get more Japanese than that, does it? And then you've got your two different shades of lilac and purple. You've got your green, you've got your black, and you've got that gorgeous blush pink for your flowers. So this is really a similar combination to the one that Hayley's made, but you've got different Japanese fabrics. Of course, you do also get the physical pattern to make this. And then I've got one more version, and this has a light background. Now, we'll show you the quilt first, so you can get a sense of what you're going to make with this.
Oops. There we
Thanks,
go.
Hayley.
This is where I could be doing being a bit taller.
Really lovely. Oh, I like the blue flowers. That's really lovely. And actually, we can show you the full quilt.
Oh, there you go.
There
That's
we go,
better.
smashing. That's gorgeous. And actually, on that version, those flowers in the centre almost look like stained glass, don't they? Oh, this is nice. Sharon from Essex did a FIFO review of this kit last time it was on. Lovely fabric and great instructions.
Oh, I've not seen that.
That's
Oh,
fab. That's
thank you.
nice. So here are your Japanese fabrics, and they've got those kind of light, warm, creamy tones. Gorgeous. You've got some sky fabric
Isn't it
almost.
pretty?
That's lovely. Just adds a lovely brightness to the flowers. You've got your pink solid. You've got your green for your bamboo. You've got navy blue this time for your background, so a little bit softer. And then you've also got, now, what colour is this? This is your 1.5 meters. Oh, Vicky managed to do the download. Oh, thank you for answering so
brilliant.
quickly. You're very welcome, my love, no problem. This is beige. We're always here to help. That's the benefit of being live, isn't
Yes,
it?
yeah.
If you're having a sticky moment on the website, you can literally ask us and we can try and solve it.
Absolutely, that's what we're here for.
That's gorgeous. Really love that combo.
Nice.
Can we just see the quilt again, please, Jimmy? Really lovely. You can watch the demo 16th of February this year if you want to see the full demo. That's really lovely.
Thank you.
Very nice. Now, if you'd like instructions on their own, physical instructions on their own, we'll put those details up next. Here they are. Ooh, $9.99. But there's a lot of techniques in this.
Well, this is it, and that's what I'm all about. I love the education, as you know, and yourself included. You are the same, aren't you?
Yeah, for sure.
And it's a case of that, yeah, I want to make something pretty, but I want to learn stuff as well.
Yeah, foundation piecing, applique, and also just a really lovely layout as well that you could use again and again.
Absolutely, yeah.
57 inches by 66 inches. Good wall hanging size.
Absolutely, yeah.
Really nice.
Sits on my king-size bed. Just nice. It doesn't go over the edges or
lovely.
anything, but yeah.
Great. And also you can get a digital download if you prefer. We'll give you the details for the digital download. Very pretty. I love how you sort of flipped the values in this. It's really interesting how it shows the different fabrics and different colours off in a very different way. Gorgeous. Digital download instructions, $9.99. Now, I've got 2 bunting panels, very, very, very limited stock. One that says Happy Easter.
That's the one that you've got there.
That's the one right here.
Shall I hold one end for
Oh,
you?
yes, please.
There we go.
Now, when I say very limited, I'm talking about 2 panels.
Yeah, sadly we weren't able to get any more of these printed, so this is the last time that you will be seeing these. If you've seen any of my shows before, we did have this on last year, so it's just literally it's the last of the stock now. But we use quite a quirky technique that I bring on my panels, literally taking squares and stitching down the edge. So what you're actually doing at the same time is you're making the back of your pennant as well. So it makes it very, very easy.
That's quick
and then
and
you turn them
easy.
through.
Oh, I like that a lot. So, literally 2 of those panels left.
Yeah.
And then they're gone. They're gone. And then I've got one other panel. Now
This is your Easter blessings.
Easter blessings. Oh,
Yes.
that's lovely.
Not forgetting the reason for the season. So it is a case of this one, a bit of a traditional style. It was a very, very popular one last year. And again, you can see the nod to Easter going right the way through that. And it's the same technique. We have actually got one of the panels in the studio here, so you can see the actual layout of how it comes to you.
That's lovely. And lovely fresh colours as well. Those golden yellows and greens. Easter blessings. $14.99. I've got a few more of those, but not many.
And the
not many at all.
panel itself is there. So what you're actually going to do, and the instructions are all on the panel, so it's very easy to do. You're literally cutting out squares, and you will fold them on the diagonal, and then stitch down the straight edge. So when you look at it, you think, oh, that's a bit strange. They're on the wonk when you're actually looking at the squares, but there is a reason, because what you will do is, and I don't know if I've got one cut to show you, I think I have, you will literally fold that on the diagonal, you will stitch down there, chain piece all of them, and then you turn them through to make the little triangular
That's
flags.
very clever indeed. Quick mention of the instructions
I'm
again.
going to get rid of that for you, lovely.
Oh, thank you. For the eggs, yeah. Eggceptional physical instructions first. 4 different projects, all in one. Table runner or wall hanging. Basket, useful that all year round. Could be to hold your thread in your sewing room.
Absolutely, yeah.
Gorgeous. This is very clever. I do also very much approve of the fact that it holds 4 eggs and not 1.
Yes.
And then you also get your coaster. That looks like a delicious cup of coffee. You've got one of those posh coffee machines.
I have been to cup. I am a little bit of a coffee connoisseur. I do like my
Oh, I'm
coffees.
going to be popping round. You'll hear it pouring at the back door and think it's a dog. It'll be me. It'll be me. £12. That's the physical pattern. Loads in baskets. Do check out, won't you? And then we also have a digital download if you prefer. Digital download, different code, and then it's an instant payment and an instant download, so you can get cracking today if you want to.
Yeah, you did it again.
I did it again.
They just come out.
Sue's emailed to say, can we look at the glue stick again? Of course we can. Of course we can.
Do you want some fabric?
This is, no, don't worry.
Okay.
This is the 505 glue stick. So we're used to the spray can, a 505, and this is a glue stick. Now, I used it to help hold together layers, quilt layers. It's temporary, it's transparent, it's washable, and it doesn't gum up the needle. So all of the good stuff, okay, made for the job. But also, this is exceptionally good if, for example, you were doing things like bias binding, like Celtic applique.
Oh, wow, okay.
Or stained glass, where
Yes,
you're using
yeah.
a black or a grey to create
Quite
stained
often
glass.
it's narrow as well.
Very narrow. You can literally just draw a fine, really fine line with this and then stick your binding down, and it works exceptionally well. Once it's dry, the hold is superb. But you can also use it for putting in zips or for gluing down your binding before you sew it. You know, lots of these jobs help just to speed up the process and make it easier, quicker, more successful, and I'm all for that. $6.99. You get a chunky old stick there as well.
Good. And you don't need a lot, do you? I saw
No.
how effective it was earlier
Yeah.
on. So, yeah, definitely something I'll be looking out for.
Get one in your sewing kit. A lovely message to finish with.
Aw.
Oh, that's nice. From Maureen, who's in Derbyshire. What a lovely part of the world. Hi, Stuart and Hayley. I made the Easter Blessings bunting last year and hung it in my church. Loved by all. Maureen, that's lovely.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time and trouble of emailing in.
Yeah, and also as well, it's lovely when you make projects for other people to share your passion as well, isn't it?
And the thing is, you can bring it out every year, can't you, as well? So, yeah, one-time purchase and then use it for years after.
Gorgeous. Hayley, thank you. That was a
thank you.
lovely, lovely second hour.
Enjoyed ourselves.
Thanks for spending the time with us
No
today.
problem. Thank you for asking
And
me.
sharing your skills, of course. Now, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, Suzie Duncan is here. We're going to go Kaleidoscope crazy and learn a whole new technique. So please don't go anywhere.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Welcome back. Oh, we've got another lovely hour with Suzie Duncan this morning. Absolutely brilliant to see you again, Suzie.
Thank you.
Another completely gorgeous project. I'm in love with this, and I love that colour combination. This is spring, this is summer. Take me to your leader. I love it. And that pattern's gorgeous, isn't it? The Kaleidoscope.
You haven't looked
classic.
outside, have you? You haven't looked outside
I
today.
didn't. Is it pouring?
It's horrible.
I'm not even going to think about that. It's all sunny and
It's
lovely
not raining,
here.
but it's not nice.
We've got Tilda in this bundle. This is Creating Memories, and this is the spring pastel range that we've got in here. Look at these gorgeous fabrics. Now, what's really interesting is you've got these 3 florals plus your duck egg blue. I thought there was a lot of different fabrics in that wall hanging, but it's actually just 4. Amazing. And it just has the most gorgeous effect. Lots and lots of this duck egg. You actually get 1.5 meters of that gorgeous soft blue there, which absolutely beautifully picks out the soft blue in both of these fabrics. You've got that gorgeous little mustard yellow stripe. And of course, you've got your instructions. $44.99. Now, I need to let you know that our numbers are very low. I do not have loads of these. I don't have loads of these. And it makes the most gorgeous wall hanging. It's approximately 40 inches by 40 inches. So if you're quilting this at home, okay, one width of regular width cotton fabric is 44 inches. That's enough to back it. So, I mean, you actually just want a fraction over 1 meter, because 1 meter's 39 inches. So you would need a little over, but your width is spot on. Yeah.
There is a plan for the back. Can I show you the back?
Yeah. Oh, Suzie, that's really
can
lovely.
hold it up.
Come here, let me help you. Let me help you. There we are. Oh, that's gorgeous. Look.
So I've used everything that was left.
It's a piece back in. We're going to get a shot of it.
Two-sided.
Does that mean that you got the front and the back from one kit?
Yeah.
Oh, Suzie.
I literally had whiskers left.
That much left.
No, I had a little bit more than that.
That's
but
amazing.
I got the whole thing and the binding, everything out of the kit.
It is super pretty. Do you know what as well? Wouldn't that make the most gorgeous baby quilt?
That's what I designed it for.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Because it's fun, it's busy, there's lots of bright colours and there's lots for them to see.
Yeah.
But it also means there's lots of plain spaces if you want to hand embroider the name, the weight, the date, growing patterns. There are 16 blocks, so you could do a block per month of life to start with and do a different thing on those.
It's
you
fab.
can plique on it, do whatever you want. But yeah, it was a play mat was my design.
Yeah. Oh, it's really gorgeous.
Thank you.
Really gorgeous. Do check out your baskets if it's in there, won't you? You get your instructions, you get your fabrics. There's 3 meters of fabric in total. And amazingly, that's enough for the front and the back, so long as you're happy to piece the back. And I mean, really, it does make the quilt reversible, doesn't it?
Which is perfect if you are doing it as a little person's quilt, because then they're going to get grubby.
Before it goes in the wash,
Yes.
use both sides.
Use both sides, yes.
No, I agree. Hi guys, says Wendy in Worcestershire. When I quickly looked at the quilt, I thought it was a map of the world.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, especially
that
with the
kind of
duck egg.
water.
Yeah. Oh, you wouldn't believe how many connotations of block position I did for this one.
It's a quilt you can play with, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can have a little play with
Exactly,
placements.
and that's the whole idea. Have fun making it, have fun trying to decide where it goes. Yeah, it's
I'm
a fun
almost
quick
getting
quilt.
hot air balloons there.
Yeah, I got hot air balloons.
you?
Yes, I did. Yeah, and stars. Playing around, you can create a lot of secondary patterns.
Yes.
So I've actually quilted it in stars, 4-pointed stars, because then on the back you get a star pattern.
Oh, nice.
So
You've got enough fabric for the back and the front.
I know.
For $44.99 and the pattern.
A lot of maths went into this pattern.
You don't need to be good at maths, don't worry. Our
No,
Susie's good
I've
at
done the
maths.
maths
You've
with
done
the
the
help of the dog, of course.
I've got a second bundle. I've only got 2 bundles to make this quilt. The second bundle is using a Macawa range called Luna, which I adore. It's gorgeous.
It is.
Lots of gold overprinting. So you've got moths and you've got suns, you've got flowers. So pretty. The price is amazing. $39.99. And it's the same size bundle, so if you piece the backing, you've got enough to do the front and the back. Look at that one. Whichever way I put the fabric, you can always see the label. Is it with me? That is lush. That is lush. And then your third fabric, look at these gorgeous little stars. Again, loads of gold overprinting. And then you get 1.5 meters of, I think, cream.
Yeah.
Yes, cream is your background. And then, of course, you've got your instructions for the Kaleidoscope quilt. That's enough for the front and the back of a 40-inch square quilt. Now, if you don't want to do all the piecing on the back, what you can do is, if you get yourself 1 meter of a toning solid or a pattern or whatever you like, and then literally sew about a 6-inch wide strip or a 4-inch wide strip to one side, or down the middle. If you want to cut it in half, you could do that. That's enough. That's enough, and it'll do it.
Yeah. But you'll have if you're not piecing the back, you'll have extra. So you could actually do
a strip of this,
a strip of one of those, or 3 lots to make
or a
turn it
row
all
of
in.
squares
Yeah,
or something like
yeah.
that.
I mean that's you'll have extra squares left from doing this.
Great.
And that will be enough to do your metre on the back.
Really, really lovely. What a gorgeous project. Now, if you'd like the pattern on its own.
That was very serious. We went from very excited to very serious.
I was just sort of, I bring you up, then I bring you down. Physical instructions now, the paper pattern. I once went to see Dolly Parton live, and she sang a really happy song, and then she said, "I've sung your happy song, now I'm going to bring you down, sing your sad song." And she did too. We were all weeping.
Oh no!
But then she raised us up again.
Well, that's
the magic
all right.
of Dolly.
Yeah.
$9.99. This is for the physical instructions. If you want digital, here are the digital instructions. $9.99. And that's to make the quilt. Now, you used a Creative Grids Kaleidoscope ruler. May I borrow yours, please?
You certainly can.
Mine's all covered in plastic, thank you. This is the double strip 45-degree Kaleidoscope ruler. $29.99. Now, this will be an absolute boon to make the pattern. It'll make it a lot quicker and easier. And it's on 3-way split pay, which means if you want to get the bundle and add in the ruler, it's only going to cost you an extra $9.99. today, spread over 3 months, you pay £9.99 each month, but an extra £9.99 today will get you that ruler home. And it is going to make the job easier, right?
Absolutely it is, yeah. Unless, the only option other than that is to have a triangle ruler that has a point at 45 degrees. You can't use the 45-degree angle easily on a straight ruler because you'd have to make a template. That's the only way you could do it.
Okay.
Yeah, because the 45 on all of the Creative Grids rulers and any other quilting ruler that I've got as well, it gives you end up with a 60-degree triangle. It's a 45-degree, but it will end up as a equilateral triangle, not an isosceles, if you want the technicalities.
Now, this was not featured yesterday in our Creative Grids Split Pay Hour. So you can get this on 3 split pays, £9.99 today. There we are. Now we'll see the ruler being used, and it is a very clever ruler. It cuts strips as well as kaleidoscopes, doesn't it? It's actually a 2.5-inch strip ruler as well.
And a 3 1/4.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's
I see that now.
There's some hidden assets.
There are. I mean, I've got this ruler and I do use it a fair bit, actually. It's a good one. £29.99 or £9.99 on split pay. The picture is this with the plastic, so don't think you're getting these weird curves. You're getting this, but wrapped in plastic.
Yeah, you're going to get 3 mountains.
You are.
3 peaks.
3 peaks. Have you ever done the 3 peaks?
No, it's on my bucket list.
Oh, me too.
My son did all 3 in a day. But yeah, it's on my bucket list. But I have asked to do it, and I was told I was doing it on my own. So
did you?
Because apparently the dog just went. No.
Oh well, fair enough. No,
Yeah,
I get that.
My Simon said, "No, I don't think so." He said he would support by finding the local hostelries.
Oh, it was sort of supportive. Yeah. So how do we make the quilt?
So how do you make the quilt?
How do we make the quilt?
The ruler itself, it makes this quilt super quick and easy. You could make the whole thing in at the most 2 days.
Wow.
It is a really quick one because the blocks are quick, and if you follow the process and take the process through as it says, then it makes it super, super easy to come together. Everything, as with Creative Grids, you've got your non-slip areas, and with the triangle end, it's around the whole triangle within the 1/4 inch of the triangle as well, so nothing's going to move. As Stuart said, you've got a 2.5-inch strip ruler, which for me is brilliant because it's a folded fat 1/4 across the width of that, so it's a good one to subcut your fabrics with. It's also got 3 1/4 inch markings, and you've got non-slip grids all the way round the strip as well. The other thing I really love about this, which is why it sets it apart from my 45 triangle, is I've got 3 of them, so I can cut 5 at once.
Yeah, because the gaps in between are also part of the
exactly
kaleidoscope block.
the kaleidoscope.
Yeah.
And what they have done is put these bites, these little almost circles.
Keyholes.
Yeah. So you can run your rotary cutter through to get to those as well.
Yes.
And it will work with a 60 or a 45mm, obviously a 28 as well. So you can use the tool that works for you. So you're going to start by the easy process, strip piecing. So just grab fabrics, cut strips using your 2.5 inch, and then you can subcut your triangles. Now, I like to do this with the strip running vertically because then I'm not trying to break my neck or cut towards me as I do it.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
But it's find the way that works for you. Some people like to cut one side one way, turn it round and cut the other if you've got a rotating cutting mat. Don't think there is a set process, it's what works for you, but don't cut towards you because you'll slip and regret. But what you're going to do is, once you've pressed your fabrics, I did best press them. I've pressed my seams open because then the whole piece lays completely flat, but it's your choice to press either to the darker fabric or open. I just find piecing afterwards is easier with it open as well.
Yeah.
So then what I'm going to do is cut up the strip. Now, because of the non-slip, I only have to hold one triangle at a time. And I can move right down and it's just a question. This is a good exercise one because you can swivel from hip to hip.
You are. Keep
So you
yourself limber.
Exactly. And you just work all the way up until you've got those 5. I missed that corner. There you go. So there's my 5 accurately cut triangles. Look, I missed those as well.
Spoke too soon.
I did, yeah. That last thread, it's always the last thread, isn't it? It's either the first or the last. There we go, so we've got those. And you'll notice that your peaks and your bottoms alternate.
Oh,
so you can already start to see the pattern coming together.
So I'm assuming you need 8
You do need 8
triangles.
because it's an octagon you're making, not a hexagon. So it's all been maths today.
We're learning all our shapes today,
We are.
folks, aren't we?
Yeah, I like to keep you all
We had
busy.
pentagons earlier.
I know.
Square, circle.
Yeah. We could turn ourselves into that well-known TV programme, couldn't we? Through the round window. Right, so I've got 5, so I need 3 more. So you cut all the way along. Now, in the pattern, I get you to do this with a full width of fabric, and you'll have some spares. Those are the spares are the bits that I used in piecing these sides, the borders and the back, because you can subcut those down using your 2.5 inch on your ruler. You can subcut to get 2.5 inch pieces. So the ruler it's just such a good ruler. So when you're bringing these together, lay it all out in front of you so you know what you're doing, what is going where, so you don't end up piecing the wrong one with the wrong one. But to start with, it's quite easy because they shouldn't be the same. But how fab does that look with that metallic? Look at that. This could be a birthday. I mean, you could just do that.
Lovely, yeah.
Find it and you're sorted for a birthday celebration, bunting, mats, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Now, let me just show you the pattern that you need. Absolutely gorgeous pattern for the Kaleidoscope quilt. We're just changing Susie's mic. I think there's a bit of banging and clattering. Very strange. $9.99 for the physical pattern. Your instructions there, and also some lovely colourways. What's exceptional about the Kaleidoscope is with different colorations, you can actually create the illusion of circles. I mean, it's a very, very clever pattern, and one you'll enjoy making time and time again. So these are the physical instructions for $9.99. You can also get downloadable instructions if you prefer, and they have a different code. You pay for them straight away, but that means you can download them straight away. This is the code you need. Now, we do recommend getting the Kaleidoscope ruler. You get a 2.5 inch strip ruler. You can cut 3.25 inch strips, and you can also cut multiple kaleidoscopes or 45-degree triangles. So if you don't strip piece your fabric, you can cut just these tall triangles, and that can also be used to create some really fun blocks. It's on 3-way split pay, and that's really because we had a special day or a special hour yesterday where we had lots of Creative Grids rulers on 3-way split pay. We didn't have this, and we didn't have the hexagon trim tool yesterday because Suzie was doing them today, but we've put 3-way split pay on so you don't feel at a disadvantage. Nadine from County Durham says, hi, Stuart and Susie. My dad is planning on doing the Three Peaks again this year for about the 5th time. He is 78 in June. That's amazing,
Fabulous.
Nadine.
That is really good.
Brilliant. And Sue also messaged to say, when my husband did the Three Peaks, I was the support group at base camp, which may or may not have been located in a pub.
Yeah, I think that was the Simon's idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you, Sue. We hear you.
Yeah. So we're going to join these. My top tip for joining, because it's a lot easier to piece the octagon if all your seams are pressed in one direction. So you get like a spiral of seams on the back. It's really cool.
Cool.
So when you're putting them together, pairing them, pair them so you're seeing the same fabric set on top.
On top, yes.
Because then you know that they're going to end up that way. So when you bring them together, you've just got that middle seam to align, which is super, super easy because I've pressed it flat, put my clip in there, and then as I stitch, because I haven't actually got points, I'm not going to worry about that disappearing down into the feed dogs, which you do, don't you?
Yeah,
Unless
you
you've got a
do.
straight stitch plate on.
Yeah.
The other thing that I've used these for is Christmas tree applique templates.
Oh, cute, yeah.
Because they are a perfect size for that to go on napkins and things like
They're
that.
nice for small bunting as well. I've used mine for that.
Yeah, I've used mine for bunting, quick and easy. But if you leave the fabric folded and have the folded edge on that bottom edge of the triangle, you can actually make a full 45 diamond. Which, if you like the Hunter Star type look
Yeah.
for quilts, you can easily make your diamonds.
Oh,
and you can strip
amazing.
piece them as well, because you'll put your seam on that one
Yeah.
and cut it folded.
Cool.
So this
Real
ruler,
multi-use
it is
ruler,
a
isn't
really
it?
good ruler to invest in if you haven't got it. 1/4 of an inch as per usual with piecing. And don't be fooled, because it is a triangle, so it looks like you're sewing it wrong, but you're not. Just bear with the process. And because I've clipped them all, I can chain piece as well, which I don't know about you, Stuart, but it saves so much effort, time,
Absolutely.
and thread.
Yeah, yeah. Saves changing your bobbin too many times, doesn't it?
Yes, doesn't it just? And we all play that wonderful bobbin chicken game, don't we?
Do.
I've perfected that this year. I tell you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Except I concentrated the other day so hard on not running out of bobbin thread until I wanted to. I totally forgot to check the top thread, and because it's covered up on the machine,
Oh.
I didn't notice I'd run
It's
out.
gone.
Yeah. So yeah, never mind. Good job I get an alarm, which you of course ignore. So they're my first 4 sewn. So I'll just clip those, and when I'm pressing them, it doesn't matter which way you press, but you want to press the same way on every piece.
Okay, I like that technique. Could you do that with a pinwheel as well?
Yes.
Yeah. It's worth keeping in mind.
Yeah.
Or I suppose you could press your seams open, couldn't you?
You could do either. It's entirely up to you which you do.
Sometimes pressing can get a bit too heavy and, thinking-wise heavy.
But I
You
do
don't
like
have to think too much.
Yeah, I do like to think at least one step ahead with
yeah.
pressing, because sometimes it can save you a lot of heartache and piecing issues, can't it?
Yeah,
so I
for
do try and think a bit ahead.
I love this colour combination.
It looks so cool, doesn't
It's such
it?
a pretty bundle. It's actually a range called Luna from Makawa. I love everything Makawa does. I've always loved
Yeah, I'm a
Makawa.
Makawa
They actually
fan.
gave me my first job in the
Did
quilting
they?
industry. I used to make quilts for them in the late 90s, early 2000s to sort of show off their new fabric ranges.
Oh, wow.
Which they used to pay me in fabric.
Oh.
I mean, what's not to love?
Yeah, that would be a
Here are the
dream
gorgeous-
job, wouldn't it? Gosh.
This gorgeous overprinting in gold, beautiful high quality printing,
And
it
it-
stays put.
It does. It presses and washes really well.
Yeah.
So this, even if you're not going to make the quilt, these fabrics would make fantastic Christmas and birthday.
Yeah, they would. There's something sort of
Celebration.
celebratory about that
Yeah.
gold printing, isn't there?
Absolutely.
Really, really lovely.
So I've stitched them into pairs. I'm now stitching the pairs together. So we've got 2 half octagons. I'm sure there is a mathematical term for that. My dad's probably shouting at the camera now, telling me what it is. And I try and keep my seams going pressed in a direction so that everything is running smooth and flat.
So you can swirl.
So we can swirl. It's like a raspberry ripple, this one, isn't it?
Lovely.
Other ice creams are available, apparently. I don't even like raspberry ripple.
Well, don't you? I sometimes make it.
Oh, do you? No.
Oh, yeah.
If it's got fresh raspberries in, yeah.
Exactly.
No,
Fresh raspberry
mango
coulis.
sorbet is mine, and raspberry
nice.
sorbet, yeah.
My
Look at that.
favourite
How
actually
cool
is
that?
frozen yoghurt.
Yes, I like a frozen.
I make a lot of frozen yoghurt because I like the sharpness
Yeah.
of it over the... I don't like things that are too sweet.
No, I'm not a fan. So that's the halves of that, and that's the halves of this. I did this one as well because I wanted to show
Gorgeous.
how lovely the moth one is. It's
Yes.
really pretty.
Like
So
a
when-
moth to a flame.
It is. When you bring these together, the only seam you've got to match is that middle. And because I've been pressing on a round, as it were, everything lies very neatly,
Great.
like your nest, you know, when you nest a seam by pressing one way or the other. But because we've done it on a round, it will press. Again, I'm just going to clip those at the strip join. And you sew straight across.
Brill.
And that's the block, that bit of the block
I was going
done.
to say that's worrying me because I don't want to piece octagons together.
No, well,
I like piecing squares together, Susie.
well, it just so happens that's what we can do.
Hurrah, hurrah.
Yeah.
What kind of dog have you got, by the way? You have
Me, I have a Hungarian Vizsla called Hendrix. And Hendrix definitely thinks he's my Auntie Joan equivalent.
Deputy Joan.
Deputy Joan, yeah. Because he sits on one of my work desks
Like Deputy Joan does on mine.
to look out of the window and survey the planet. And when I was doing this quilt, I'd got my blocks made and laid out on my other desk.
Yeah.
And he comes marching in, and the stool I have just happens to be one step for him. So he goes onto there, and then just as he was about to plant his bottom, I
Yeah,
was like,
of course.
"Get off my
Yeah.
quilt!" And he looked at me as if to say, "Sorry, am I in the way? Do you have a problem?"
Quality control, surely. That's what cats do as well, isn't it? They always wait until you've got all the blocks out,
It's
and then they come along and they do quality control.
But I'd prefer it if he'd do it after he'd wiped his feet as he came in.
Oh, I
Would be
know.
ideal, really.
I'd once laid out a whole quilt, and it was foundation pieced. It was Union flag blocks.
Yeah.
I laid the entire quilt out on the sitting room floor, and Hebe, who was Mrs. Mill's mum, decided while I was in the other room sewing that this was a good time to sort out her fur ball.
Nice.
She did over, I think, 7 of the blocks. And she
Nice.
just literally walked up and down going, and literally depositing. And nothing would wash out. Nothing would wash out. So they had to be thrown away.
Oh, no,
7
that-
blocks, and I'd finished.
That's horrendous.
So, how considerate of you, Dad. You've put out a mat for me.
Yes, to offload. Ugh,
But, I mean, what can you say? I was asking for it.
yeah. Dear, oh dear. They are fun, though. Wouldn't be
Steph
without.
thinks I should write an autobiography. I'll probably leave that story out. Actually, I might.
I don't know.
include
That'll
that
make it the top seller. You realise?
think?
Yeah, absolutely.
I might
yeah.
include that in my next book.
So there's my octagon. But
Oh,
as
it looks
you-
gorgeous.
As you said, Stuart, don't want to be piecing those because
No, I
we don't. They're a
don't.
bit of a pain. An interesting EPP shape, but we don't want that. So, thankfully, the clever people at Creative Grids have thought for us, and they too think, no, you don't want to be piecing those. We want squares. So what they've done with the ruler, if you take a glance at the ruler, there is this extra line in the middle of the triangles,
Yeah.
or towards the bottom, and that from the 2.5 inch side actually is 3/4 of an inch, 3.25 inches.
Okay.
So you're going to cut a strip at 3.25 inches, and then you can subcut that into 3.25 inch squares.
Ha-ha.
Because you can, once you've got a straight edge, you can line your ruler up on that edge, and this is exactly 3.25.
Yes.
So I can subcut my squares.
I
And
had visions of having to get my
those-
regular ruler out at this point,
No.
but I should have known better because
Yeah.
Creative Grids always put everything in the one ruler, don't they?
Absolutely. So it's a one-stop shop, really. Those we're going to cut in half diagonally, which again you can do with this ruler, so I don't have to get anything out. I just need to line those up and cut it in half
Fab.
across the middle to make my triangles, which happen to be, now this is the quandary, which side do I put the corners on? I'm going to go for the stars, but look at that. Now, the other top tip, if you fold the one that's going on the top right sides together and the other one wrong sides together, but when you fold, make sure your seams are nesting and pinch to find the middle. You can then line up the middles, and because you folded one way and one the other, they sort of sit inside each other.
Like a valley and a hill.
They do, and you should have little dog ear overhangs. That should happen, so don't get panicked over that. So we're going to do that on 3 sides.
Don't panic, Mr. Mannering.
Yeah, don't panic.
I used to love that.
Yeah, I do.
Love that.
I've been listening to it on the radio, actually, and I think it's even better on
I
the
love
radio.
a radio play.
Yeah,
I love
I'm
radio
obsessed with the radio.
Yeah, I like things where you have to exercise a bit of imagination. Well, we both love reading.
Yeah.
So it's great, isn't it? Ah, Christine, you're here with us at last. I wondered where you were. She says, hi, all you gorgeous people. And that's why we like you messaging in.
Yeah,
You always pay us such lovely compliments.
Compliment.
I'm just back from a dog walk and breakfast. What did you have, Christine?
I've just had mine, actually.
Whenever I'm away, when I'm here,
Yeah.
Charlie feels the need to send me pictures of everything he eats.
That's very
So I
kind
get
of
breakfast, lunch and dinner and any snacks.
Good grief.
But at the moment, it's sort of to prove how healthy he's being.
Oh, well, that's good.
So, yeah, it is good. It is good.
It is good.
He didn't send me a picture of the ice cream he snuck.
Ah. A little treat every now and again doesn't hurt.
It's true enough.
It's the constant treats that aren't so good. And then they're not treats, are they?
That, you know,
That's
you've
the
hit
norm.
the nail on the head. You've hit the nail on the head. And actually, years ago, I didn't have a sweet tooth. I was never bothered about puddings, and I certainly wasn't bothered about like confectionery. I mean, actually, this is weird, and I accept this, but it wouldn't bother me if I never ate chocolate ever again. I know it's
Ditto.
weird.
No, I don't. I'm not a fan of chocolate. No. So I've pinned them, clipped them all into place. So they're on 4. Every other one
Got you.
you're doing. Don't do them all. Just
No,
every
4
other
corners.
one. 4 corners. Not 4 candles, 4 corners. That's another good show. So again, it's a 1/4 inch seam. I even managed to chain piece these because I did every stage for all the blocks at the same time. So I managed to chain piece most of this, which is why it became a really quick quilt to put together.
Yeah, for
And
sure. You were saying like about 2 days, start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, because the blocks end up being big blocks, the whole thing comes together very quickly.
Yes.
Took me longer to work out how I could possibly get both the back and the front and use every scrap of fabric than it did to make the quilt.
Yes.
But it's a nice one to practice because it's not too big. You are fighting gravity a little bit as you quilt, but it's a really nice one to quilt by hand or on your machine without having to like really fight and tussle.
Or get yourself a VQ4 with 11 3/4 inches of throat space and you'll be defying gravity.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the same as these.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's not.
11.5 they are.
Is it?
Yeah.
On the 780?
Yeah.
11
782.
3/4 on
Yeah,
the
it's
front.
that 3. It's always the extra quarter.
Quarter of an inch makes all the difference.
It does in quilting. There you go. And then from there you can then trim your block down into your square and get rid of those dog eggs. Dog eggs. Dog eggs. It's because we've had eggs on the previous show. Dog eggs. Dog eggs.
Dog eggs. Get rid of them.
But it looks such a pretty colour combination.
Gorgeous.
And you
Absolutely
can
gorgeous.
play around with secondary patterns, the way you place them, and if they're plain ones, let's just quickly press this. This isn't, I haven't pieced this very well, this one. I need to unpick and do this one again. I'm not happy with this one. So you could put the plain on the plain, which is where you end up with these big stars, or you can put the pattern on the plain.
Lovely.
So you break it down again, but it's just like a big windmill, isn't it?
Oh, that combination is absolutely fabulous.
It would
If you
look
want
really
that
cool.
bundle, that's the Luna collection from Macauer. You get your instructions, 3 meters of fabric, bargain price $39.99. Now, you will really, really, really benefit from having the Kaleidoscope ruler, which we'll show you in a second. You've got enough fabric there to piece the front and the back. I mean, the back does need to be pieced. I mean, I'm not talking 2 pieces sewn together. It'll be, you know, you could do 9 patches, you could do strips, you could do a bit of improv even on the back. And make a double-sided playmat or wall hanging.
Yeah.
Here's the Kaleidoscope ruler. It's on 3 split pays. We're wild for this ruler. It does so much. 2.5 inch strips, 3 1/4 inch strips. You've shown us a brilliant example of how you use the ruler, Susie. This and the hexagons, it's been fab.
Thank you.
We love it when you do
I
Creative
love a
Grids
ruler.
rulers.
I love a ruler.
They're really clever, aren't they?
They are really clever. They're very easy to use. And actually, the more you use them, the more you explore and develop your skills. That's what I like, without having to do horrible maths and make templates.
Yes, I agree.
Because I don't know about you, even if you make a template from template plastic, you always end up shaving a bit off
I know, it's
at some point, so you have to remake your template. It's hassle getting them correctly anyway.
Yeah, and we have got lines on our main rulers, but as I proved last Thursday, I am not very good at using lines on my rulers, and it's a headache that actually I don't even want to spend half an hour trying to work out which way round my ruler is. If I can reach for something that is actually set at that angle. I mean, I often say this, but honestly, and don't say I'm retired, I've got all the time in the world, because none of us have got all the time in the world. Your time, in some ways, I think when you're retired, your time's more precious. My friends who are retired have got less free time than I have.
Yeah,
they're all so busy. But, you know, anything that can save me my time doing a job I don't really want to do, like cutting out or ironing things or, you know, or marking lines.
Yeah.
I want to be sewing.
Absolutely. And if you've got an emergency project, which, let's face it, we all have, don't we? You forget someone's birthday or a wedding or you want a quick gift for someone. This isn't a massive quilt to make.
Gorgeous.
It does make a good picnic size. I know it doesn't look very big, but you can get 4 bottoms on there quite easily, or 2 very comfortably.
Yeah.
So you could eau de coat one side if you wanted to, or use a waterproof fabric.
Yeah, be nice.
But it's a quick, easy make, and great for someone's birthday, a little person's birthday as well.
Look at me.
No.
Not till February next year. Little person. Diana's messaged in. Lovely message for you. She says, "Morning, Stuart and Susie. What a wonderful morning. I love everything that Susie has brought in today. So clever."
Oh, thank you very much.
Really
That's
nice.
very kind.
And Sue's also messaged to say, this is a little confessional, but I like it. She says, "I have the ruler in my stash, unused."
Oh, that's
But thank you for inspiring me to dig it out and make proper use of it.
good. Good.
We'll
That's
get
what we
Susie's
want.
pattern and make
Yeah.
the quilt.
Yeah, it's we all have stuff that we stash away, but it's nice to use, and they are such helpful hand tools.
Yeah. It's a brilliant block.
Yeah.
It really is gorgeous.
It's
Now, I need to let you know, I've only got 9 of these rulers left up for grabs. Check out your baskets, please. Don't let it sit there. We're almost at that stage where we've nothing left. But grab this because it's great. And it is on 3-way split pay. And that's just because yesterday we had a special event where we did all Creative Grids rulers on 3-way split pay, but we didn't include this or the hexagon. We saved them for Susie, but we also saved the 3-way split pay. So take advantage. It's £9.99 to get this home today on the first of 3 split pays. So really, really good time to buy.
I was just going to show you, I said about the diamond.
Yeah.
So if you want to do diamonds, if you do your strips and then align them and sew either side.
So make a tube.
Make a tube, press it, then you can get your ruler and you're going to line it up as we did previously on the edge of your fabric. I will cut a new one.
Ooh. Oh, this is clever, Susie. Now, be careful, because Susie's just showing us another way of using the ruler, and suddenly loads more of you are going to check out your baskets. Now, this could be when you end up missing out on this.
And then, let me just grab...
That's only a couple of stitches you could pull.
I could, but you know what? It'll be What's Its Law live on telly, that it all goes pear-shaped.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use my trusty unpicker. And you're just going to take out the seam that is your points.
Yeah, just on the one side.
Just the one side, and instantly I have the most perfect.
Oh, Susie, cut a couple and show us just a couple. I'm excited to see that, though. That looks ace.
Just to see another use for the ruler, because it, as I said, it's not a one-shop, use it and put it away.
Yeah.
So get that ruler out of that bag that you've got it stored in.
Yes.
Or order it and start using it, because this makes life so easy.
And of course with this, if you unpick the same end on every diamond, you'll end up with all of your diamonds the same, won't you?
You will, yep. And because of you, I've pieced them with the opposite strips.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Which ends shall we unpick?
The short.
matter?
I've done the short
Oh,
end.
of course it is only the short end.
it's
What am I
only
saying? Ignore me.
I think what you meant was if you put your strips opposite, so when you piece them. Well, I'm giving you benefit of the doubt.
I know you are. You're being lovely.
So,
more in baskets than we have available. I'm just going to quickly press those centre seams so that this all lies nice and flat, because I think this is going to be a rather fabulous example of what you can do. And this is a bit of sideways thinking from Susie.
It is.
This is a dog walk, isn't it? This was a thought on a dog walk.
It was.
I wonder if...
Yeah. So you followed me up the path, haven't you?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. I've just noticed
Oh,
that
I
we've
see,
got
yep.
some birds, not birds, so I was trying to alternate, because you see that's the OCD coming in. You'd need
Look
one
at that.
more.
We'd get one more, but
Yeah.
let me just move that
How
out of the way
good
and
would
show
that
you.
be?
That is super.
And then you could come in with a square here.
Super clever. Look at that. Now
would
that's
look
very
really
impressive.
amazing, wouldn't it?
We're going to run out of rulers. Definitely going to run out of rulers. Sue says,
But
now
it
that
looks a
is really clever, Susie. Definitely need to use it today.
Yeah. Good.
Susie's pattern on
Get
its
that
own,
out.
the Kaleidoscope quilt. Physical, £9.99. If you've already got the ruler, grab your instructions. And the digital instructions instead, same price, but no P&P if this is the only thing you're buying. The Tilda bundle that the quilt is made out of creating memories, these beautiful florals and a stripe, teamed with a beautiful duck egg blue. It's just gorgeous. And remember, you've enough fabric there to make the front and a pieced back of a 40-inch square quilt. Super value. And then the bundle that Susie's been demoing with, there it is. That's Makawa Luna mixed with 1.5 meters of cream. Brilliant. And then, last of all, that ruler, I think just, have we got any left? Probably not. Single figures left. Lots more, yeah, 9 left. 9 more of the ruler. Now, I've got another ruler, and this is a brand new thing, and we've saved a bit of time at the end, Susie.
We have.
This is called Ovals Always. Love that. This isn't on split pay, by the way. This isn't on split pay. It's brand new, and you might remember we've got a circle cutter that you can do quarter, half, and full circles for applique or piecing. Oh, we have had Ovals Always before. Oh, okay. I've
never seen it. No.
I've never seen this. But this creates ovals, quarter ovals, half ovals. Really fun. And you're going to show us how to use it, Susie.
I am. Well, I'm going to show you some of the ways.
$39.99.
Some of the ways. So let me just empty out all of these. So this is what you can make with your ovals.
Ovals Always.
Ovals Always. I mean, I know Hayley has been doing egg things.
Yes.
So you can do your eggs
Love it.
quite easily, which is a full one, but we'll come on to that in a minute.
Very, very neatly cut edges as well there. You're not getting fraying, you're not getting jaggedy edges. This is rotary cut.
It is rotary cut. It is indeed. I'm just trying to find my other rotary cutter, but it seems to have...
See, also, Susie, like for circles, I can scour my cupboards for plates and saucers and bowls and things, but I don't have anything that I can think of that's oval shaped.
And do you know how hard it is to hand draw an oval?
I think I did once, and I ended up with 2 points and a piece of
Yeah.
string, and it was a bit of a, I wished I hadn't
Faff,
in the end.
yeah. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
But what this has is, it's like a stripology on a curve,
Yeah,
I will call it.
yeah.
You've got your slits, and they run from 3 inches up to 8.5 inches in half-inch increments. And between each one, there is a non-slip strip. So it doesn't move when it's on your fabric.
Great.
It has 3 placement areas, which again are marked, and they've got non-slip underneath them. And these are your placement lines for the edges of your fabric. You'll see in a minute when we come on to use it. There are obviously from 3 to 8.5 is your normal placement, but if you switch over and use set A, you gain an extra 1/4 inch. So you've already gained another set of sizes. If you move into C, which is a 1/4 inch smaller, you've gained yet more sizes. So it's a very versatile ruler.
That is good.
Gives you lots of sizes, and ovals are not only are they difficult to cut, they're difficult to draw, anything like that. So what I have done, just to illustrate, I've cut a 1/4 oval. That is the smallest size you can cut, which is that one. And I've cut one which is the biggest. So you can get some very big blocks out of this. But what is really clever about this is that you can cut backgrounds as well. So when you're piecing, and we all know how we love piecing curves, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
Not. You get an accurate pieced oval, in this instance, quarter oval, that fits neatly. I haven't had there was no stress involved in this at all. I was totally chilled and relaxed.
And you can do quarters, halves,
You can do
and
a full. Yeah. The other thing that you can do is this is a 4.5 inch size, cut on the smaller size, the C side. You can also, this is the same one, cut on the A line. So if I put them over the top, you get ½ inch difference.
Yeah.
So you can play around with the sizing that you have to get the different sizes you want. So let me pin those before I lose my plot again. And then this is the same size, but just on the B. But what I did was have my fabrics wrong side together, or you can do it right sides together. But then I end up with mirror images, which can be really fun if you have these as different fabrics, because then you can piece them, because the seam allowance is within there, to make a full pieced oval.
Got you.
That would be really cool.
I like that.
Yeah, so, you know, all those Easter egg things you can do as well, or you can do, I mean, ovals are really nice for table mats.
Well, also as well, it's a
quilts.
different take on a drunkard's path.
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
This is an easy way of doing drunkard's path.
Yeah, but with an oval rather than a circle.
Yeah.
Hayley from Kent's message to say, Creative Grids are just genius. They never do just one thing. I just wish I had the time to do everything. So durable too. Yeah, I think we all wish we had time to do everything.
Yeah, I wish I had more life.
But we're doing our best, aren't we? We're trying hard.
We are. So I'm going to...
Do you use a normal rotary cutter?
Yes, now when you come down to the 3-inch side, I did find it easier to use my 28mm rotary cutter than my 45, purely because it's quite a tight turn here.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you how to use the ruler just to cut a quarter oval, and we'll do some other shapes as well. But what I want to say first of all is you need to decide what size you want the radius of your oval. So by radius, if you think of a quarter oval, you're going from the midpoint out to the edge of the arc. That's the radius. And the ruler has those markings in white circles going along the bottom and up the sides.
Okay.
The number below is actually the length of your oval, because if you think an oval isn't like a circle where your radius and your diameter meet, you know, is half your diameter. An oval is different from that because your length of an oval is longer than your width. So therefore the numbers at the bottom are deliberately different sizes, because otherwise it wouldn't make an oval. So you need to decide what size oval you want, and from that you'll start by cutting yourself a strip of that relevant size. It just means you're not wasting fabric. It doesn't matter if you cut it bigger, because you can always cut it down afterwards. So I'm just going to cut a strip for us to use.
Nice message from Bex. She says, hi both. Morning, Bex. Really enjoyed today's show. I could watch you two all day. Both so knowledgeable. I learned so much. Thank you.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. And the other thing I'm going to do is grab another piece of fabric.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah. And
I can't stay all day. I'm going home today.
Are you?
Yeah. Just to reassure you, you're not going to have to listen to me all day.
I'm going home. Well, I'm briefly going home.
Pardon me?
I am going home briefly. But
Yes,
then I'm
you've
out
got
again.
loads on, haven't you?
Oh, it's ridiculous. I've got, I have an afternoon of playing with my grandson this afternoon, pick him up from school, and then we get to play for a bit, which is good fun. I'm going to use the white because it's a good contrast to see, I think. So again, now this does matter. I'm just going to make sure that I've cut the right size of this one. We'll go for a 4.5 inch on the oval. So that's plenty enough for that one. Right, let's go back to our strip, which is here. I feel like I'm in a bit of a jumble sale. Let's clear the decks.
Can I take those for you?
I'm just going to put them under
okay.
here. Fine.
No worries.
Then they're out the way, aren't they? Right, so let's do the innards bit first.
The innards.
My advice is when you've decided what size you want, and this is a trick that I learnt from the video by the lady who invented the ruler, is write it down because otherwise you are going to lose it and you're not going to be sure what you've done and what size is what, because your inner needs to be 1/2 inch bigger than your outer. Of course it does.
Okay. I'm trusting the process right
Yeah,
now.
that blew my head because we know that curve piecing
Yes.
is really tricky.
They overlap though, and then they're the same length.
Yeah, and you always look at a curve piecing and think, well, there's no way that is going to come together. What have I done? There it is. So I'm going to give myself a 90-degree angle here. And the reason for that is when we line up our ruler, wrong ruler, we're going to use placement B, which is the normal size, so it's the true size. So what it says on the tin. So I've lined my length vertical black line and my horizontal black line that comes into corner B on the left-hand side of my ruler. I'm then going to track across to the 4.5 inch line, and because they've put the non-slip in between every single slot, when I introduce my rotary cutter, I can neatly cut my curve.
Gorgeous.
You can save the piece you cut away to make a size bigger. You'd then cut a 1/2 inch bigger oval to fit in that, but we're going to cut a new one. So I've got my what is this, strip?
Solid, yeah.
God, brain's died today. It's terrible.
Hopefully not. I think that's quite serious.
Is it? Do you think?
I think so.
It certainly is in our world, isn't it? Right, so we've got a straight edge. We've got our ruler. I think it's better to cut your background bigger than you need. Yeah, I'm going to be locked away at the end of today.
Stop
so
it.
still work on the same placement. So if you've placed on B, stay on B. Don't switch between A and C. Don't think that that's how you gain your 1/2 inch.
I thought it was.
No. So we cut our innie bit, the oval, at 4.5. So this I am cutting at 4.
Gotcha. Sue sent in a message, says, of course, Susie, you need to slow down a bit for us mere mortals. Remember, Everest is covered with fallen overachievers.
Yeah, I'm not doing Everest. That's not on my bucket list.
No, don't do that. I think the 3 peaks is enough.
Enough, yeah.
I'll do base camp in the pub.
Oh, okay, cool. That's good. Sounds good to me. So the bit I need, because this, remember, is 1/2 inch smaller, is this outer bit here. And then what I normally do is you can trim it off wherever you want, but I'd rather have it bigger than I need it so that once I've pieced the block, I can then trim off. But there is a really clever hack to sew these together because that's going to go in there.
Gotcha.
Now, it does look like that's not going to fit, doesn't
Ever.
it? Because look at that, it's far too big. So the hack, and this is in the video, so clever. Get a piece of washi tape, draftsman painter tape, whatever you want to call it. And this was brilliant for me because I'm a paper crafter as well. You want a phone tab of something with a lip to it.
Right.
And you're going to find your 1/4 inch mark on your sewing machine. So whatever you use for your 1/4 inch alignment, put something solid in and then you place that tape with that bit of foam pad on there as well, exactly in line. You're going to pin or hold the first bit. I tend to put a pin in.
Yeah.
Actually, let's get one of these ready because we're going to use that in a minute. So that's my first bit. So I'm going to start with that edge aligned. Now that looks totally wrong to me. It's never going to work doing that. You can, of course, pin it all if you wanted to, but this is a hack. This is the easy way to do it. This is the Susie can't be bothered and it's a very slow.
Fair enough.
Slowly speed us a bit if you are a rapid sewer. And you're going to start sewing. Do a few stitches, stop, take that pin out. Then you're going to shuffle this so that the edges, both edges, lie along that bit of foam pad. So that, and you just keep shuffling it so that it's constantly in alignment with that foam pad, and you find that it just pieces itself. It's incredible. No, I'm not pulling. Don't pull your fabric, because that's just stretching it, and that's cheating, and you'll end up with wrinkles. And we all know what we feel about wrinkles. Once you've done a few, this is actually a really quick way of doing it. And because the other way is to mark the middles, and then you've got on your ruler, I'll show you in a second actually, you've got angles marked so you can mark your piecing to piece it by hand. Now when I'm almost at the end, but what I am going to do is bring that edge together and line it up so they are aligned.
Got you. Clever. I like this.
Because this way nothing is going to squidge out of place. Pop a pin in. And then I know what I've got left to work with. Nothing's going to shuffle in the wrong place. And I can carry on aligning and sewing as I go. And don't forget to take the pin out at the end, because otherwise you're going to ruin your magic pin.
Crunch.
Yeah, which is never a good look for a pin.
No, it's not.
Never.
Don't
Or a
sew
sewing machine needle. Let's be honest. Oh.
I never like to be disagreeable with other people generally, but when people says, oh, it's fine to sew over a pin, I can always feel my face going,
Really? Yeah. That's very wrong, yeah. Oh no. Right. Ooh. There we go. I'm not sure I did the end bit particularly well, but...
right, look at that. Oh, it's amazing.
And
it's
then
amazing.
That magic seam wand that we had this morning.
Yep.
Get that magic seam wand.
Great.
And I press towards the outer.
Yes. Brilliant.
Bring it
Brilliant.
over, and you've got it pieced. But on your ruler, the other thing I was going to show you, if you don't want to do that method, on your ruler you have these angles marked. So what you could do is, with making sure you're using the right alignment lines, is just mark where they are using put a pin in or whatever, and then you'll do the same for your outer curve. Obviously these are the wrong sides, but then you can find your middles or you can just find the middle by doing.
You didn't need to though with that tip. That was great.
No, it's a much easier
Really
way
good.
than doing all this measuring and
Yeah.
lining up the
Don't
middles.
do all that measuring.
Which is what I've done in the past. I don't know about you.
Measuring.
Yeah, but if the
Suzie.
ruler has that assistant for you,
Yeah.
why not use it?
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
Sadly, we've run out of time.
Oh, I'll shut up now then.
Oh, no. Well, I could listen to you all day, but unfortunately, time is against us.
It is.
Enjoy that special time with your grandson today.
I will. It's very exciting.
Yeah, oh, lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank
today.
you very
It's been
much.
amazing.
Yes.
It's been
Take
amazing.
care, everybody.
Now, the oval ruler, do check out $39.99. I've never seen this before. You've never seen this before. Very cool. We've also got some lovely fabric bundles. Have a look on the website. Now, we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, I've got the VQ4 sewing machine from Brother. I'm going to give a little bit of a quick tour around. And we've got a very special price on it. And then we've got the rest of the hour to enjoy lots of lovely knit and crochet and yarny bits and bobs, all with money off. So stick around, it's going to be good.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
It even comes with a magic wand. Oh, this machine is a magic. It's the NVQ, the VQ. It's the VQ. Can we start that again? Just cut this bit and no one will ever know. Hi everybody, welcome back. This is magic. It even comes with a magic wand. It's the VQ4. Hurrah! It's a brand new machine for us here at Sewing Street, and we are loving it. I am all over it, my goodness, and you're loving it too. It is an absolute beauty of a machine. Incredible capabilities. But for me, one of the things that's so amazing about it is the size. You've got 11 3/4 inches of throat space from needle to back wall. Huge, huge area. Absolutely incredible. That's the first thing that's amazing. 11 3/4 inches of throat space. When I take the accessory box off, you get an extension table with it. And yesterday I actually grabbed the extension table from the FS250 to show you the difference in size. And this is like a dining table in comparison. If I slide that on, my workspace now from the back wall to here is 24 inches. Now, lots of people, lots of my friends in the past have bought cabinets and tables that you sink the machine down into to get this sort of workspace. It's all extra money. This is all included. It's an incredible package. I mean, just those two things absolutely blows me away. Another thing that absolutely blows me away is having the laser light. The laser light. I've just switched it on, and this laser light here is incredible. Having the laser, it's not a laser, but this little red light that shines down, and you can move it. Can you see it moving? You can move it over to the right, you can move it over to the left. So basically, when you're doing things like stitch and flip corners, you can line that laser up with the center position with your needle, and then you can sew directly from corner to corner on your squares and your rectangles. When you're quilting, you're no longer eyeballing it, you're shining a laser from one corner to the other and following the laser. I mean, it means that you may well never have to mark another half square triangle ever again. And just think about how that would change your quilt, how much time you would spend sewing, quilting, enjoying, instead of standing over a table laboriously marking lines with a pencil for the hundreds of half square triangles or flying geese that you have to make. You don't have to do that anymore. The laser light's one of my favourite things. You've also got over 470 stitches to play with on this machine, and they're all stored within this handy dandy screen. The screen's amazing. Now, what you've got here, I'm just going to grab my specs. Really lovely and clear. What you've got here is you've got your utility stitches. To start with, these are the most commonly used. Various different straight stitches, triple, zigzag, lightning stitch. You've got over edge stitches. You've got blind hems. You can scroll down through the second page. Again, really useful basic utility stitches. Your basic patchwork and quilting, you know, 1/4 inch seam allowances. You've got your mock hand quilting look there, and you've also got a little bit of blanket stitch, a little bit of vermicelli, a little bit of decorative stitch. Now that's just in your utility basic stitches. Now, if we go to our character and decorative stitches, oh my goodness, now we've got all these different libraries. Look, all these different stitches, okay. But if I go here, it's all these different stitches. 21 of these. Right, I'm going to close that. This one. Look, we've got all of these. Hello, hello. Is this looking gorgeous? Is this looking useful? Is this looking like you might never, ever have to change your sewing machine ever again? Because that's what it looks like to me. Look at these alphabets. Uppercase, lowercase, numbers, punctuation, European accented. Hello, hello. Oh, my goodness me. There's so much here. You can even design your own stitches. Yes, I'm not kidding. You can design your own stitches. You have this special graph paper, okay, that comes with your, and basically you plot the position of each little bit of the stitch. So a stitch might come from here to here and then down a bit and across it, and it might be a pair of scissors, it might be a logo, it might even be a name, and you plot it out, and then these points on your graph paper become points you program on your machine. You can also combine stitches, so you can use a little bit of one decorative stitch with a little bit of another decorative stitch. Now, on normal sewing machines, this isn't a normal sewing machine. On a normal sewing machine, you can sew usually up to about 5 millimeters wide. That's your maximum stitch width, 5 or 7 millimeters wide. So less than 3/4 of 1 centimetre. On some sewing machines, you might have a monogramming function that will do extra large single letters to monogram something, and that will go up to 9 millimeters, so still less than 1 centimetre. This machine, which is by no means a normal sewing machine, will sew up to 48 millimeters wide. And you might be thinking, how on earth does a sewing machine with normal width feed dogs sew 48 millimeters wide? And the way it can do that, my friends, is because on your machine you can sew forwards, backwards, to the right, to the left, diagonally, in all directions. Right? So your feed dogs actually feed sideways and the other way. Dun, 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 and forwards and backwards and on the diagonals. So this is how your machine can actually sew a serpentine stitch like this, which is 48 millimeters wide. Now imagine how that could transform your quilting. So now when you look at borders, when you look at sashings or frames, you're thinking, hang on, I don't need to free motion this. I can sew a serpentine stitch 48 millimeters wide through that sashing or through that border. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. Now, I want to show you also the foot pedal, because this is a thing of beauty. Now, your foot pedal is 2 parts. I wonder if you can see that from behind or whether you want me to show you to the front. Great, yeah, so there's our 2-part foot pedal. So here's our, well, it looks like a regular pedal, but it's not. And then we've got a second pedal here. Now, if you don't want to use the second pedal, you don't have to bolt these together. It's a really simple act. If you want this pedal on this side, you just turn this bar around the other way and have it on the other side. Now, this pedal looks like a normal pedal, but it's not. I'm just going to switch the machine off for a second. Sorry about that, my head in the way. Because what you do with this pedal, you don't have your heel on the floor like we might with a smaller pedal. You have your whole foot on the top and you press down with your toes to make the machine run, okay? But you press back with your heel to lift and lower your needle. So this is your needle up, needle down. Now you've also got a button on the machine to do needle up, needle down, but you can also do it with your heel, with a heel tap. So you can run your machine, and then you can stop and you can lift your needle, or you can put your needle down. This secondary pedal here is programmable. So at the moment this is programmed so that you can run your machine, lift your needle or your presser foot, and then cut your thread with your foot. Cut your thread. It's also got a scissor function button, of course, but you can also do it on a pedal. But you can program that pedal to do different things to suit the way you like to sew. So, I mean, that's mind-boggling. Now, another thing that you've got with this machine is you've got this incredible pointer pen. And this pointer pen, amazingly, it plugs into the side of the machine, and then you can use this to move the position of the laser light. So rather than doing it manually, you can actually point to a point and the laser light will jump over to that point, or you can move it over here. So you can position it. You can use it in a different function to change the position of your needle. rather than manually pressing buttons. You can use this to change the width of your zigzag. Okay, I want it this wide. No, I want it this wide. And you can also use it to mark a point that you want your machine to sew to, and then it stops sewing. It's a magic pen. It's amazing. I mean, just mind-blowing. Right, now, we've also got some incredible feet with this machine. Now, don't worry, you're not going to have to buy a walking foot for this machine. It comes included, but it looks different. It looks different. What you've got here is, rather than feed dogs on the bottom of your, rather than feed dogs on the bottom of your walking foot, what you've actually got is this almost like a caterpillar track that maintains continuous contact with your fabric. And what this is doing is it's actually monitoring the pressure and the thickness of your fabric. So if you're sewing and you go over a hump, maybe you're making jeans and you're top stitching, and you get to that point where you've got 8 layers in a seam that you're going over, that rubber track will actually feel the thickness and will adjust the pressure. That's what this is doing inside here. And it'll adjust the pressure, because even with a standard walking foot, if you get to a thick lumpy bit, your stitches will suddenly go really short. It's happened to me, it's probably happened to you. It won't happen with this foot. Now you also get 5 different shoes that snap onto. It's like having an entire shoe shop. So, for example, this one here is for quilting in the ditch. Yes, with a walking foot. So this snaps on. Just a minute. I need my glasses on to do this. Sorry. So this snaps on here. Okay. And now what happens is can you see this little guide here? You sit that into the seam allowance where you've pressed your seams one way or open. You line that up there, and then you will stitch in the ditch, which means just very close to that seam line. Stitching in the ditch does not mean your stitches are buried in that no man's land between 2 fabrics. However, there is also a proper right in that space guiding foot, which means if you want to do that, you can. I wouldn't ever do that personally, because you literally cannot see your quilting stitches, and I want to see my quilting stitches. But I suppose if you wanted to stabilise blocks and you were going to do something like fancy hand quilting and you didn't want the machine quilting to show, well, then that's when you would do that. You've also got your standard kind of walking foot, open-toed walking foot, kind of a narrower closed toe, and then this one that you can use for when you're doing decorative stitching, so you can see really clearly what you're doing, but you're still using a walking foot. It's absolutely amazing. Now you also get your darning foot for free motion quilting. That you've got an open-toed version, a closed-toed version, and also what I always call a big foot, a bullseye, like a flat disc, which is my favourite. You also get all of this. It's absolutely amazing what you get. All your dressmaking feet, your standard zigzag foot that you get with your machine, your 14 buttonholes on this machine. Wild, absolutely wild. But for me, it's the 11 3/4 inch throat space and the 24 inch table that you can quilt on. Absolutely amazing. It is a beautiful, beautiful machine. And although this is a different price point to our regular machines, I think that the price of this makes sense. There are clear features on this machine that we don't have on anything else. Hi Stuart, my VQ4 has arrived. It has an amazing physical manual. Carol, thanks for pointing that out, because we rarely mention things like that. Carol's absolutely right. This is the manual. Now, I don't want you to freak out when you see the thickness of that manual, because it is thicker than most quilt books. There's a lot in this manual. You take this manual at your own pace. There might be areas of this manual that you never even flick through, but there are areas of this manual that are going to be your best friend. This explains, now you see, your computers, your laptops, your tablets don't come with an instruction manual, and I wish they did. You're supposed to just know these things. But brother, know that everyone needs a guide to get the very best out of their machine. But it's so intuitive, it's so easy. And my recommendation is, when you're ready to learn something new, go to that section, get yourself some calico or some plain fabric, and actually work through each step and think, okay, right, now I do this, and you've got a picture, even how to turn the machine on, you've got a little picture, and go through every step, and just in isolation. And then when you want to do that in a garment or a quilt, you'll be right there. Susan from West Sussex says, what an amazing machine. I need to upgrade my FS250 from Sue. Well, Sue, I would say the two machines go beautifully together, because your FS250 is going to be a brilliant machine that you can take to classes and workshops and still get that brother reliability, that beautiful quality stitch, but in a smaller, more compact machine. This machine is probably going to live in your sewing room or wherever you sew all the time. You're probably not going to take this to classes because it's a big machine. Okay, so the two will work, but I mean, you've got amazing capabilities here. Think of the quilts that you will quilt. Now, if you've gone for a Grace Cutie frame, remember that the way that really expands and you get the most amazing use out of that is the bigger the throat space, the more of your quilt that you can quilt in one pass. This has got nearly 12 inches of throat space. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's an amazing opportunity. You are saving a huge amount on the price. It should be £3,499, and you are making a massive saving. I love it when the first number drops. £2,999, and you can take advantage of split pay, and I think this is a brilliant opportunity to get yourself an amazing machine. Have a think. But remember, at midnight tonight, the price will go back up to £3,499. That's why I wanted to get it back on air today, if at all possible, just to show you what a great machine it is. It's a huge saving. It's a huge saving. Right. We are going to move on now to Yarn Lane and all of the incredible things we've got. It's going to be fast and furious. We're taking off money as we go. And we're going to start with my head over heels, Colours of the World, Australia. Now, we are incredibly limited. I have got one bundle left, just one. Now, this is, you're making a saving, over £10, $47.96 for this. Now, let me show you what you get. You're getting all 6 colourways of my brand new Colours of the World Australia, inspired by my travels in Australia. Now, you have got one ball of each of Kalgoorlie Goldfields, Sacred Earth, Daintree Forest, Bondi Beach, Blue Mountains, and Great Barrier Reef. You're also getting a set of 5 double-pointed needles for knitting socks with. You're also getting a printed pattern booklet, exclusive pattern booklet, and an amazing tote bag from Stylecraft. It's sold out. Well done if you got yours. Brilliant. Now, I've got 5 of those colourways available by the ball. The, excuse me, the Great Barrier Reef has sold out on its own, not just here, but everywhere. Okay, but I've got 5 colours left. We'll start with Sacred Earth. And all of these colourways, I've designed them. They are, each ball of yarn is 75% superwash wool and 25% polyamide. This makes for really, really gorgeous socks that are hard wearing, that will last you for years. Now, you're making a saving there. £6.36 is an amazing price, 20% off. And just be clear, this ball of yarn will knit you a pair of socks. And Charlie, for £6.36. And Charlie's feet are size 12. Okay, UK size 12, and this will knit him a pair of socks. So if you're a size 4, you'll get a pair of socks, and you can probably knit a third sock as well, just in case you lose one. Or knit yourself a pair of mittens or something like that, or a pair of fingerless mitts. But this knits up beautifully. And what you get is these gorgeous stripes, okay, inspired by the very centre of Australia, kind of around Uluru and that really sacred part of Australia. And then also that sort of almost purplish blue sky, absolutely gorgeous. That's the pattern that it will knit up for socks. £6.36, one ball. Also really, really good for knitting things like shawls. Now, I like to combine 2 colours when I knit a shawl, but you can do it with 1 as well. If you want to make long socks, get 2 balls. If you want to make a nice big shawl, get 2 balls. Okay? So that is Sacred Earth. Let's do Kalgoorlie Goldfields. Now, the lovely Diana actually knitted me a shawl in this, and it's at home. I should remember to bring it next time. 20% saving. You're not paying £7.95. You're paying £6 and 36 pence per ball. This is inspired by the goldfields of Western Australia. So very dry, very arid, very red and golden. That little bit of blue sky, but it is just a touch, because what our eyes are on really is the gold that lurks beneath them there hills. And also I'm obsessed with Aussie Gold Hunters, the programme, rather than the actual people. Kalgoorlie Goldfields. This is a really nice colour actually as well for knitting socks for Gat. I mean, I always try and make sure that my colourways are good for men, women, boys, girls, whoever you want to knit for. But I think that's a really nice colour. Hi everyone, I've bought Stuart's wool before to make an infinity scarf, very nice. It goes so far and looks fabulous. Thank you, Stuart. Margaret, you are welcome. You are welcome. That's Kalgoorlie Goldfields. Really, really lovely colourway. Very Australia. Very Australia. Now, next up, the Blue Mountains. The Blue Mountains are in New South Wales. It's been very popular on pre-order. You should be paying £7.95 for this. Lots of you have already checked out. You pay £6.36. 20% saving. £6.36 for this. This knits up beautifully. This is Blue Mountains. You get those hazy blues and lilacs, that soft shimmery silver. And the Blue Mountains, it's not actually the mountains that look blue from a distance. It is actually the eucalyptus oil evaporating from the eucalyptus trees that cover the Blue Mountains, and they create almost like a chemical reaction in the sky that makes the mountains look blue. Really amazing. I went horse riding on the Blue Mountains and I got joined by a kangaroo. I heard this thump, thump, thump next to my horse, and I thought, what's that? And I looked down and there was a kangaroo literally bouncing alongside. It was, good day, mate. Good day, mate. They're absolutely amazing. That's Blue Mountains. Right, next up, quarter of the stock's gone already. Actually, more than a quarter of the stock. Now, next up is Daintree Forest. Now, did you know that there are rainforests in Australia? I didn't. I expected everywhere to look like that. Very dry, very red, very arid. And actually, there are lush rainforests in Queensland called the Daintree Forest. And it is millions of acres of rainforest. And there are rivers running through it. And, just incredible, peaceful. Actually, it's not that peaceful because there's so much sort of wildlife and insects and birds and things like that, that actually it's a very lively atmosphere, but it's kind of tranquil. Yeah, jungle and tropical rainforest is actually quite loud. But This knits up lovely. You kind of deep greens and your leafy greens, and also that kind of chocolatey brown and cream and blue. But it is also tranquil because you escape the heat, and it's much more lush. Last up, I've got Bondi Beach. Now, when you think of Australia, I think most of us think of Bondi Beach and laying on the beach, dipping in the surf, those turquoise blue, yes, Hannah, the lifeguards. Kat thinks of the lifeguards too. Beautiful, beautiful colours there. And again, that's how it knits up. Now, this would mix absolutely beautifully with Kalgoorlie Goldfields if you wanted to do a bigger shawl and you wanted to combo 2 rows, 2 rows, 2 rows, just back and forth between the two. That would look beautiful. Bondi Beach. Hi, Stuart. I've bought the sock wool and I'm learning to knit socks on 4 needles. I've nearly finished 1 pair of socks. Love! Oh, Margaret. Go you, that's brilliant. I mean, are you totally addicted now? I knitted nothing else but socks for years. Now, I've also got 2 of my Walking in Nature Part 2 left. And these are, again, part of Head Over Heels. So they have that same 75% and 25% polyamide. Let's do Stroll first. Let's do Stroll first. This one's Stroll. Now, this was inspired by those kind of heathery, gorgeous, and the rocks and the green in North Yorkshire. You only see a little bit in the picture on the website, but this is what it looks like when it knits up. And you get these gorgeous kind of strata of colour. Again, really lovely for blending with another yarn, 2 rows by 2, if you want to create socks or a shawl with stripes. But you can also use this, if you put 2 of these together, you get a DK weight. So you can knit up garments. It's actually, Yvonne McAtamney actually knitted herself a gorgeous cardigan using one of my sock yarns, and she actually matched the patterns all the way around. She knitted the back of the cardigan in 2 panels that she then ladder stitched together, but she matched the pattern perfectly so it looked seamless. Ever so clever. Really cool. Really cool. And then the other one I've got is Sachet. You stay. You stay. This is one of my favourite colours from Walking in Nature. Nice and strong, and actually this knits up as bold stripes, which again is really rather gorgeous. If you want to knit something a little bolder, again making that saving, $6.39 per ball, and 1 ball will knit a big pair of socks. Right, let's move on to one of my best mates in the knitting world and crochet world. This is Jane Crowfoot's Field of Gold blanket. Now, I can't believe that you're making a 20% saving on this, but you are. $69.99 is an amazing price for all this yarn, but you're not paying that. You're paying $55.99. Is that a £14 saving? 40 baht, and look at the blanket that you make. Now, Jane is a genius with colour and with crochet, of course, but the way she puts together colours is exceptional. It blows my mind. I'm in awe of her talent. And you've got a combination of Stylecraft Life DK and Special DK to get all those different amazing colours in here. You've actually got 2, 4, 6, 8... 10, 12, 14, 16 balls of yarn, 100 grams. So 1,600 grams of yarn in this kit, and your printed pattern for $55.99. Now, I've only got 12 of these kits left. So if you want this kit, you are going to have to be super quick, please. I've got less than 10 now. If you want this kit, you are going to have to be super, super quick. It is gorgeous. Another one checked out. Basically, everything I've got left is in baskets. You've got a little bit of life decay there with that little neps, are they called? In those little slubby bits. Gorgeous. Check out your baskets, won't you? That green as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at this blanket, isn't it gorgeous? Single figures left. Single figures left. Now, Jane Crowfoot worked with Emma Ball to produce some amazing merchandise using her crochet patterns. This is one of her notebooks. I mean, I love all of Emma Ball's stuff, but the combination of her and Jane Crowfoot is amazing. $7.99. This is going to be our lowest ever price. Where are you at? Oh, look at that, £6.39. Where are you at in your crochet project? What are you planning? Is this your shopping lists for your next knit or crochet project? Or is this where you keep your diary? I've got very, very limited quantities of this gorgeous notebook. It's all branded, lovely gifting opportunity as well. It's gorgeous. And Emma Ball products are real quality without the price tag. I mean, even at full price. I was looking at some notebooks in Liberty a little while ago. Gorgeous, but eye-watering prices. Not £6.39, not $7.99. They were more like $17.99. Really love those. Now then, I've got a couple of little bags from Emma Ball and Jane Crowfoot. This is for your crochet hooks, or it could be pencil case, or it could be a makeup bag. There we go. Gorgeous, isn't it? Again, using one of Jane's designs there on the outside. Never been reduced before. It's £7.19. You've got that gorgeous chunky number 5 zip. Look at the lining too. Like a knitted lining. It's sort of printed, knitted effect. It's really, really lovely. And you could keep your double-pointed needles in there, your pencils, your crayons, or your crochet hooks. Love that. Very, very, very low teens of that. Single figures now. Right, a little purse. Gorgeous, so cute. This could be for things like your stitch markers or your darning needles or that kind of thing. Lowest ever price. It's not $6.49 today. It matches the other bag beautifully. Look at that, £5 and change. I mean, a couple of these still comes in at Secret Santa price. Dash ahead, I do. And you've got that lovely Janie Crow label there. I think they're smashing. I think this is called Indigo Dreams, this design. It's lovely. Grab those while you can, won't you? Right, next up, we've got the Carefree Coatigan. Now, is it 2 designs or 2 sizes? Ah, 2 different colourways and 2 different sizes. One's a bigger bundle. Here we go. Yes, so this one is extra small to large. And this is the Carefree Coatigan. There's the Coatigan. That is absolutely yummy. So it's granny squares, basically, crocheted together to create that gorgeous hooded cardigan. It's a Coatigan. And this is Sam Sabido. Oh, right, sorry. Ignore the graphics for a minute. We are going to come to that in a second. There's the Coatigan. It's really nice, that. I love it. And the price is going to drop. There's Sam wearing the Coatigan. And that is actually the colourway that we've got. So it's those gorgeous denim blues, terracottas, gold, a little bit of cream. Beautiful. Size extra small up to a large for $43.99. That is a lot of yarn in there. That is a lot of yarn. Brilliant. I've got 3 of these kits left. Everything from an extra small to a large. You're saving £11 there. That is brilliant. Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. Wear that over a summer dress in the evenings, just to take the chill off if you're walking on the beach. Or you could wear it in the autumn with a pair of blue jeans and a long sleeve t-shirt. Absolutely lovely. And you've got that hood in case it gets a little bit windy around your ears. Now, I've got... These are sizes extra large up to 6XL. So this is the second half. Lots and lots of extra yarn in this one. Beautiful blues. You are still saving 20%, £14 off this one, $55.99. You get your pattern and you get all of that gorgeous yarn. And it's the same colourway that we showed you Sam wearing, but this time in sizes extra large to 6XL. What a great day to be shopping with us on Yarn Lane. 20% savings across the board. Yummy! Thanks, Dan. Now, next up, I have got, oh, this is lush, Little Stars jumper in candy cane. So, this size-wise on this, do we know what sizes it goes from and to? Yeah. So you crash there, 20%, $39.99 goes right down to $31.99. Yep. 4 different sizes. The smallest size is a 35.5-inch bust, 90 centimetre, yep. And then the largest size is a 57-inch bust, 144 centimetres. So a really good range of sizes there. And it's crocheted again. Here's the jumper actually made up. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, it's lovely. I really, really love the combination of red and pink. That's really, really pretty. $31.99. What a lovely day to be shopping. Now, I've also got that in a black and grey colourway, which, again, you're making that saving. This is the one that we crashed earlier on. It should be $39.99. It's $31.99 now. Look at that lovely sparkle yarn. Carolyn from Devon says, hi, Stuart. I made the black and grey version, and it's fab. Carolyn in Torquay. Oh, yeah, it's really lovely. Really, really gorgeous. And again, those 4 sizes, you can make those 4 different sizes for $31.99, one of them. Right, next up, we're going to do the Granny Pack. Now, this is a backpack style. And is this knitted in cotton? Yes, 100% pure cotton. Oh, really nice. This is Sam Sabido. Oh, yummy. And you get the beads. Under £30 for this. £26.39. Now, just be aware I've got single figures left of this. This would be a lovely bag to take to the beach. Or if you've got like a Lido, like an open-air swimming pool. Oh, yeah. I've got a friend. Well... Oh, Sandy, Milichip Masaki, goes to the outdoor Lido swimming all the time. Yeah, she does. She loves a bit of... I know, I want her life. Honestly, she and Andy go and they go swimming. Gorgeous. Yeah, I want Sandy to adopt me as well. She kind of has, actually. It's lovely. I love the shades there. Really, really gorgeous. Oh, I've only got 3 left. Check out your baskets. Gorgeous. Now, I've got some Highland Heathers, and this is all DK. This is all DK. Highland Heathers are one of my favourite yarns from Stylecraft. It knits up absolutely beautifully. You get 100 grams. It's a premium acrylic. I mean, you could just buy all 5, 1 ball of each, and make yourself the most gorgeous tank top or shawl or wrap or even a sweater. It depends on the size. Let's start with the green. Code-wise, that ends 70. It's called Bracken. It's called Bracken. Should be £3.85. You're making a 20% saving. That means your price per ball is £3.08. Loads of different tones. It's multi-tonal. Heathery. It's heathery. It's gorgeous and it's really soft. I knitted myself a big like wrap shawl and I love it. It's gorgeous. There are some really nice patterns actually for Highland Heathers. Nice accessories. You can machine wash this. You can machine wash this at 30 degrees. Cool, tumble dry. It says cool iron. I would say don't iron acrylic yarns because if you iron them really cool, you're fine. But I'm always tempted to go too hot and then it really flattens it. So I just wash it, hang it on the line or quick tumble dry on low, and it's bouncy, it's soft, it's gorgeous. Everyone that's checked out has multi-bought. A couple of balls that do something like a scarf and a hat. There's some really nice patterns for this. Let's do the teal next. This is called Firth. Firth. That's a beautiful colour. Gorgeous tealy shades. But a little bit of almost like a chartreuse green as well in there. £3.08 for 100 grams. Again, if you've got yourself, you know, 300 grams would do a really nice kind of shell top style, you know, or like a vest top style for most sizes, to be fair. 400 grams definitely. 500 grams and upwards, you're looking at a sweater or a cardigan. 6, 7. I mean, if you're a larger size like me, you're probably going to need 700 or 800 grams. But even so, if you bought 700 grams of this, you're not even spending £22. So cost to knit is exceptionally good. That's your Firth. Take advantage while it's 20% off. Now, a wonderful, rich shade. This is called Thrift. Thrift. And this is almost kind of berry colours. All the berries. Blackberries, raspberries, blueberries. It's really yummy. Kind of gorgeous purpley tones and pinky tones. But they all blend really nicely with each other. £3.08, 20% saving. Next up, I've got Heather. This is Highland Heathers Heather. Really popular. It's that proper heathery shade, isn't it? Now, really pretty, soft and feminine, this colour. I think it's lovely. You can do double knit socks. I'd get 2 balls if you want to do double knit socks. It uses more because it's thicker. Lengthwise, by the way, if you're wondering on length, they all have 297 yards or 272 metres per ball. Now that is a much more important measurement than the 100 grams if you are substituting this yarn for a pattern that you've already got, that's a DK. You need to look for the original length per 100 grams of the recommended yarn, and then multiply that number by the number of balls it suggests for your size. Then you need that many metres or yards, so make sure you get enough. I always err on the side of generous because I can always make a pair of mitts or a glove, you know, not a glove, a scarf or a hat, just the one glove. Why are you walking around with one hand in your pocket, Stuart? It's because I've just got the one glove. I'll take the mickey out of myself. You lot pipe down. Right, so the last shade, this is called Loch. 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 In its original Scottish. The loch is lovely. That little green fleck is gorgeous, isn't it? But it's also got a little bit of pinky purple in there. That's what creates those beautiful tonal variations. It's lovely. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. £3.08. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I've still got a little bit of stock of the Jane Crowfoot blanket. We'll pop the graphics up. You should be paying £69.99. It's called Fiori, which means flowers, I think, doesn't it? Fiori. Mille fiori means 1,000 flowers. Oh, okay, I've only got 4 of these kits left, and I've got 11 of you with it in your basket. So please check out. It's $55.99. You're saving 20%, and the results are spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Now, we've also got the Granny Pack, which is a granny square backpack made in pure cotton yarn, so really washable. A great beach bag or swim bag, or, you know, just a general purpose, gorgeous bag. Really lovely, that. From Sam Sabido, £26.39. More in baskets than I've got. I've got 8 left, and loads of you with it in your basket. Let's do the menu. Let's do the menu. Coming up tomorrow, it's Fabulous Fabrics at 8 o'clock. And at 9 o'clock, it's the K-Facet Pinky Swear quilt kit with Catherine Wright. Apparently it's got chickens on. Really? I say. At 10 o'clock, Delphine Brooks is here with stunning cross-stitch kits from Meloka. And then at 11 o'clock, Helen Newton Cushions with Catherine Wright. Now at 12 o'clock, we've got some amazing overlockers. Oh, there it is. Very interesting. And that's how tomorrow is looking. Who's presenting tomorrow? Is it John? John! It's John's back. John's back. Well, hi, John. Now, I just want to mention before I go, this gorgeous quilt, which I've been toning with all day long. Just lovely. Gorgeous, gorgeous shades. There are 28 in baskets. I don't have that many left. Gorgeously shaded. You've got little terracotta elements in there as well. Little shades of blue. It's so pretty. Total beginner level quilt. Now, I'm always excited to hand you over to Hobby Maker, but I'm particularly excited today because do you remember that fabulous backpack bag that we've had on the shelves behind us for absolutely ages? Well, it's actually launching in the show straight after the bag that we all want, even though we're sewers. Stay tuned and grab yourself one. It's gorgeous. I'll see you very, very soon. Take care till now, then.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Registering for a Hobbymaker account on our website couldn't be easier.